Ah, működik az USB állós. Igen, már ugyan meg kell engedni kell ahhoz, hogy...
Okay, so this is for today.
Or like where is that? Like make it so everyone has like space for their friends. Okay, then I think this is fun.
Okay.
Extra chairs.
Hihetetlen, hát ezzel nem lehet ilyen.
Okay, I'm going to check one thing in the office. I already talked to all the guys who have not sent the presentation for the first day. They're circled and written with it.
Okay, thank you very much.
No worries. Between the
Igen, hogy neked az NK kutatóként annyira nem.
Én csináltam a YouTube csatornáját az intézetnek.
Tényleg? Kias? Ja.
Hála Istennek az utóbbi időben annyira nem kell ezzel.
Aha. Aha, Istenem. No comment, no comment.
Jó, ránézel, azért most már elvileg van képem.
A YouTube-ra?
Igen.
Nézem.
We'll move it. Let's just
Okay.
live. And then we'll
Jó.
Integetek és nézzük meg, hogy látszik. Van egy kis
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
latency. És feltettél.
Hát elég sok. Aha, jó, egy 5 másodperc. Jó, ez tetszik. Akkor még azt kell megoldani, hogy ez is működik. Hát szomszéd Kristány prezentációja az egész világ. Majd elgondolok, hogy ez volt a...
Yeah, we'll have 3 of these chairs and you get one.
Panel 4, panel 1.
I guess this doesn't open, so.
yeah.
But they can't see from the.
Yes.
So it's.
I don't know whether we should have some seats there or at the other side of the table.
Check.
We'll ask now.
Are there gonna be any chairs in the front?
No.
No?
Just here. Okay. Okay, thank you. Another thing, please, 2 of them in the beginning sit in the front because professors and the rectors, especially the rector's speech, should be multiple recorded. So I will record, 2 of you will record your phone, and because last time that speech was completely lost. Last time, because the vice rector was here and we were like, oh my God, because the camera was not malfunctioning, or the stream was not malfunctioning, so please record Professor Baker's speech and the rector's speech. It will be 10 minutes, so it's not much of data to your phone, and after we will transfer it to the center platform. Okay. Yes. Another thing, if somebody is feeling sick among have masks and they should wear masks. If somebody is coughing or something like that, because last time we also an issue about that. Okay, please, in every coffee break, every break, please open the windows and after the break, close them automatically to have fresh air. Um, Unfortunately, I think we cannot turn off the air conditioner, but we need it. Of course, if anybody is asking for the internet, we have the address there and also around there. And maybe
Which we can put on our chairs. There's quite a bit of people. Yeah, but we'll just keep them a little separate. Doing like. Wait, why do some chairs have these and some don't? Yeah, I think we should use the ones with the. Things for there. Yeah, because if we like. Okay, so there's gonna be a workout to get in. Yeah. And we should use like cleaner chairs for sure. Probably fabric. Let's compare with the ones we used. I guess these 34, which is perfect. We should like get more chairs. We'll move these bad boys in the. We'll just push them because yes, I think it's better if you push from the front. Yes.
We have this short introductory remarks, 5 minutes, and then we move to and we will give the floor to great. So, nem muszáj
Jó melegnek is, jó füleknek
János, el lehet indítani. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, welcome at the 13th Annual Cold War History Research Center International Student Conference at Corvinus University of Budapest. Long name, but it's important. Well, first of all, let me welcome the international partners of this big event, which we have now as a tradition. This is the 13th conference. And of course, our main partner for several years now is Victoria Phillips. She's sitting in the front, and most of you, of course, most of you in the audience know her very well. She is our great supporter, mentor, co-organizer, and she actually represents two important institutions, the supporting institutions, co-organizing institutions, like the European Institute at Columbia University in New York, and the London School of Economics and Political Science in London. Also, we have to talk about our new partner in this venture, which is the Cold War International History Project, Woodrow Wilson Center in Washington, D.C. We started this partnership last year, where the main supporter is the head of the project and also the head of the History and Public Policy Program, Christian Osterman, who was actually here with us at the conference last year. And his deputy, Charles Krauss, also is a great important person in this whole enterprise, who was here with the QUAR Fellows. We will talk about the QUAR Fellows later. During the research week at the Open Society Archives. Unfortunately, he had to go back by the time of our conference, but he was supporting all the students in the preparations for this conference. And also, we have to talk briefly about the Cold War Archives Research Institute, which is now under the Wilson Center in Washington, D.C., which is directed by several colleagues like Christian Osterman, Victoria Phillips, I mentioned, and Charles Krauss, and also myself. And of course, here are the QUAR Fellows. Many of the participants, here we have 28 participants, are from the QUAR project, about which project we will talk, of course, more during the conference. And of course, just for those who were not here or who are not part of the project, they just have completed a 1-week research at the Open Society Archive, and then they have come to this conference with that background knowledge as well, what they gathered at that research trip. This year, like last year in 2022, we have keynote speakers. We try to introduce this tradition of having not one keynote speaker because we can afford, why not have two keynote speakers? Usually at conferences there is just one. We are really having the luxury of having two. And then there's a little change compared to the program, because the first keynote speaker for today will be Tinatin Chapadze, and I will introduce her very soon. And the other would be Margaret Peacock, who's here from the University of Alabama, and she will talk as a keynote speaker, opening the session tomorrow in the morning. So, and here we have come to the real opening, because that was just the opening remarks category in which we have in the program, and it's always very short and concise. But now we have the rector's opening speech, so we are very privileged this year that we have the rector open our conference. Actually, perhaps this is the first occasion in the 13 years. We had vice rectors several times, but we are very proud to have the real rector this time. And before going into that, he must have an introduction also, of course, especially because his career would be very interesting, and it's a big lesson also for many of the young people, young would-be scholars present at this conference. So Professor Elliot Takács is a Corvinus alumnus, so he used to come to Corvinus. Actually, it was not yet called Corvinus at the time, but still it was the same university, so the University of Economics. He graduated in 1999 with a major in finance and a minor in economic policy. He earned his MA in economics after this at the Central European University in Budapest. At that time, it was still in Budapest. He studied then even further from this location at Princeton University, where he first earned an MA, and in 2006 he earned a PhD in financial economics. So he's an economist, a well-known economist. And after this, having got the degree, this very prestigious degree from Princeton University, he worked at several international policy organizations. And I mean, among them, maybe the most important is the International Monetary Fund in Washington, D.C. And then from moving from the United States to Europe, to Switzerland, he worked for 12 years at the Bank of International Settlements in Basel. And then Professor Takács has been active also as a visiting fellow at the London School of Economics and Political Science since 2018. After returning to the alma mater, to Corvinus University, he became first an honorary professor in 2019 and then became a full professor in 2021. In the same year, in 21, he was elected the rector of Corvinus University. So, thank you very much, and now the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this very nice introduction. And ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, students, guests, and friends, I believe. It's my true pleasure and privilege to open the 13th Annual International Student Conference of the Cold War History Research Center at Corvinus University of Budapest. And first of all, I would like to welcome you to Budapest. So you are in this in the city, and as Csaba mentioned, and I'm very grateful for this introduction, let me tell you that the career is never as bright as it seems when people just recite it. It's a lot more struggling and rejected papers, but you know, at the end it turned out good. I hope so. So I lived 20 years abroad, and I can tell you that if you come here to Budapest, I think this is a unique opportunity to visit the city and feel indeed history. So there is one thing that Csaba didn't mention, because there's a secret, that when I was a young man, I wanted to be a historian. But then I made a series of mistakes, which led me to this position through economics and monetary policy. So history is something close to my heart. And if you visit Budapest, you can see history. And you can see, some of the nice buildings, you can see the beautiful parts of history, but you can see, if you pay close attention, also sometimes the ugly side of history. When I was a young kid, I could still see bullet holes in the buildings around here. Now, most of them are covered, but still history lives with us. And if I could recommend you one movie to watch, because you are, scholars, or sometimes you might watch movies maybe on a long flights, I would actually advise you Wes Anderson, Grand Budapest Hotel, and Stefan Zweig, because this is the history that you can see here. And one of the reasons why I like this movie, which is about a pretty dark age, actually preceding quite literally your research subject, Cold War, because the way how Wes Anderson made this movie, he made it a very optimistic movie. which should have been a very pessimistic one. So the movie is about the rise of fascism in the remnants of the old culture of Austria-Hungary. But the way how it is cast, this humanity just shines through. And if you recall the movie, it's in the 1930s, being retold in the 1960s, and remembered in the 1980s. So these are historical periods, and the 60s and the 80s is actually your period. So in the 60s and the 80s, we remember through this time. And in a way, it's recast that this old age, this refined culture, this multicultural environment can come back. I think there's this very optimistic message. And if I look at the region is the biggest winner of the post-war era. So there's a huge lark that the region was able to join the European Union, be part of the European nations, and develop economically and also politically. So I think that's something to remember. So Grand Budapest Hotel is the movie. The second is I would like to welcome you not only to Budapest, but to this very university. As Csaba mentioned, I'm an alumnus, so I graduated from here. It was very different at that time. It was a little bit less orderly. I remember student competitions, don't do it this day, but we have a big competition with the university on the other side, the technical university. And once the job was that for them, that our building is lit up much nicer. Our building is nicer first, I think. Second, it is lit up at the night much nicer. So the job was at the Schönheit's Cup for the technical university engineering students that they have to make the other building lit up nicer. Mm-hmm. And as you can imagine, students solve problems very creatively, so they turned off the electricity for the whole block. And they spent the night at the police station, but they definitely won the competition, and it turned out well. So this university is an elite university in Hungary, and it's very selective, so it's roughly as selective as the Ivy League in the United States. We are moving, I applied for the position of rector to move the institution towards a more international research-oriented direction. So we started to measure and actively encourage international publications. When I came, it was a very short time, and I'm sure it created some waves. We had only 15% of our classes taught in English. Now it's over 50%, it's 50. So there's a massive change towards internationalization. We had with more and more international students. And what is most important for you to know and for me to pitch is that we are also hiring internationally. So if you ever think about spending some time in Budapest, think about it. This year we hired 20 international scholars through the international job market. So that's something that should be on your mind. This university is moving towards becoming international, from an excellent Hungarian university, hopefully to an excellent international university in all aspects. And definitely, so that's the end of my pitch for you as students and future scholars. But really, let me welcome you to the Cold War History Research Center, which Csaba Békés founded. He's the founding director in 1998 that I'm still at the university. And the center is affiliated with the university since 2009, exactly the time when Professor Békés joined the university. And it is part of our Global Institute of Global Studies. And it plays a central role. And I really hope that it will play a central role in continuing to internationalize the university. This is our aim. Please do check out coldwar.hu, which was established in 2000, which disseminates knowledge about these topics, about the history of the former Soviet bloc countries in Europe. And there are several large and comprehensive books. I'm pretty sure I won't do full justice to the extensive amount of scholarship that Csaba and colleagues did and you are contributing to. But the history of the Soviet bloc, 1945-1999, is a huge online 5-part chronology, bibliography of new Cold War history. And this seemed, I think, at some point like ancient history. But I think with the war in our neighborhood and the Russian invasion of Ukraine, I think our need to understand better the region's history is, if anything, became more important, and not only for scholarly interest, but also for public policy and for international cooperation. And there's an initial internship program started in 2009, and my understanding is that Oxford University initiated a formal collaboration in the framework of this, with the center in the framework of this international internship program. Every year, 3 or 5 students arrive, and you should definitely all consider visiting the center, the university, and Budapest at some point. And this conference is a long tradition. I already said it's the 13th occasion, so hopefully it's a lucky number still. So it's running since 2010, an annual to the English Language International Student Conference, with BA, MA, and PhD students from all over the world. And it's really a joy to see you guys from distinguished universities with great scholarships from places like Columbia, MIT, Georgetown, George Washington, Rutgers, Texas. I don't see Princeton, but I made a mistake. The LSE. So it's really, really great to have you here, and I really hope that you can take the most out of this conference, both professionally and also inspirationally from being here at this university, being in Budapest. So I hope you will enjoy your time at Corvinus University in Budapest. I really hope that you will have, and I wish you a very successful conference. And just a reminder that I'm also a rector as freshly graduating international students, future scholars. Keep in mind that there is this little university over in Budapest that is struggling but working very hard to internationalize and looking for bright folks exactly like you are. So with that, let me wish you a very strong and very successful conference.
Thank you very much. And with this, let's move to the next point on the agenda, which is our first keynote speech. And let me introduce our first keynote speaker, Tinatin Japelidze. And this is her short bio, so I would like to introduce her in more detail. Eurasian security analyst and special advisor at Eurasia Group, the world's leading global political risk company, she brings over 15 years of international relations and communications experience to the security enterprise. Her debut non-fiction book, Stalin's Millennials, Nostalgia, Trauma, and Nationalism, was published to critical acclaim in March 2022 by Lexington Books and Rowman and Littlefeld. She is a regular media contributor with widely published works that have appeared in the Moscow Times, the Washington Post, and the Atlantic, among others. Prior to Eurasia Group, Tinatin worked for the City of New York, first as the field and digital community engagement specialist at the New York City Census and Mayoral Initiative, and later as the press secretary for New York's COVID-19 response at New York City's health and hospitals. Previously, she was the United Nations Bureau Chief for Eastern European media outlets and UN radio host and producer of her own radio show on current affairs and security in the international arena. She is a former Cold War Archives Research Center Fellow, so she visited such conferences earlier as well. Holds a bachelor degree from Columbia University School of General Studies and a master's degree in Russian regional studies with focus on cybersecurity and digital diplomacy from Columbia University's Harriman Institute. With this, let me give the floor to you, Tina, so please.
Shall I move or shall I stay?
It's
whatever you suggest. I will stay. Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the Cold War History Research Center, Corvinus University, the Woodrow Wilson Center, the Cold War Archives Research, CWHR, as well as Columbia University and the London School of Economics and Political Science for hosting this wonderful annual international student conference and for inviting me to be a part of this remarkable event. I was very fortunate, as Professor Beckish mentioned, to be among the inaugural cohort of CWHR Fellows in 2015 onwards. and had the privilege of several occasions to participate in the conference as a student. It really is an absolute honor to sit here. I was going to say really to stand here, but since I'm sitting, it's an honor to sit here in front of you today as one of the keynote speakers. But I am above all grateful to Dr. Margaret Peacock, who really is the real keynote speaker, because she was supposed to be opening today's conference and was extremely gracious in allowing me to swap places, since unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, I will not be able to join you all tomorrow. But I also want to thank Professor Csaba Bekes, who was among my very first professors of history at Columbia University, and of course my mentor and my very dear friend, Professor Victoria Phillips, who is one of the reasons why I became so very interested in history, and the reason that I am here with you all talking about a topic that I am extremely passionate about and extremely disturbed by for a variety of reasons. So without any further ado, I shall jump right in. So nostalgia, when we hear the word nostalgia, we immediately think of something very romantic and very pleasant and very warm and very fuzzy. But in reality, it can also be used as a very powerful political tool. Research has shown that since we are in a European Union country, you may be interested to hear that references to a better past are skillfully employed by European Union populist political entrepreneurs to fuel dissatisfaction with present-day politics and anxiety about the future. Meanwhile, in Russia, a country where I spent years of my early childhood in the chaotic wild 90s, as we like to refer to that very historic and very difficult era, it serves as a simultaneous antidepressant and anesthetic that's aimed to help society adapt to new realities that is jarring, stressful, and traumatic all at once. But while the net effect is that of an emotional pacifier, as with everything else, nostalgia also has a darker side. It really is a bittersweet emotion. The late American scholar of Russian descent, Svetlana Boym, once said that, and I quote directly, the 20th century began with utopia and ended with nostalgia. Indeed, throughout the turbulent era, the first decade after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the optimistic belief in the future and a sense of euphoria began to fade very quickly into the outdated past, swiftly replaced by nostalgia as both a phenomenon and a conceptual category for unifying, albeit disparate, remnants of the post-revolutionary void. After all, particularly during the period of industrialization of modern Europe, nostalgia was seen as an ailment. It was a disease, as a neurological disease of essentially demonic cause by Johannes Hofer, a Swiss doctor who coined the term back in 1688. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, the pathology continued to spread. It was classified in various shapes and forms as an immigrant psychosis. So many of us should feel like immigrant psychopaths, really, because many of us do hail from pasts that are either direct immigration, indirect immigration through our ancestors, my very own immigration, first to Russia from Georgia, where I was born, later to the United States. So perhaps, even though I like to romanticize my own nostalgia, come to think of it, perhaps it is an ailment. It was also coined as a sort of curious form of melancholia, as well as a mentally repressive compulsive disorder. It only really recently became known as this romantic concept. Viewed through the lens of longing as pain and suffering for the lost homeland, the pain and suffering can in turn be linked to a matching bittersweet feeling of romanticized melancholia, of simply being away from the past as we've known it, even if it never truly existed the way we happen to remember it. It has been historically traced that nostalgia appears most notably after periods of revolution or political upheaval, when individuals have to deal with the pain of instability and an overwhelming diversity of cultural experiences, which again may explain why that new wave of nostalgia began to resurface in the early days of the post-collapse of the Soviet Union in the early 90s, when the country, in particular Russia, but also other countries in the post-Soviet space, were quite literally swept with this new wave of nostalgia. But exploring nostalgia as a tool denying the present in the name of the past also produces a void between the sanitized nostalgic reproductions and the actual traumatic history. Hence, perhaps this sort of resurfacing of nostalgia every now and then. In Russia, it certainly started with the collapse of the Soviet Union, but it has been reappearing in various shapes and forms since then. It really was a phenomenon, though, in the 90s that could have been anticipated due to the sudden shift of the regime and a sense of comfort in the not-so-distant past found in seeming stability. It seemed stable, even if it was stagnating for a while before the actual collapse. And the shared community that lacked privacy, on the one hand, because no one was really private or never felt truly private in the Soviet Union, but there was a sense of community, of belonging. I mean, just think about communal apartments even. Something that was absolutely hated in the Soviet era was suddenly something that sort of later in the 90s, early 2000s, many Russians that I also, through my own research, I spoke to and was absolutely amazed to hear that they miss communal apartments, something that they were absolutely desperate to get out of. They then wanted to go back to that. As a sudden rise in nostalgic sentiments among the Russian and broader post-Soviet reality it was becoming very difficult to miss at that point. And when I was growing up in Moscow, my family relocated in 1993, so just after the actual collapse, although some could really argue that the Soviet era didn't really end until sort of 95, 96 with the re-election of Boris Yeltsin. The remnants were still very much alive and well and very vivid, not only in the memory, but also really everywhere. Everywhere you looked, you were still breathing the Soviet Union, even though on paper it had collapsed. And I remember this one time we were walking, my parents and I, along the old Arbat Promenade in the center of Moscow, and standing next to the iconic McDonald's in Moscow were Lenin and Stalin impersonators that were munching on burgers and fries with paper cups of Coca-Cola. It had a Coca-Cola sign on it, filled with what my dad later told me was actually vodka. It wasn't Coca-Cola, but I was too young to know the difference at the time. It was really surreal, absurd, call it what you must. It's also quite funny. But in my mind's eye, that image is forever cemented as the post-Soviet Moscow in all of its glory. And we can really mean a lot behind the word glory, but it really was a very, very unique time. And I think growing up in that period was really what truly cemented my interest in some of the topics that I have been researching ever since. First personally, and then later professionally with the guidance of my professors, two of whom are here with us. And today, if I'm being completely honest with you, and especially with myself, there are moments when I do feel nostalgic myself, as I reflect on this era of complete chaos and total confusion, topped off with ketchup or sprinkles, or sometimes both at once. Now, one of Russian President Vladimir Putin's signature statements that we often hear, particularly in the media, is that the collapse of the Soviet Union, as President Putin said, was the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century, which he has been quoted to say many, many times. These words were uttered by Putin very early on in his first tenure when he became a president. And to be honest, as ridiculous as the claim may sound, there are actually many Russians that feel the same sentiment, that lamentation for what they do feel was a geopolitical catastrophe, even though they may not actually use those words. Many of them tend to personalize it, and they see it through a very, very personal prism. With the demise of the familiar came the collective identity crisis, which we have seen and many are still arguably struggling with, and a cultural trauma as one of its side effects, despite some visibly positive changes, and not merely negative chaos and upheaval, which were also undeniably part of the immediate aftermath of the post-Soviet experiment. I was recently listening to a podcast where Fiona Hill, Russia expert and the former senior director for Europe and Russia of the United States National Security Council, was being interviewed. And she said something that really stuck with me as I was running on the treadmill, on the prospect of something of the future that has entirely vanished in Russia. Putin, she said, is just paddling the past as his present is rooted in transporting Russia back to the past, back to its historic past. in fact, what Dr. Hill said was that there is nothing that Putin is offering to the future. There is no ideology at this point that he's trying to sell to anyone. It is all just about him and his versions of the past. We could actually argue that political nostalgia, the use of nostalgia for political purposes, is really one of the ways that many politicians, and here Putin is absolutely not alone, many do that, including in my native Georgia, where nostalgic sentiment as such and the different packaging and repackaging of it can actually be used for political gain, at times to quite literally get voter support during elections. But indeed, in the present era of Moscow's special military operation, which is the preferred state-mandated description of the ongoing war in Ukraine, and the renewed Cold War with the West that is simultaneously getting colder and also hotter by the week, really, we're seeing another wave of nostalgia, once again, sweeping through Russia. Nostalgia has made yet another comeback, with a mission to save and pacify many Russians who have begun to seek various mechanisms of retrospective longing to keep together aspects of life dislocated and disbanded by external changes. Or, if we are speaking very frankly, the past dislocated and disbanded by the war, by Western sanctions, and by Russia's isolation, or as some may argue, Russia's self-isolation, not just from the West, but increasingly from many of the rest. In this moment of great chaos and unpredictability, after years of seeming stability and increasingly bleak prospects for the future, nostalgia as both an ailment and an emotional pacifier has once again become a common component of the day-to-day Russian existence, reconciling the restructured, if not entirely reimagined past, with the inevitable of the failed, tumultuous present. History, reinvented, repackaged through the prism of nostalgia and politics, is really a very potent nerve agent. Over the past year, we've witnessed a synthetic creation of a very different version of history, combining Soviet myths with stories and parables from the pre-1917 Imperial Russia, sprinkled with mis and disinformation in various doses, but also factual information. And it is very, very difficult to understand and to find where the truth ends, a myth begins, and then morphs into mis or disinformation, and then back to factual sort of information again. And I think this is one of the biggest challenges that you all, the real historians, because I'm just someone who is a great admirer of history, that have dabbled in the domain, but never truly became a historian in a true sense, so I would never make that claim. But I both admire what you do and also understand that it is very challenging because you have to do so much work. I remember one of my professors at Columbia University told me once that just because you found something in the archives does not mean that it's true, does not mean that it's a fact. It ended up in that very box, in that very folder for a reason. And at times, it's not always for the right reason either. So it's really something worth bearing in mind, and that is why trying to understand what history is today, because really it is changing and evolving at an alarming speed, not just in Russia, but everywhere you look. It's very difficult to keep track of it. And that is why what you do is really so very important. And the manipulation for political gain precedes the war in Ukraine, of course, as does this sort of mythologized understanding and presentation of history books. And perhaps it is also most vividly demonstrated in pre-Ukraine war polls that were conducted across Russia that were already showing an alarming trend in the gradual uptick, not only in nostalgia for the Soviet Union, but also a very disturbing sort of positive reassessment of, unfortunately, my compatriot, Joseph Stalin, and his popularity. This is something that I wrote about extensively in my book, but I just wanted to share some rather disturbing figures just to show that this problem was not born with Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. It was there before, and it will persist, and it will sort of survive the war, unfortunately, which is another reason why what we do here is so very critical. Ahead of Russia's observance of Victory Day in 2019, so this is just under 3 years before the full-scale invasion, Moscow-based Levada Center, which is a very reliable polling agency, in fact, one of the very few that are still left in Russia, that every now and then I still consult through my work and find to be very helpful. And the reason I mention that is because their data is really as reliable as it can get under the current circumstances. They conducted a poll surveying over 1,600 respondents throughout Russia on perceptions and attitudes towards Stalin. Now, of those surveyed, 70% of respondents stated they viewed the late Soviet dictator and his role in Russia's history in favorable light. In comparison with the previous record approval rating of 54% just 4 years earlier. Furthermore, the 2019 poll showed that 51% of those who were surveyed view Stalin as a person in a positive light, the highest recorded percentage since 2001. And Vladimir Putin, not that I'm making sort of a direct correlation to his election as president, but he was elected in 2000. A record low of 19%, down from 32% 3 years earlier, so in 2016, admitted that they viewed Stalin's role in Russian history negatively. This growing nostalgia with undertones of pride, terror, fascination, and nationalism is really not surprising among the older generation, one could argue, that grew up under the Soviet rule. I mean, on the one hand, one could say that it is surprising because they witnessed the Great Terror. If they didn't witness it themselves, their parents certainly did. But on the other hand, because nostalgia is often associated with one's nostalgia for youth, so we always remember our youth being so much better, we looked so much better, we felt so much more energetic, and therefore everything somehow is reassessed through this prism that colors everything, if not through rose-colored glasses, certainly in a more positive light. So in a way, these numbers for the older generation of respondents would not have been as surprising, but what is even more baffling when witnessed as an increasing trend among those who have only heard of the Soviet Union and Stalin through the stories told by their parents, probably in hushed tones, or their grandparents even, they also were very supportive of Stalin and viewed him through a rather positive prism. And this is the generation that I focused on in my research in Stalin's millennials, the millennial generation, as myself, who were born at the very tail end of the Soviet era. So we can claim that we remember the Soviet Union, but really we don't, because we were born around the time when perestroika had started, glasnost had started. So to talk about the Soviet period, and obviously we have Soviet historians here who know a lot more than I do, but it's very misleading for us to label everything as the Soviet period that happened in the 20th century, because there were so many different iterations and so many different periods, as were the 80s, very different. Yes, on paper, the Soviet Union was barely breathing but still alive, but it is hard for us to sort of say that we remember the Soviet Union as millennials because we really caught the very, very tail end of it. So what is the future of nostalgia, since we've talked so much about the history of nostalgia? Or rather, is nostalgia history, even if it's hardly ever factually sound and reliable, because again, it's colored through our own memories? The history of nostalgia shows the phenomenon in its many facets and incarnations. It went from being seen as a disease, as we discussed earlier, to suddenly evolving into the means for surviving the present. And most recently, nostalgia has been turned into a weapon that is actively used for political gain. This is not only true for Russia. It is very easy for us to sort of create a scapegoat out of Russia because of a lot of other political dimensions to the issue. But really, many countries, including those who are traditionally seen as democratic societies, they're also, and in my home, my adopted home of the United States, we have also seen that over the last few years, particularly under the presidency of President Donald Trump, who was able to rally a lot of support by reigniting, one could argue, it's not really nostalgia, but for the purposes of this talk, nostalgia in many who voted for Trump, but really, in reality, voted for that nostalgia of greatness, which, interestingly, is sort of what Vladimir Putin has been doing as well. in reigniting nostalgia for the Great Patriotic War, which is how Russia talks about World War II, and many other also pre-Soviet sort of Russian imperial moments of greatness and glory that he has been sure to not just include in modern textbooks, but increasingly in his televised addresses, various speeches that he makes, and so forth. It really is a trend that we are seeing everywhere. And through this negotiation between antiquated temporal vectors, the present, the past also, of course, and the future, we have reached a more complex understanding of how both the imagined past and the reality in the present can be shaped, if not entirely manipulated, for better or for worse, for pain or for pleasure, for battles won or lost. And also, I could add, for votes won or lost. Nostalgia will likely maintain its inherent power to mobilize and inspire people when they're most vulnerable. In the wrong hands during the periods of geopolitical chaos and unrest, it will be abused through retrospective rhetoric as one of the most influential political masterframes. And this leads us back to the dark side of nostalgia highlighted in the introduction. As politicians, pretty much everywhere, continue to attract the votes of those who are experiencing a lamentation and this inherent wish for the world to return to the past, to the great past. At the core of this sweet nostalgia, we find a bitter contradiction. By rallying crowds around reimagined past and the political machine, this political machine will continue to push us towards the abyss of an actual unknown future we have yet to imagine, but have increasingly found to be negligible means to control. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tinatin, for this wonderful presentation. I think it was thought-provoking also and very informative about the nature of nostalgia. So I think we have learned a lot. And now, of course, we have some time to ask questions or make comments. So now the floor is open for the audience, and feel free to ask questions. And we have a mobile microphone for those who would like to speak up. Please wait until you will be given the microphone. So the floor is open. Victoria, please.
Am I being graded? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your talk, and thank you for your lovely recognition of me and Chava, and of course all the institutes involved. It was a pleasure and an honor to have you as a student, and also you were instrumental in the way I approached my book. Question. If we look at the future of nostalgia.
Mm-hmm.
So, is it on?
I don't think so. No, it is. Yes.
If we look at the future of nostalgia, as you've asked us to do, how does violence, coordinated violence, individual violence, fit into the paradigm that you've spoken about? Because we've seen individual acts of violence in the U.S., collective acts, and state acts globally, as you've spoken about the war.
Thank you very much for your question. I think on the one hand, when we talk about violence in the past, it is entirely glossed over, as we've seen with how we have sort of reassessed Stalinism in the post-Soviet space without actually talking about the dark side of Stalinism, which included, of course, a lot of violence. But in the present, it is used frequently as a sort of, the justification is that we have to resort to violence if we are to stay on our path toward regaining our greatness. It has been used by many politicians as well throughout the world, where violence has not been encouraged, of course, but on the other hand, it has not necessarily been punished in the way that we would expect, because it is seen as something that is done for the greater good of society. So if at times we have to close our eyes on it, if at times we have to gloss over it, somehow there has been an understanding of there is a carte blanche for violence. And of course, as we've seen in history, and unfortunately, sadly, many who are in these sort of levers of power, in these seats of power that are in decision-making positions, they often don't go back to look at history books to actually understand where this violence leaves if we let it get out of control. And unfortunately, we have seen instances increasingly everywhere, really, in the West, in the East, of spiraling out of control to the point where it is very difficult to contain it. How long is a piece of string? How much longer can we sort of talk about violence, but not really talk about it? Because when it's convenient, we say that, oh, it's part of democracy, it's freedom of speech, it's freedom to do whatever. So if we are going to pursue these democratic values, should we allow violence, be it physical violence or verbal, in the name of doing something to promote, at times, democratic values, as they often can be misinterpreted, because they are part of sort of promoting freedom of speech and freedom of action. So I think it is very problematic. It is not something that is talked about enough. And part of it is because, as we saw again in the 20th century, including during the Great Terror under Joseph Stalin, it was not talked about until much later, and probably much, much later than the secret speech, Khrushchev's secret speech. And I think until we can actually have some distance from the current era that we are living through, it will be very difficult for us to truly assess the impact that it has had, and the impact of, at times, our complicit sort of inaction can also have detrimental impact on not just the future, but also on our present without us realizing so at the time.
Thank you very much. Any more questions, please, in the middle?
Thank you, Timothy. It's always lovely to hear about your work. So I will ask you the same question that I asked our international historiography seminar professor at Columbia, because I've always been very interested in your methods, about how to read between gaps in the archives. Because you alluded to the power imbalance inherent in the production of archives. So I'd love to get your thoughts on how to read between documents and then infer the gaps and analyze from there.
That's a great question. If I were a real historian, I would have a very eloquent answer for you. So perhaps Professor Phillips would be the better person to ask, because she really taught me how to work in archives from day one. But for my own work, and I can really only speak for myself, again, because I've sort of used not very traditional methods, because I was not writing a traditionally academic project myself, but I found it very interesting, as you mentioned, the gaps, or as I like to see them, as silences. I have found the silences just as illuminating as the actual physical archives that I was able to uncover. Some of the gaps I was able to fill through being fortunate working on an era where many of the participants were still alive, to be able to talk to those who participated. Again, that also has to be taken with a grain of salt, even at times when they are very open and have all the right reasons to want to give you the real information as they recall it. But of course, at the end of the day, they are also human, and a lot of the memories tend to be colored, not just by nostalgia, but merely the fact that these are all seen through personal experiences, the big events that we're working on. I have oftentimes also found it very helpful to look at some of the media archives. Again, that does not mean that the media coverage was going to be any more reliable than some of the media coverage today of the current events, but it is very interesting to look at the juxtaposition and sort of just put all the different finds, the different media, the different sources of information, and for myself, kind of trying to understand how this puzzle worked, what the missing sort of what the gaps were, what the missing pieces were. And that was precisely, I think, what created, for myself anyway, sort of an excuse to work on my own book, because I understood that these gaps could be interpreted in a variety of ways. And I think they also allow for your own interpretation, with an understanding that your interpretation can be just as good as that of another even sort of more esteemed historian or political scientist. But really, the different parts of the puzzle is what makes sense. And I have found different methodologies and mixing the different methodologies to be most helpful, and sometimes not very kosher, perhaps, because again, I'm not a traditional historian, but I have found it very helpful for myself to be able to sort of look at the non-traditional ways to go about something traditional, because you just don't know what you're going to find, and you just don't know what those silences can mean, and what sorts of debates and interesting conversations they will be able to ignite.
Okay, thank you very much. In the back, please. Microphone, please.
Thank you very much for your interesting talk. In my question, I'd like to go back to the topic of nostalgia. Because I'm wondering if a sense of nostalgia isn't actually necessary, sort of for the survival of the modern state, as a sense of common, shared, cherished sense of the past. You know, allow the life to kind of independent civilizations and imagine communities that we still have something shared. And so I wonder if there is something positive or necessary in nostalgia, and if so, how do we actually distinguish it from nostalgia as logical or as an alien?
That's a really, really great question. And I think that is one of the reasons why nostalgia is a tool that remains sort of very vital, very relevant, and also continues to be used. And unfortunately, it's used, but also at times abused. So at the end of the day, it depends on whose hands this tool ends up in and for what purposes and how they employ it, and what the end goal is. Of course, as with everything else, and there are weapons, without talking too much about security, there's dual use weapons, right? A vacuum cleaner can be used for the good of cleaning your apartment, but parts of a vacuum cleaner can also be used to create a dual use weapon. And that weapon can kill. Yes, it cleans and makes our homes clean, but also it can be used to cause something catastrophic. So really, I mean, we cannot compare nostalgia to a vacuum cleaner, but it is a little bit of a stretch. But if you think about it, as with everything else, there are two sides to the coin. Oftentimes, both sides are extremely different. They're really contrasts. There's the black and the white, and unfortunately, the dark and the light can be used at times interchangeably, but it really depends on who uses them and what are they trying to get out of it. It can be a wonderful thing. Nostalgia is great. Grass is always greener. On the other side, when we look at the past from the prism sort of where we are today in the present, it makes at times the future a little bit more exciting. It gives us a little bit of hope because we think that the past, as we recall it through nostalgia, can come back. It gives us hope that it perhaps will make some sort of a comeback and resurface in our lives and be just as exciting as it was before. But at the end of the day, it depends on who is in charge of the player that is using the VHS tape. And this is very nostalgic and very 80s. And forgive me, I've also just aged myself because I do remember VHS and VCR players, but who's got the remote control for the VCR? And the VHS itself, the cassette, for those of you who are younger than me, a VHS is a cassette, a big one, a video cassette. It can have the best content in the world, but depending on who's using the remote control and who's pressing the buttons, quite literally, that can essentially turn into a very different content that is abused for very, very bad and very negative, sort of with very negative consequences and for very negative purposes.
Okay, thank you. There's one more question, please. Yes, in the middle.
Hi, thank you very much for this very deep talk on nostalgia and the use of nostalgia in history. So I have two interrelated questions. You mentioned that the use of nostalgia as weapons are not only the political leaders are using nostalgia as weapons not only in countries in the East, Russia, but also in the West, in democratic countries. So my question is that how as democracy, how can this democratic system track this trend, or how can the democratic system impact on this trend, and also like as historians, what can we do on that? Because I think that is kind of a mission for the current few things. But then like I don't know like how can we do about that?
Meaning, how can historians, on the second part of your question, how can historians prevent
the
abuse of nostalgia?
In as weapon in projects.
I mean, that's a million ruble. Not that rubles are worth a lot these days. That's a million ruble question. I think on the first part of your question, it's not, or at least for me personally, I did not set out to explore the question of nostalgia with the intent of trying to kill it off. I think it can be a wonderful sentiment, and it's something that has survived for such a long time for a reason. It has a place in the world, in our lives, in our psyche, in our psychology. But on the other hand, there is really only so much that we can do to control how any tool, including one that is not a physical tool, right? Because it in many ways resides inside us, inside the psyche, inside one's mentality. It's an emotional sort of not necessarily a tangible tool. It can manifest itself in tangible ways, right? So we can see certain pins with certain political figures' names engraved on them that inspire nostalgia in us. Someone might see Pepsi Cola and remember their childhood in Russia when you couldn't get Coca-Cola, but you could get Pepsi Cola, so you feel very nostalgic. There's different ways that it manifests itself, but because it's not tangible, it is very difficult, unlike other physical weapons, to control it, to contain it. It's also very difficult for us to view nostalgia only through the prism of non-democratic societies, because as we have seen in the United States, as we've seen in other democratic societies, in terms of democracy as the political choice, right? It does not necessarily mean that one excludes the other. Just because the political system is democratic, society is seen as more democratic, even more open at times, that does not necessarily mean that nostalgia cannot be both used and abused. I think we oftentimes talk about nostalgia, at least when we look at Soviet and post-Soviet studies, through the prism of communism. And we think that nostalgia only really affected communist societies, which is absolutely not true. I think because we're talking about the past that on paper may have ended with the collapse of the Soviet Union, it is a little bit easier for us to to look at nostalgia and to put it in a box that we can put away as something that has ended. Although arguably it has not, because many of the remnants, many of the legacies are still very present. And they're triggered very easily by nostalgia. But it is oftentimes, at least in pop culture, seen as, nostalgia has to be viewed through a communist lens. But we saw before communism ever existed, and obviously with nostalgia being coined as, the term nostalgia in 1688, that tells us even pre-industrial modern Europe, it tells us that it can take different shapes or forms. So I would urge us to not necessarily look at nostalgia through just one political system or the prism of one political system only, because at the end of the day, it can be used in different ways. We may still call it nostalgia, but it may be different. It may be clad differently. It's really, at the end of the day, about the window dressing. And the window dressing can be very different, whether the curtains are more communist looking, more sort of Western looking. Which side of the Iron Curtain are we talking? But it is still a very similar sentiment, or at the very least, the tool can be different, but it reignites a very similar sentiment that is not necessarily tied to any one political party or any one geographical location.
Okay, with this, thank you very much. We have to move to the first panel, but again, let me just thank Tina for this wonderful and excellent presentation. And this is also a very good example for all of you, would-be scholars, to see the example how you can become from a conference participant a keynote speaker a couple of years later, right? So this is a kind of motivation and stimulation for everyone. And just one more like personal like memory and experience again about circumstances. We met in 2015 at Columbia University when I was teaching a BA course about Soviet-Russian interventions in East Central Europe. By the way, I mean very topical, right? And she was part of that course, and then I was invited the next year as well, in 2016. And then she volunteered to be a TA at that course, and I would have loved it, of course. And I went to the history department. Well, here's this excellent student, and that's it's a BA student. And what was the problem? A BA student cannot be a TA, a teaching assistant. Only a master student. I said, are you serious? Yes, they are. So this is also a very good example. But rules are good things, because they are, like basic basis of our lives in many ways. But sometimes rules are not really useful. But she would have made an excellent teaching assistant. I hope everybody will agree with that. So thank you very much. Thank you. And now I'm just asking because we don't have a break right now. We are just asking the next panel members and participants are asking Professor Wajda to collect your people. And when do we start? Right now. We have no break right now. We will have a break, a coffee break after the first panel. So we have a very tight schedule. So please, members, presenters of the first panel, move to this chair, and all the other information will come from your panel chair, Professor. Right?
Please do come.
János, a villanyzak kapcsolnál. Ott a
We start as soon as
just to make sure I pronounce your name. Hello? Yes, Angelica. Can you help me with your name?
It's Jong Un.
Jong Un.
Jong Un.
Jong Un.
Like the North Korean leader.
Okay. Jong Un. Thank you.
So, who has a PPT can use the presenter, and who has a PDF, I will move it, but please also next slide. You have a PDF? Who has a PDF presentation? So one of
Have
you
you
will
made sure?
PPT, right? Okay.
And hopefully it's thank you. Dear participants of the Cold War conference, my name is Barnabas Vajda. I'm a Cold War researcher and a historian at the CWHRC University in Komárno in Slovakia, and I'm also a member of the scientific board of the Cold War Research Center. And today I am honored, and it's my duty also, to be the chair of the first panel. We have four young scholars in the panel, and I would like to introduce them briefly. Two topics are dealing mostly with Italy, if I understand correctly from the abstracts which are distributed and you had the opportunity to read. Carlo Bennuto is going to speak about the dynamics of the neo-fascism during the Cold War times, including the Terza Posizione, an interesting topic to deal with. Then we move to Angelika Christel von Kundag. Angelika, she's going to speak about, that's very funny, about a coup that never was, including the first modern frogman commando unit, which is also in the abstract, and that catch my attention indeed. Jeon Park is going to speak about the Korean propaganda, North Korean, anti-American or anti-imperialist propaganda stuff, and psychological warfare, including the, if I understood correctly, the racial content of these kind of propaganda. Last but not least, Katja Lau-Petersen is going to speak. We are moving to East Germany, former East Germany. She's going to speak about the mindset of East Germans, including COVID and other stuff as well. So I'm very happy to have this panel. Some technical remarks, if I may. I was told that panelists have 15 minutes altogether. Around 15, I will give you a sign. We have some time to spare. So after the complete panel, we would like to have a nice discussion. And I'm sure, taking into the consideration these topics, that there will be plenty to discuss at the end. So if it's okay with you, then I would like to ask Carlo Denuzzo to present his presentation.
Thank you. So, good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for this wonderful conference. I'm very happy to be here with you. So, I'm Carlo, and through my paper I will tell you about Italian fascism in the Cold War. Hola. So, fascism tends to be seen a political movement almost exclusively defined and characterized by its ultranationalist aspect. But Europe was a constant element of regimes' propaganda, exploiting and manipulating certain historical and cultural references, such as Giuseppe Mazzini, Young Europe, Charlemagne, Napoleon, and Nietzsche. Fascism, in fact, while continuing to assert its strong nationalist stance, wanted to implement a far-reaching foreign policy strategy by identifying Europe after colonial claim as its continental dimension. Also, in the post-war period, it's wrong to think that the European far right has remained aloof from the political, cultural, and economic debate on Europe, on the hypothesis of a federal or confederal Europe. Politically thought, in its various shades and tendencies of European nationalism, had already mapped out the path towards the revolutionary political unification of the continent, at least from Schmitt and Haushofer to Junger and Thiriart, via Drew La Rochelle, Maurice Bardèche, Robert Brasiliac, etc. So we can speak of European patriotism and nationalism. In March 1945, Pierre Drew La Rochelle, a French intellectual, collaborationist, and proponent of French fascism, took his own life in Paris. In many of his writings, Drew defended the cause of European nationalism. And here is an example from Exord. I have always been a nationalist and an internationalist at the same time, but within the framework of Europe, I'm not just a Frenchman, I'm a European. You are too, whether you know it or not, but we played a game. I have lost, I ask to die. So, once the war was over, European nationalist sentiment had to completely rebuild. For fascists, the stark reality is that the fascist Europe fought but was invaded and defeated militarily and ideologically by two non-European nations, people and empires, United States and Soviet Union. So, since the end of the war, several neo-fascist groups have explicitly advocated European nationalism. Maurice Bardesh and Sweetbeer Engdahl created the European Social Movement. Francis Parker Yockey and the European Liberation Front, which had a relatively short existence, assist the European People's Movement created by Otto Strasser in the late 50s. In Great Britain, Oswald Mosley led the Union Movement. Belgian Jean Thierry led the Association Jeune Europe, inspired by pan-European nationalism. So in March 62, in Venice, Mosley, Thierry and the other leaders of the European far-right groups, Deutsche Rechtspartei, Movimento Sociale Italiano, Jeune Europe, and Mouvement d'Action Civique, founded the National Party of Europe. The Europe envisaged in Venice was a unitary and indivisible Europe, a Europe of Europeans, not subordinated to the political influence of the United States, a Europe with an independent European army equidistant from the two blocs of the United States and the Soviet Union. So the difference between Europe and the Western world. So there is a clear idea of the difference between Europe and the Western world. The Western world is what stretches from Bucharest to San Francisco, with its priests, its rabbis, its bourgeoisie, its outdated nationalism, its so-called values. Europe will be something completely cut off from the United States by an ocean. Europe will also be something that goes beyond the Bucharest, beyond the Urals. Europe will go all the way to the Chinese border in Manchuria, all the way to Vladivostok. Europe reaches as far as Indian Ocean. However, this assertion of principle came up against nationalism, which was particularly strong on the parliamentary right. The National Party of Europe was dissolved a few years later. European nationalist organizations continued to exist on a reduced scale after the dissolution of the National Party of Europe, but very few of them supported a European nation state. The French New Right, La Nouvelle Droite, is an exception. From the 70s to present day, the French experience of the Nouvelle Droite and Alain de Benoit's grace remains fundamental because the discovery of metapolitics shaped the Italian and European fascist movements, Nuova Destra in Italy, Neue Right in Germany, for decades. So, Fascist Europe Revolution, this was one of the slogans shouted in the street by neo-fascist movements. In strong contrast to today's sovereignist position, the post-war period was characterized by national revolutionary vanguards who advocate Europe as a nation, not only as an independent political and military power, but also an anti-materialist and anti-bourgeois power. The neo-fascist idea of Europe is built in opposition to Yalta partition, for a united Europe not subordinated to the US and Soviet political and military influence. The contestation starts from Europe's lack of strategic, military and political independence. In addition to the European political party, we have already seen this gives rise to a revolutionary movement that seeks to impose a struggle against American imperialism and its allies by looking for alliance with all its enemies. This path involved the Brigade Européenne, the military arm of Thierry's Jeune Europe, to obtain external support. The organization sought contacts with East China, Romania, Palestinian National Authority, and Nasser's Egypt. In 1968, in Palestine, Roger Coudroy died in the ranks of the Fedayeen in a fair fight with the Israelis. The 30-year-old French engineer from Peugeot, enlisted in the European brigades, was the first European to lose his life for the Palestinian cause. Militating in the third position area means fighting Russian-American imperialism, opposing and disrupting the two political, commercial, and military alliances linked to the Kremlin and the White House. It means opposing the Western Bloc and the Soviet Bloc, the Red Front, and the judged and articulated reaction in the knowledge that these two poles propagandistically opposed are the two faces of a single monolith, the two theories of the same mentality, of same logic. Lotta Studentesca is the newspaper the terza posizione newspaper, 77. So in Italy, after the end of the war with the fall of fascism and the other division of the war into two blocks, the traditional Italian fascist area gathered behind the MSI, Italian Social Movement, the Italian parliamentary far right, explicitly entered the Atlantic orbit from a convincingly anti-Soviet perspective. But the contradiction in this choice of side began to manifest itself as early as the mid-70s. The communist danger was certainly a priority, but how could we passively accept a submission to the United States, to the democratic plutocracy par excellence, which had militarily defeated fascism, causing it to collapse, and which had invaded and occupied Italy? For neo-fascists, the harsh reality is that fascist Europe thought that was invaded and defeated by the USA. So, beginning of the 70s, also influenced by 68, new revolutionary neo-fascist movements opposed to the right-wing good homeland family and supremely subordinated to the United States MSA imposed themselves on the national scene. This contradiction led to the formation of the neo-fascist revolutionary movement, third position, terza posizione, which advocated European geopolitical independence through a careful equidistance between the US and the Soviet Union, with the slogan "Né fronte rosso né reazione", lotta armata per la terza posizione, so neither red front nor reaction, armed struggle for third position. So, terza posizione believes that Marxist socialism is responsible for destroying the culture of people through a leveling ideology, while the capitalist system is guilty of having reduced men to a mere consumer and unnecessary and harmful products. Both systems, therefore, have had the defeat of having removed men from freedom and from his roots. Terza posizione, idea of Europe is a unitary and indivisible Europe, a Europe of Europeans. So with an independent European army, e su terza posizione emphasize European ethnic federalism based on ideologically of European culturalism and ethno-pluralism, because the European idea has been transformed into an ideal of a diversity of identities association with a community of values. So, terza posizione supports the Basque, the IRA, the Ustascia, but also the Estonians, the Lithuanians, the Catalans. Terza posizione is in favor of the all anti-imperialist position of the small homelands and the ethnic groups, putting forward a sort of federalist Europe in opposition to the strongly national and centralizing policy of the Movimento Sociale Italiano. So, along with the left-wing Peronism of the Montoneros, terza posizione Pantheon includes La Rochelle and his idea of socialist, united, and capitalist anti-bourgeois Europe, but also Muammar Gheddafi, Nasser, Saddam Hussein, the Sandinista revolution in Nicaragua. The latter is a real point of reference with Eden Pastora, leader of the Nicaraguan tercerist current. So, in the case of Arab-Israeli conflict, the terza position is familiar to all extreme right-wing anti-Zionist groups. If on the one hand, exoticism leads terza posizione to look towards South America and near the Middle East, and the other, there is a very strong Germanic and Celtic suggestion which leads to identification with the cults and tradition of the pre-Christian warrior peoples. So, terza posizione, cultural reference. So, terza posizione, fundamental text include Ebola, Franco Freda, Italian intellectual and terrorist, disintegrazione del sistema, disintegration of the system. They also read the Community and Society by Ferdinand Tonis and the various Eastern book on third worldism and the Sandinista movement. More than for his political formulas, which appear outdated, Ebola is followed above all for his doctrinal philosophical teachings, in addition to a certain impersonal, detached lifestyle and warrior mysticism. So also, Codreanus Romanian fascism presents several interesting characteristics for terza posizione. First, it's anti-fascism when having never turned into a regime, so it has kept intact all its revolutionary force. Militant's terza posizione, basic cell, quid, nest, is also taken from Codreanus fascism. To conclude, so cult icon of the Italian extreme right of the 70s, Terza Posizione was able to communicate the juvenile rebellion with the hierarchy, the recourse to fascism with the support to the revolutionary thrust in every corner of the world. Terza Posizione representing the culmination of a generational youth studied restlessness of neo-fascist metrics. It introduced innovative idea, both in terms of anti-imperialism and linked to the role of Europe as a nation and in terms of organization and militancy. It attracted hundreds of very young people among its rank between 76 and 80. Despite its short life, it certainly represented a moment of discontinuity and novelty compared to the extra parliament experience that preceded it. So, why Terza Posizione is important? So, Terza Posizione promoted a work of renewal of Italian fascism. The young age of the members and the consequent lack of political experience stimulated the search for a new identity, moving away from the languages of the neo-fascist mental scheme and post-war period. It's only formation whose leaders are protagonists of the two main fascist movements today. Ed already Roberto Fiore, founder of Terza Posizione and Forza Nuova, or indirectly Gabriele Di Nolfi, who of Casa Pound. Furthermore, the influence of Terza Posizione goes beyond the Italian borders. The diaspora, following the wars of arrest, allowed the member of Terza Posizione to forge lasting links with Europeans in the fascist world. French Nouvelle Droite, Nouvelle Droite German, Belgian, Spanish, Portuguese fascism, Golden Dawn in Greece, etc. Thank you for your attention.
We thank you, Carlo, for this presentation and especially for keeping the time. And I'm sure there will be plenty of questions and comments on the topic that hasn't been dealt with very often and which leads us into the present times. Thank you very much. Angelica, the floor is yours. We are looking forward to your presentation as soon as the technicians are ready with your presentation. And one and this one. Angelica, which is yours.
This one, right?
Yeah. Okay. Present. Okay.
Okay. So I think it's PDF. So. Yeah, I'll let you know when to change the file.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yes. So,
good. Thank you.
I'm going to be talking about Prince Valerio Borghese and the two Italy's Operation Gladio in the Years of Lead. So, Italian Prime Minister Giulio Andreotti exposed Gladio on October 24, 1990. He was the first person to formally reveal the European-wide network of stay-behind groups involved in internal subversion, trained to fight against the communist and radical leftist extremists known as the Fifth Column or Red Gladio. The Central Intelligence Agency and Italian military intelligence CIFA sketched a plan in November 1956, codenamed Gladio, to form an army capable of guerrilla warfare and espionage. When the expected war never came, these elements, mainly composed of neo-fascists, engaged in covert operations in what came to be known as the strategy of tension, which aimed to manipulate and control public opinion using fear, psychological warfare, and even false flag terrorism. The violence that ensued came to be known as the Years of Lead, during which terror attacks and assassinations were committed by far-right and radical leftists. But while the latter's crimes were largely punished, far-right violence continued unhindered and unnoticed. So, NATO's secret armies, Operation Gladio, and the terror that ensued in Western Europe have actually received little academic attention because the history has largely remained shrouded in mystery, and for much of its existence it's been considered little more than a myth, delegated as a product of Soviet disinformation. The enigmatic story has been plagued by the highly subjective quality of research, subject to evolve as new information is released. Borghese himself has long been undermined in history as an irrelevant player. Even American intelligence officials often depict him as a benign figure, despite his involvement in prominent far-right organizations like Movimento Sociale Italiano and Fronte Nazionale.
from his time as a hero in Decima Mas, waging a counterinsurgency on the wrong side of history, fighting the Partigiani during World War II, almost becoming King of Italy, to leading a coup, Borghese contributes to the debate on the evolving dynamics of Operation Gladio and the political polarization and violence that erupted in Italy. He also brings to the fore the transnational dimension of far-right terrorist networks. So in the paper, I used the method of analyzing a personal story in connection with political change, which was used to break down the narrow conceptualizations of periodization by seeking to reflect the process of change from 1945 to the mid-1970s through his experiences and addressing the significance of his 1970 right-wing coup attempt in the overarching timeline of the evolving Operation Gladio and the violence that erupted. And so through Borghese, I argue that we can trace the trajectories of far-right activists and leaders like him, the ways far-right identity changed, as well as broader trends involving neo-fascists changing strategic aims and goals. Borghese's profile, as unique as it is, helps us navigate these contextual intricacies. So we can go to the next slide. So I thought this was just a good way to start. When violence progressed in the 1970s, cinematographer Pierpaolo Pasolini went as far as to say that both sides of the political spectrum, far right and far left, were in the end interchangeable. They were culturally, psychologically, and anthropologically the same, even though their political cause really differed. And this is really because they were generated from the struggle embodied within the Cold War. Next slide. So first, Valerio Borghese is on the right. I call him the Frog Prince in my paper because he was the commander-in-chief of the Decima Mas. He actually also wrote this book about his time during World War II. They were called the Sea Devils. And so when Italian conventional forces succumbed to the Allied powers, Decima Mas continued to counterattack, and it was reorganized by the Republican fascists in September 1943 under Borghese's command. And so as the royal flag came down from Italy's main base in La Spezia, up rose the flag of the Decima Mas. Thousands of new recruits flocked to his new banner, or perhaps to Borghese himself. And here we can already catch a glimpse of his role as an attractive and strong leader, able to inspire and swiftly gather fresh recruits. But even as Borghese was waging a war on the wrong side of history, his profile caught the attention of American intelligence officials ready to recruit him to fight on the right side. His personal anti-communist commitment and the fact that he was almost killed by the partisans at the end of the war gave him the perfect profile for recruitment. So OSS spy master James Jules Angleton, here on the left, who actually then became chief of counterintelligence for the CIA in 1954 until his death, was to really enter the frame at this point. And he worked alongside Borghese, protected him from serving time in prison, and also saved him from execution. So Angleton actually was one of the prime people to draw up plans for basically a coup in Italy in the event that the Communist Party was elected into power during the critical elections of 1947 to 1948. So Angleton was involved in setting up a partisan militia, and this militia consisted mostly of ex-frogmen from Borghese's unit. So in the event that Italy voted to become socialist in a democratic election, the so-called stay-behind network was established to eradicate this communist presence in Italy. And this is really the precursor of Gladio. Next slide. So going to the 1970 coup now, just for a little bit of context, there were a series of coups during this time. The first one was actually in 1964, and Borghese had been a part of it, but it was led by General Giovanni De Lorenzo, who was chief of CFAR, and worked closely with the US in 1948, preparing for a communist takeover. And training bases were set up in Sardinia, and several weapons and ammunition storage facilities were hidden across northern Italy because the threat was really imminent at this time. So, going to 1970, Borghese himself, planned to inform ordinary Italians on the 8th of December that a military coup had been successfully carried out. Anyone turning on their radios would have heard this announcement declaring that the desired political turning point, the long-awaited coup, has taken place. But instead of hearing this planned announcement, no one even knew a coup had almost taken place. The first newspaper to break the news was the left-wing journal Paese Sera 3 months later. And so the operation has, for the most part, been portrayed as a theatrical, comic opera coup staged by naive incompetence, which posed no real threat to the state. Despite having succeeded in occupying the Interior Ministry, 15 years later, the Rome Appeal Court acquitted all the defendants as newspapers dubbed the event the coup that never was. The 1970 coup reflects also how the notions of success and failure can actually be blurred because the coup's desired political results were actually all achieved. So the coup's really just been portrayed as, being created by these old men and sort of just as a joke. But this could not actually be further from the truth. So the Golpe Borghese was codenamed the Tora Tora Operation, so it's just very symbolic. It took place on the anniversary of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. The initial goal of the conspirators was to take control of the Interior and Defense ministries with insider help from Fronte Nazionale supporters who were embedded in police and military units. Simultaneously, the main broadcasting station, Rai TV, was to be seized for the Black Prince's speech. One of the Avanguardia Nazionale groups who were also involved gained control of the armory within the Viminale, which was of utmost importance as it would provide the conspirators with ample weapons. And they loaded hundreds of machine guns and other equipment on trucks. Another Avanguardia Nazionale commando group was given the task of kidnapping police chief Vicari, which actually really did fail because the man got stuck in an elevator in his apartment building. And he actually wasn't even in the building at the time, he was visiting Palermo, so that was actually the only part that actually really failed. But there are several theories discussing why the coup wasn't successful. Basically, at the last moment, Borghese received a phone call, and no one really knows from who, saying not to go forward with it. And so those commands were followed. So some believe the coup was just fluff, intended to provoke a tough reaction from the government in the hope that it declared martial law to crack down on conspirators. Others say it never occurred for fears of the public reaction. But what we do know for certain is that the political result desired was actually reached. So Foreign Minister Moro's dangerously pro-communist policy was frozen, the Communist Party was kept away from being part of the majority in the parliament, and the Atlantic Pact remained strong. Especially considering that Giulio Andreotti, who would have become premier if there had been a coup, actually did in 1972, and was to take on this role a record number of 7 times. And here I just have a little excerpt from a New York Times article, which was actually entitled Italian Police Track Leftist Terrorists. And it's disappeared now, but so it basically says that, the coup, after it failed, they just went and ate spaghetti in a restaurant, improvising a late dinner, really showcasing how it was just not considered relevant, it was just kind of a joke. Next slide. So this is just one document, which I guess you don't really see very well, but a year prior to the coup, on 26 January 1970, CIA agent Charles Stout and Borghese met at the US Embassy in Rome, and this is just a summary of their meeting. It's just interesting because Stout sort of distinguishes between Fronte Nazionale's opinions and Borghese's worldview, and the use of the term phalangism is used to describe the extremist manifestation of the memorandum rather than using the term fascism. And this is quite significant as phalangism is tied to Francoist Spanish model of government, implying an anti-communist, anti-democratic, and anti-liberal movement that evolved into something more akin to nationalism or patriotism, and that is to say an authoritarian conservative movement that was moving away from traits considered fascist. And some of the report's semantics would likely suggest a degree of sympathy for Borghese, despite that there is some problematic aspect of Fronte Nazionale. But Borghese is sort of apart from that, which is interesting. Next slide. And this is also just another interesting document that I found during my research, which suggests that elements of the US were actually working against each other. It wasn't a united effort, rather just a bureaucratic balancing act. So this is a telegram from Ambassador Graham Martin in Rome to Henry Kissinger, and he basically calls the coup a childish operation, but nonetheless asserts that it was certainly a disappointment to the communists because their cries of alarm proved not credible, and it had the effect of encouraging government investigation into activities on the paramilitary left. And he also mentions that he was just very upset with Kissinger because he had no idea that this was actually taking place. And he even threatened him at the end of the telegram. He writes that the last thing needed is a half-baked coup attempt and says that the timing is wrong. I directly quote, "I mention this only to underscore the point that I'm a reasonably patient individual and I almost always find out what I want to know." Yeah, next slide. So looking at what happened after the coup, Borghese actually fled to Franco's Spain with around 100 other accomplices. And this is just a wanted poster of him on the right. He was wanted for the coup d'etat and also just for bankruptcy. And he basically became a consultant, if you will, for dictators, notably in Chile, where the CIA had worked for 3 years to foment a coup against Hollande, who was regarded by the Nixon administration as a threat to democracy. He ended up meeting with key government and intelligence officials in 1974 and offered really vital strategic advice. And so as we can see on the left, this is his funeral. He actually died in 1974 at the age of 68, and it was very strange the way he died, allegedly in the arms of this Roman princess. She was allegedly contacted by the Italian intelligence service, SID, through the friends of this widow of an Italian nobleman who apparently worked as a spy for the Vatican, among others. So it's really unclear what actually happened, and so much of the story is just, bits and pieces. Some of it probably is just figments of people's imaginations. But it's clear that most politicians actually rejoiced when Borghese died, as if he had returned to Italy as a witness in court, he would have embarrassed several politicians. So he was buried near his ancestor, Pope Paul V, so he has like this really, cool ancestry. And after the ceremony, just to show just how effective he had been, around 2,000 followers apparently were there. They took his coffin, they carried it around the basilica, shouting, "Italy, Italy, up with the Decima Mass," before returning the body to the chapel. So he had clearly had a huge impact, especially on young people. And so Borghese's legacy domestically and internationally would remain for decades to come. And in Spain, the secret stay-behind army with support of Italian right-wing terrorists actually carried out the Atocha massacre in Madrid in 1977, highlighting this transnational dimension and how it developed. And just to end, because I know we're running out of time, this is just 2 images that I took actually last year in Sardinia of the beautiful landscape, which is where Capomero is, and it's also called Torre Pollina, which is actually where the gladiators were first trained, and they had their base. But now it's actually very different. There's a Carabinieri base, and there's also another state structure, so it's different, but they had a beautiful panoramic view while they were training, I think. So yeah, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this lovely presentation, which is full of myth and Cold War and spies and CIA and stuff like that. Thank you very much. Now we move to Jong Un Park. I hope the technical background is ready, and the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Jong-un Park, and today I'm here to interrogate the Korean War as a Jim Crow War, North Korean encounter with blackness. And to do this interrogation, I would like to take you to the archives with me. This North Korean propaganda leaflet behind me captures the questions that I want to raise through this presentation. Here we see 2 side-by-side illustrations depicting black men's lives in Korea and in the United States. On the left is a $ branded boot kicking a black soldier into a foxhole in Korea. On the right is a handsome boot kicking an elderly black civilian out of a bar that is off limits for him. The illustrations, while demonstrating poor lives of African American soldiers and civilians in the respective locations, are racial caricatures. Black men are depicted with exaggerated features. However, the text in the propaganda leaflet calls out to the Negro people and asks, are the freedom and equality of men in actuality guaranteed in the USA? Why are those restaurants in which Negroes are strictly forbidden found in America? And why are you alone plunged into the most dangerous and foremost front in battle? Are you going to die a dog's death for white Americans despite all their abuse and disdain? This propaganda leaflet is strikingly graphic. This propaganda, the leaflet produced by the Central Political Bureau of the Korean People's Army, the North Korean Army, raises important questions about the intentions of communist propaganda in the Korean War with regards to race. What messages were they trying to convey to the enemy? Why were the enemies of color targeted? Why were racist caricatures employed to depict the supposed recipients of the propaganda? Because we see here a tension between a message that says, you're being treated bad, stop fighting for America. At the same time, this itself is a racialization of the men that they seek to bring of the men that the communists seek to bring to their side. So what is going on here? And to understand this propaganda leaflet, we need to understand the context which the Korean War took place. So the Korean War began with the invasion. While there were civil struggles within both North and South Korea. After the founding of the two Koreas, it officially commenced with the invasion of North Korea into South Korea in June 1950 and concluded in July 1953. And when this war took place, and so backing up a little, in 1948, before this war took place, President Truman signed the Executive Order 9881, which called for the equality of treatment and opportunity for all persons in the armed services without regard to race, color, religion, or national origin. So this broad executive order was to bring desegregation in the United States Armed Forces. However, at the front in the Pacific Fleet, especially because of General Douglas MacArthur's entrenched racism in particular, the desegregation of the United States Army took more time took more time. It didn't happen straight away in 1948. And it took the impetus of the Korean War to rapidly desegregate the army because of logistical necessity. So given this context, it was all black units that were among the first troops to embark to Korea. The outbreak and furthermore, the outbreak of the Korean War brought a striking change to the mission of Puerto Rican soldiers in the U.S. military as well. Due to the acute shortage of soldiers, Puerto Rican soldiers that were only in supportive units previously joined the U.S. military at the front as well. So in the context of what that meant for communist soldiers fighting the Korean War, North Korean and Chinese soldiers, was that at the front, the first American soldiers they met were soldiers of color, and this began the necessity for the creation of communist propaganda leaflets that specifically targeted soldiers of color. The propaganda leaflets the communist propaganda leaflets today are found in ample quantities at the Hoover Institution. They were collected by American soldiers as collectibles from war in some cases, and also in national archives in the United States, mixed among the Korean language records and foreign records seized at national archives. These propaganda leaflets targeting American soldiers of color are part of 306 different types of North Korean propaganda, communist propaganda leaflets made during the Korean War. Especially since in the case of North Korea, the agitation and propaganda agents were embedded into the units, as opposed to the U.S. case where there was a separate unit dealing with propaganda leaflets. Propaganda leaflets of the Korean War from the communist side reflected the immediate dynamics of the battle occurring right in front of them. And in encountering these propaganda leaflets, I conducted visual and textual analysis to understand what is it that they are trying to that they're trying to convince the enemy soldiers. And so the question that I want to answer is, how does socialist ideologies of race interact with history of race conceptualization in the destination country? So how do we understand the inherent paradox in the initial leaflet that I showed you of a message that of a message filled with internal tension, a message that says that you are being treated bad, come to our side, but also you are you are to be racially exaggerated and to be characterized. And to understand this, I argue that we need to understand three different racial dynamics. The first is the notion of yellow over black. That is Asians. That is the Koreans perceiving them to be superior to Black and Indigenous peoples of the Americas. The second being yellow and black, the relationship between the imagined solidarity between Asian and Africans, and that formed especially after the Russo-Japanese War. And finally, black and red, the relationship that the Soviet Union tried to imagine between African Americans and the Red Communists, that was grafted onto the pre-existing North Korean, colonial Korean and pre-colonial Korean conceptualization of racial hierarchies. So let's delve in a little bit more into the three types of racial relations. So the first is yellow over black. So what does this mean? Korean nationalists, in arguing that in the pre-colonial times, in arguing that that the monarchical Korea should embrace new developments in the West, and that it should develop, argued that this was necessary because otherwise we will suffer the fate of the barbaric and uncivilized Africans and the indigenous people of the Americas, that due to their lack of development uh, had the shackles of imperial colonialism tied onto them. The idea in calling for cultural and civilization and cultural development, they argue that since Koreans have a legacy, a history of being educated and being civilized, we can, unlike the primitive peoples, can advance and we can make a change. And so, in arguing for development, they accepted the rhetoric of how those who do not develop can be colonized. And so that was one dynamic which the budding Korean nationalists saw the racial dynamics in the country surrounding them. At the same time, there was tension. Tension between colonized Koreans of Imperial Japan and African Americans. That is to say, when Imperial Japan won the Russo-Japanese War, it became a beacon for African Americans to see that colored people too can win against the whites, and then therefore we should look to Imperial Japan as to build solidarity and to see how we can that we can form a united front. However, this meant that the African American intellectuals were overlooking the fact of Imperial Japan's entrance into Korea and China, because they were swept in the idea that Japan must be doing something good for the Asians. There was a neglecting of the idea that no, in actuality, the yellow races saw themselves as different, the yellow ethnicities saw themselves as different, and that this was still colonialism, but the fact of Japanese colonialism was less interrogated due to the fact that forming a like the rhetoric of United Front was stronger. And it was onto this context of the yellow over black and yellow and black rhetoric that black and red, the idea of African American solidarity with red communists was grafted onto. So Soviet Union have made U.S. racial dynamics as much use of it in its propaganda, and also invited African Americans, especially in the 20s and 30s, to the Soviet Union to see what a raceless society would look like. However, this concept of black and red solidarity, the current historiography finds that there are much holes in it as well, but also this idealistic notion and then grafted into the yellow over black and yellow and black, the pre-existing historical racialization of the of the Africans and the indigenous people. It caused the inherent tensions that we discover in the propaganda leaflet that we just saw. So to further exemplify, the propaganda leaflet here shows the lynching of Black World War II veterans, and this was used as an as a visceral example to remind and to tell the African American soldiers that there is no point performing well in these battles, because when you go back, you will be you will be lynched like the way that your the earlier generation of veterans were. And so this argument, and so this was a way of telling them that there is no use fighting. Additionally, there were ample examples that the news when the news from the United States arrived, they are used to tell African Americans that here there are murder of civil rights activists that's all taking place in the U.S. There is why are you fighting for a country that actively that bombs and lynches your people and your leaders? Finally, when it came to Puerto Rican soldiers, there were the communist soldiers could make a provocative claim that in the military justice, the Puerto Rican soldiers were treated more harshly than white counterparts because all they were made responsible for all failures instead of having a understanding of what the actual battle how there were less support behind the Puerto Rican battalions. So in all these ways, the North Korean and Chinese propaganda leaflets emphasize the ways in which they were being African Americans and Puerto Rican soldiers were put at the front lines and being treated worse than white soldiers. Yes. This culminated in the at the same time, while they were saying that you are being treated horribly, they were also told that you should go back to your home, because the fight then is actually not in that the fight should not be in Korea, but you should be fighting in America, in Puerto Rico, where your actual fronts are. So these three leaflets, the common denominator is that the soldiers of color should withdraw, and they should go back and fight their own battles as opposed to fighting in Korea. And this begets the so what question. So through these propaganda leaflets, we have seen how the message of the communist propagandists were filled with internal tension, While arguing that you should go back home, they also said that home is a horrible place. So how do you make the argument that you should go back to home that is a horrible place? And to what extent does this leave the African Americans placeless? So but the enemy is telling them that you should go back, but also the home is terrible for you. And the production of this race-based propaganda leaflets in the Korean War show how does socialist ideologies of race interact with histories of racial conceptualization in the origin countries. And how does race function outside the white-black context? How do Asians position themselves, Asian communists especially, position themselves in the more predominant white-black dynamic? And how do they seek to exploit the racial tensions? And importantly for the case of Koreans, how does a population that is racialized also find it possible to racialize others? So all these are questions which my primary sources begin, and then through this presentation I have shown you that while in the front, when the North Korean soldiers encountered the African American soldiers, they found it necessary to exploit racial tensions in the U.S. Army. They were limited by their pre-existing conceptions of race, stemming from the notions of yellow over black and the limited and superficial nature of yellow and black solidarity. And that was not something that even the red and black solidarity that the communist internationalism tried to graft onto this historic background was able to rectify. And this all is a way of introducing how the ways in which North Korea will continue to, after the Korean War, will continue to engage with third world and African countries especially, but be challenged in how much it is able to speak the to walk the walk and not just talk the talk.
Thank you, Jang-Woon, your presentation, and until Katja is getting ready, hopefully it seems that in serious conflicts, and especially in psychological warfare, you grab any opportunity to undermine the morale of the enemy. Ready?
Yeah.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. All right, first of all, thank you for having me. I'm very excited and I'm very honored that I can sit here and present what is my master thesis for you today. As mentioned in the beginning, I am asking to the East Germans because I was wondering why won't the East Germans take the COVID vaccine when the rest of Germany wants to, and Germany is actually encouraging to take the vaccine. Why are the East Germans positive towards Russia after the actions in Ukraine? That was not very common to do, or is very common to do in Germany, and that's why I wondered who are the East Germans, and is there actually an East German echo from the Cold War? So this also means it's still a work in progress, so there's a lot that's not yet finalized, but I will present what I have for you today. Maybe that one. Not very good technique. So I've already been presented, but I just wanted to tell you, my name is Katja, and I am a master's student at the University of Southern Denmark. I am not German, I have to say that. And these are some of my interests, but since I've already been presented, and because of the time frame, I think we should just rush on to the next slide. Okay. Okay, you change for me? Yeah. So this is my agenda for today. It seems very short, but I have plenty to present. First, I will present my research question, and then the parameters I use to narrow down the project. Then I will quickly introduce you to the source material and also to the methodology I am using. I have two different parts in the period I'm working with, and today I'm presenting the, so to speak, modern part, the one after the German reunification, and that I will go through the the research parameters. Yes. My question is the first one, upper left. How did East Germans perceive the society they lived in, and how have these perceptions changed over time? I am using these three different parameters. The first one being trust to the political system, second being satisfaction with the life in East Germany, and the third being enemy images. Each of these three actually has a theory bound to it, but since we don't have a lot of time, I will try to incorporate a little bit more discrete rather than explaining them here. So if something doesn't make sense because of that, please do tell me. I'll be more than happy to explain it further. Can I change? Okay, now the square also came. That's okay. So I have this, as I already told you, I have these two parts of my my time frame. The first one being the GDR, that will be before the German reunification. I am starting in rather late in the Cold War. I'm starting in the 80s because we actually had an institute working with what we call Meinungsforschung. That will be the research in opinions. We actually had that up until 79. So we have these 10 years with absolutely nothing. And that's what I found interesting, because why not dig into the challenging part? My methodology is, for that part, a qualitative approach. I'm using text analysis on what I have listed to the left. That will be reports from the Zeig, that's an analysis unit within the Stasi. And then I'm using private letters from East Germans to their government. If you are bored and you know German, read them. It is it's quite entertaining, but also quite horrible. What I am working with is what you see just down below. I am working with questionnaires from the ALBUS, that will be Allgemeine Bevölkerungsumfrage der Sozialwissenschaften, National Survey Center. And then I am using a quantitative approach using descriptive statistics. I will not bore you with my calculations, so I have just brought in some visualized stable bar charts, which I will be commenting. So you can just, there it was, yeah. So we're starting out with the trust to the political system. And next one, I have divided it into three. So the questions I'm going to present to you now are the ones from the Albus, and I have put them into these three boxes. Politicians, meaning those in charge. Ideology of socialism, it does not ask to capitalism, that's why I put socialism only, meaning the context in charge, so to speak. And then the way of change. Do we believe that the society's procedures actually working? Yes. Next one. So the first one is actually not a question, it's more like a statement. The politicians have no interest in common people. And as you can see, we have two very, very large dominating bars, one being way bigger than the other. The green means agree, and the blue means disagree. So I think it speaks more or less for itself, but as we see in the beginning, the blue one is, I wouldn't say big, but it's bigger than it is later in the period, meaning that, here comes the orientation, sorry. Meaning that in the beginning we have a little group of East Germans who believes in politicians. It decreases over time, meaning that the East Germans get more and more skeptical towards the politicians. Next, please. And this one, now all the orange are actually data not available, because not all questions were asked each year. Shame. But I've included this to sort of broaden the picture out so you could see that there's actually more to it. The green here means that they completely agree. And I don't know if it's brown on mine. The large just below the pink, the colors aren't that good. Means agree, not strongly, but just agree. These two are very dominating, as you can see on the figure here. Now the red one is disagree, and the pink one is strongly disagree. So they are certainly the minority of on this question. Once again, backing up that the East Germans were not very big fans of the politicians, and they actually did not trust their way of reporting on reality system. Yes. Moving on to if socialism was a good idea, but poorly implemented. Now we move away from the actors and into the context. As we saw, they did not really believe that the politicians were doing a good job. However, this figure shows that they actually believed in socialism being a good creator for a good society. The gray part in top is completely agree, and the purple just below is agree, whereas the brown is complete disagree and the green is just disagree. So once again, we see that they highly agree that socialism was actually a good idea, but that it was implemented poorly, backing up the politicians weren't good at their job, but socialism could actually have been quite successful. It says a lot about the society that the Germans live in today, because Germany is not a socialist country. Yes, next please. And then the way of changing. Now today I assume you all know that Germany is a democratic country, and we also see in the beginning that quite a lot of the East Germans actually, the blue one is, yes, I voted, that quite a lot of East Germans actually went to vote, because finally they could have free elections. Now this decreases as the pink one is no. You can see more and more people actually start to disbelieve in the system and start to question if their vote is actually changing the society into the direction they want it to. So this is sad news for today's Germany, but it says a lot about how the Germans react when societal challenges comes towards them. And the next one, please. I'm sorry if I'm rushing a little bit, but I have a lot of things and not so much time. So a few conclusions from that is that politicians, first of all, the East Germans generally, not exclusively, but generally, have low trust in the politicians. There's a small number who believes in the politicians in the beginning of the 90s. However, that quickly decreases. When it comes to ideology of socialism, there's an overall trust in the socialist ideology, but not in the GDR politicians who executed it. The way of change, there's trust, overall speaking, in the democratic processes as a way to change the political system. But the amount of voters does, however, decrease, indicating a decrease in trust in democracy. And we go on to the next one, please, which is the satisfaction with life in East Germany. And the first one I have is one can live very well in Germany. Now we're speaking of the entire Germany here. The East Germans, once again, the orange is unfortunately data unavailable. Your historians, you know, gaps in the source material unfortunately does exist. But the dominating one here is definitely the brown ones, which is agree. Next up is the green one, which is strongly agree. The red one is disagree, and the pink one is strongly disagree. So there is certainly, I have German words in my head right now, so sorry. It's difficult when you're working with German. There is certainly an opinion that you can live very well in Germany, and Germany is a country with high satisfaction of life. However, if we move to the next one, the next slide. Fair share in the standard of living. This question addresses whether the East Germans also experience this good life. And as you can see, the blue ones here on the bottom says they're somewhat lower. The orange ones saying having a fair share, and the green ones saying I'm very much below the good life in Germany. So even though there's actually quite a big block of fair share, when you combine very much below and just much below, it creates the vast majority, meaning that East Germans believe that you can actually live a good life in Germany, they just don't have a share in it. Saying a lot about how they feel about being East Germans, being, so to speak, second citizens in their own country. And if we move to the next one, I don't know how good your German is, and I'm sorry this is in German, but I've taken this one with me as well, stating what the East Germans are most proud of. Now, in the top, you'll mainly see cultural elements. That will be Deutsche Sportler, German athletes, and also Deutsche Kunst und Literatur, German art and literature. In the bottom, in the very, very bottom, you find the Bundestag, the parliament. I think that's quite saying that it's actually below keine Angabe, no answer. So a lot of people are not very satisfied with their government. In general, you can see that political elements are quite low. Also the Grundgesetz, that will be the constitution. Yes, and also where is it? The Deutsche Sozialstaatliche Leistung, the welfare state, is also, it decreases a little bit, but it is rather low. So the East Germans are not very satisfied with the political part of Germany. However, they do like the cultural elements. And if we move on to the next one, please. Now we're moving more into the economics. Because as mentioned, the theory, I will try to incorporate it as I go. Theory states that if you are employed, you're more likely to be satisfied because you have an income, which creates stability, you feel good. So unemployment obviously does the opposite, meaning that if you're unemployed, you don't get an income, you get unsatisfied. And what we see here, now the blue ones, it says filter. It's edited out. I don't know why. So we have to look at the relations between the pink and the blue. In the beginning, in 91, you can see that the pink is way bigger than the blue. And the pink indicates no, they have not tried to lose a job. However, that decreases as the yays increases during time, meaning that a lot of East Germans actually experience unemployment for the very first time after the reunification. That should create a picture of economic unsatisfied Germans, but let's just take a look at the next one. Because here, it actually says something else. Now the green one on top says teils keines, means like neither nor, like somewhere in between. I have tried to explain it with German welfare state, meaning that if you lose your job, there are welfare packages supporting your income, making sure that you don't have to leave your home, leave your family, but that you can actually stay in a relatively good position. And also what you see is that a lot actually feels that they're in a quite good position, but the red one in the middle also indicates that there's a fairly big group, especially when you compare it to the West German answers, who feels like they're in a bad financial position. So I have tried to make my conclusion here divided into two, like the human capital and economic capital. The economic being the last two questions, and the human being the rest. So in the beginning of the 90s, East German mindset was characterized by optimism and belief in obtaining the good life. Thereafter, the level of satisfaction drops. Satisfaction is found in cultural elements of society rather than political elements of society. And to the economic capital is similar. The economic capital is similar to the tendencies deducted in the human capital, optimism and belief in obtaining the good life, followed by economic downturn leading to dissatisfaction. Now the downturn is the unemployment I was mentioning earlier. So if you will go to the next one, then we reach the last parameter, which is enemies. And I have also divided this one into three. The outsiders, meaning everyone coming into Germany from the outside. Actually, there are also questions regarding certain minorities. There's a lot of Italians in Germany, a lot of Turks in Germany, a lot of Jews in Germany. I do not have time to include all of those, but they are in the outsiders category. Then there are the insiders, and that would be people living in Germany, normally West Germany, but also groups of people inside of the heritage. And then lastly, the unknown, the ones we don't know, but we're scared of either way. And the first one here is, do you have any personal contact with foreigners or guest workers among your friends? And as you can see, there's a huge domination of the purple ones. Oh, it's quite it's quite challenging to see the difference between pink and purple. I hope you can see it. But the purple means that they have no contact to foreigners or guest workers. Now, theory says that if you do not have contact to other people than your own, then you would have a sense of difference. They will be different from you, and difference can lead into enmity at some point. Not necessarily, but that will be the starting point. So this is actually a pretty bad indicator for that. points to that Eastern Germans are not very likely to find foreigners friendly or as a group that they want to get in contact with. Down at the blue one, you can actually see it increases, especially after 2000. This will be the people who do have contact to the outsiders, if I may put it like that. So it is increasing, especially after a lot of people start to mobilize around after the reunification. Yes, we take the next one. This is formulated a bit funny. People in the other part of Germany, because it's asked to all German citizens, are foreign. So here asking to the West Germans if East Germans believe that they are foreign. Now we have 2, 3 rather big blocks here. The green just below says disagree. The brown up says strongly disagree. And the purple in the middle is agree. And I just have to scroll down so I'm also with here. There we go. Indicating that, oh, sorry. I just got confused in my own notes. Yeah, it's the same. Because I had to scroll through my notes meanwhile. It's quite. Yeah, indicating that the West Germans are not foreign and that they actually see some sort of brotherhood with the West Germans. Now, this, I believe, is obvious because right before the reunification, the East Germans were screaming, "Wir sind das Volk, wir sind ein Volk, we are one people." So answering anything but that would maybe put even more questions to the table. But this actually indicates that what they were saying before the reunification also stays afterwards. So the West Germans are friends of the East Germans. To some extent, right? Almost there. So now we come to the unknown, because this is a question asking if there are any area in the immediate vicinity? I'm not sure I'm speaking that correctly. Where you would prefer not to walk alone at night. Again, we're afraid of whatever is around the corner, but we can't really identify it. Now, in the beginning, it's almost 50-50. Yes, there are areas, but also no. And then slowly, the yes decreases, meaning that they're actually feeling more and more safe throughout the period. So the fear is also slowly dropping. If you can move to the next one, then this will be my last conclusion, I believe. Yes, my last conclusion. So the outcome is of the strangers. The number of East Germans who have personal contact to foreigners and guest workers increases during the period. It remains, however, very low. That does not make a lot of sense. Does it? It remains, however, very low, making foreigners and guest workers potential enemies to their difference from East Germans. And then in relation to the West Germans, they are throughout the period seen upon as brothers and sisters. However, there is a distinction when it comes to lifestyle. Now, this question I did not include, but I'm letting you know now. There is a distinction when it comes to lifestyle. On one hand, West Germans are part of the German Union. On the other hand, their lifestyle differs a lot from the East Germans. So even though they say they're friends, basically, or they have some sort of brotherhood, it also means that there are this difference, which I mentioned before, can lead to an enemy image of one another. Now, lastly, the unknown. There's a strong fear in the beginning of the 90s, but it is slowly decreasing throughout the periods, meaning that they are way more safer in the end of the period. Yes. And if you will take the last one, thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation, Katja. And this is time, we have some 20 minutes for discussion, and I warmly encourage you to have your comments, questions, please, from the floor. I would suggest to collect some questions in the first round. Yes, please.
Thank you all for your lovely talks. I can tell that you put a lot of effort into your research. Katja, I'm going to ask you because you're the last person to speak.
Fresh in mind.
I was just wondering, could you speak to the larger implications of your project? You showed us a lot of information, but I'm not super clear why any of it matters. You know, what's the bigger message that you're trying to convey? What are you arguing with all this data?
Yeah. Yes.
Let's
collect some
questions. Go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you so much for such rich presentations. Jean-Anne, I have a question for you. So you talk about the propaganda, you also talk about the relationship or the kind of interactions between Black intellectuals and then also the soldiers to the soldiers. But do you have an understanding of the reception or the efficacy of this propaganda to the African American soldiers who are fighting? And then also, yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Yeah, if I can add on this
Go
question,
ahead.
Jürgen, thank you so much. I wanted to ask you if you know something about the circulation of this flyer back home among the African American community, and if somehow these flyers, this propaganda, did impact the effort of these soldiers within the war.
Thank you. Next question, please.
A question for Carlo. You mentioned some personalities in the beginning of your presentation, like Per Engdahl from Sweden. And from what I know is that this crowd that kind of grew after World War II was fairly cosmopolitan, so they had contacts with one another. They were fairly open with disseminating ideologies and information. So I was wondering whether you could tell us a little bit more about the international influences of Pecha Position. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hello, I have a question for Carlo. I'm trying to connect your presentation with our keynote speech. So I was wondering if Persa Posición rejected the Western civilization or they tried to make the Western civilization great again.
Question about the trying to combine the first two presentations when talking about Italy and Terza Posizione. What do you think of kind of the role of religion, especially the Catholic Church, in this discussion? Is that rejection of modernity kind of a conservative take on that? And of course, Borges' involvement in that, his family, and also some political piece.
Yes, and one more question, and then I think it's time to. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you all for your wonderful presentations. My question is for John Moon. So we saw the really quite inflammatory leaflet at the start of your presentation discussed a little bit about the particular message to Puerto Rican soldiers. But I was kind of curious if you've seen other leaflets that are kind of directly focused on the trying to get at this perceived experience of Latino soldiers, or if there's a kind of slippage in the North Korean understanding of race, that it's kind of just this only blackness, and that Latino soldiers, Mexican American soldiers, Puerto Rican soldiers kind of have the same experiences as black soldiers do, or if there's some nuance that you've seen in that understanding.
With that, thank you very much for excellent questions. And what who would like to start?
I've had a lot of things since I was the first one, so maybe I should.
As you wish. Yes.
So the larger implications. When you're working with something, you totally dig into it. Maybe sometimes I do at least forget to like take in the rest of the world. What I want to do with my project, if I understand the question correctly, is to find out why we have a Germany, which is one country consisting of two people with different mindsets, and how it has changed over time. Because a lot of, as I have studied, a lot of this difference in mindset has been excused with the integration of East into West. It has not been further researched as such as where does we have a saying in Danish, where does the chain come off the bicycle? And this is what I'm trying to figure out. Is there anything that is especially characterizing for the Eastern German people? Do they have trust issues with the government? Did they have it right after the reunification? Do they have it now? Is that why they're acting like they are today? But also in satisfaction, is it because they feel like second citizens, or they are ranked below the West Germans? Is that where the chain pops off? And also enemies. Do they share the same enemy, or are they working against each other? Are they working against West Germans? Are they working against, for instance, the West Germans are frowning upon Russia's actions, however, the East Germans are not. All these small differences is what I'm trying to allocate in order to figure out who these East Germans are, because we usually put them under this umbrella of just Germany and all the norms that follows with that pictures. But the East Germans do not necessarily belong under that category, if that makes any sense, or that's what you were asking. Yeah.
Would like to continue? Go ahead.
Should I continue?
Yes, please.
Yes. Thank you so much for those very rich 3 questions, and I take it that there are questions about the reception of the propaganda leaflets, the efficacy of the propaganda leaflets, and if there was nuance between propaganda leaflets targeting African American soldiers and Latin American soldiers. So when it comes to reception and efficacy of these propaganda leaflets, so it is true that there was defection from of African American soldiers to the communist side, including their eventual decision for some of them to after the Korean War to say that I do not want to be repatriated to the United States, but rather to China. And so there are, especially because studies on Korean War prisoner of war and brainwashing has been done much more thoroughly than done on communist propaganda leaflets per se. If you track the lives of these soldiers who defected, who consequently ended up defecting to China, they live a life as sort of propaganda figures in China, where they are sort of held as the beacon of the Chinese racial equality, but at the same time they do not fit in quite well, and then therefore 20, 30 years later, especially when the defected African American soldier and the People's Republic of China government do not see each other as having views. One of them in particular returns to the United States, establishes a chop suey restaurant, and then a Chinese restaurant, and then lives out the rest of his life and writes memoirs. So this is all to say that there are situations where this anti-race, anti-imperialist, and anti-racist rhetoric worked, but I can only understand it through by very exceptional examples, and so I have no way of knowing if this has been the case in general. Now, when it comes to general African American politics, considering the Korean War, I have seen in literature that desegregation in the U.S. military was seen as an opportunity for both African American and Puerto Rican soldiers to prove themselves, and that they too can be representatives of free America. And especially given the milieu of McCarthyism and anti-communism, they did not find it. They found it more advantageous to say that they are on the side of the United States, nonetheless. At the same time, there were leftist elements within the African American political community, especially, for example, the case of Paul Robeson, that articulated that no, the Korean War is a color war, and we should remain true to our principles and recognize it as the exploitation of the white Americans on both colored bodies in the U.S. and also that in the Korean front. So it's a difficult thing to say where and of course another oblique way of looking at this is that after the Korean War, United States were very concerned with the brainwashing of the prisoner of wars, and the idea that the communist interrogator knew more about the American South than even the Americans. And so it seemed to at least have caused a great concern, if not in terms of concrete numbers of those who defected and those who bought into the rhetoric. And when it comes to leaflets the difference between leaflets targeting Latino soldiers and African American soldiers, I will say that that largely so far, I was trying to figure out how did I even speak Spanish. So the idea that the leaflets are even in Spanish, I think that was shocking to me, and that's So just because they are a handful, I haven't been able to trace like who like who is it that they're particularly because there's, for example, like Korean immigration to like Mexico in the colonial times as like plantation laborers, but it seems very unlikely that like they somehow come back and they also fight in the Korean War. So there are tenuous linkages. At the same time, it is known that communist interrogators in the Korean War had experience studying in the United States, spoke fluent English, and asked questions as how do you decolonize an American? So these were communist internationalists that were very aware of the racial dynamics in the United States. And so I hope that while I haven't fully answered all three questions, like this helps to contextualize a little bit more about the production and also the reception of the propaganda leaflets focusing on race.
Thank you very much. Hello.
Well, thank you for the questions. So, European influence of terza posizione begins after its distribution. After the arrest warrants for the bombs of Bologna Station community, allegation that turned out to be unfounded for the member of terza posizione. So, thanks to diaspora in France, in England, 20 years, yeah, more or less 20 years in France and in England, leaders forged links with the European neo-fascist war until today. The other question, so yes, they rejected the American materialist, the Occident way of life, yes. Yes, and what about the role of religion? It's a good question. Why? Because after Roberto Fiore, one of the founders of Terza Posizione, created the ultra-Catholic party Fronte Nazionale Forza Nuova in Italy, but the others are fascinated by the Nordic religion. Hence, of use of runes, its symbol, no, the wolf rune, the hammer of Thor, etc., etc. So they are anti-Catholic, anti-Christians. But one of the founders, after 30, 40 years, founded ultra-Catholic party. So it's difficult to answer this question.
Thank you.
Yeah, concerning religion, I didn't really specifically analyze it for this paper. I think Valerio Borghesi's, lineage, the fact that he was related to Pope Paul V, might have bolstered him just within society and his status. I think for him it was more just status and the fact that he was also almost crowned king by the US actually. No one really knows about this, but in 1950, in order to create this coalition between the Movimento Sociale Italiano and the Monarchy Party, this was considered at one point as a possibility. But he definitely had, I think the Vatican definitely had a very interesting role to play during the Cold War. But I definitely haven't, studied enough to say something about it.
Thank you. We have perhaps one or more two questions if you are not tired too much. Then no more questions on the floor. Thank you very much. That's it. Thank you for your presentation, for your questions. And we have 10 minutes on break. Thank you. That was a lot.
everyone's attention. It's time for the next panel. My name is Peter Martin. I'm an associate professor at the Department of International Relations here at Corvinus University. We have 4 papers, really tight schedule to keep to about 15-minute presentations. That's the expectation. And so I'll read out the participants. We first have Stefano Chiesa Altieri presenting a paper titled Rethinking Beijing, What Role for U.S. Sponsored Human Rights, focusing on periods from 1989 to 1994. Then we have Kimberly St. Julian Barnett with a paper titled Another Form of Dissidence, African Student Protest in the Soviet Union. Then we have Adam Stone, presented a paper titled Dreadnought Bombs, Transnational Women Peace Activist Resistance to Nuclear Weapons and Military Expenditure in the 1980s. And last but not least, Ellen Fairfield Johnson is going to present a paper titled Contradiction and Coalescence in the Post-Cold War Era, Discourses of Economics and Human Rights in Peru from 1990 to 2000. So we're going to cover a considerable period of time and look beyond the, let's say, the Euro-Atlantic theater of the Cold War as such. And so this should be very interesting. It's a diverse panel. I'll give the floor to the panelists. So I'll first of all ask Stefano to give his presentation.
Okay. Thank you so much for having me. So today I'm gonna talk a little bit about actually my doctoral research, presenting a case study. And the research is titled Rethinking Beijing, a Role for US Sponsored Human Rights, and my time frame is 1989-1994. So this research, in a nutshell, seeks to navigate the complexity and limits of human rights advocacy in the United States between 1989 and 1994, understood as a multifaceted project that had multiple representation in Washington. It takes the case of China by looking at the role that human rights rhetoric played in the making of U.S. foreign policy towards Beijing following the Tiananmen crackdown in June 1989. It argues that human rights, understood at the same time both as an obstacle to the economic integration that had begun with China in the mid-80s, and at the same time as a moral imperative in the post-Cold War new global order, ended up complicating not only Sino-American relationship, but also the domestic American dynamics between the administration, the Congress, and ever more influential stakeholders such as NGOs, lobbyist groups, willing to play a more active role in Washington's China policymaking. The research shows how the Beijing massacre, its perception and representation in the United States, clashed with the triumphalist reading of the end of the Cold War, understood as the victory of freedom, democracy, and human rights. It also deals with how human rights and their defense became a heavy burden as the relationship between Washington and Beijing entered a new phase where globalization, rather than Cold War strategies, began to set the rules between the two countries. So a few preliminary readings to give you a perception of what I'm talking about, and then I'm going straight to the case study. Number one, the crackdown took place at a time when the Cold War was coming to an end, translating into the impossibility for Washington to sell its China policy as a counterbalance strategy against the Soviet threat. Following the massacre, how to confront the Chinese Communist Party without appearing too soft on values within the sphere of human rights, but at the same time preventing China to go back to the confrontational stance that had characterized the PRC under Mao, became the number one issue in Washington's China policy. Number two, with the disappearance of the primary reason informing Sino-US cooperation since the early 70s, meaning the Soviet threat, the making of a post-Cold War policy towards Beijing was complicated by an unprecedented negotiation among new domestic influential stakeholders. And therefore, the crackdown on the one side and the problematic response of the Bush and Clinton administrations on the other informed a remarkable shift in the way in which and in the internal balance of how U.S. foreign policy towards Beijing was conceived and conducted. While for almost 2 decades, 70s and 80s, after the rapprochement with China under the Nixon administration, the making of U.S. foreign policy towards China was, let's say, dominated by the executive branch, also with a sort of aura of secrecy that actually played well politically. The Tiananmen arrest fueled a triangular policymaking where the Congress and the American public no longer accepted being on the margins. Third, dropping a sort of anti-Beijing reserve, members of Congress resorted to a strong and at times cosmetic human rights rhetoric that cut across ideological spectrum and boundaries, and that seems to offer an effective grammar to build a response to the events in China. Congressional committees grew actively engaged in China-related issues, with human rights advocates switching their focus from Moscow to Beijing, and new powerful figures, Nancy Pelosi being the quintessential example, providing new vocabulary to the debate. And the fourth element is that Congress members work with human rights activists, Chinese dissidents, lobbyist groups in an effort of confining the flexibility that the administration had enjoyed for almost 2 decades. In this regard, the research pays special attention to the increasingly professionalized practice of human rights advocacy and how it emerged and has been championed in the China policy context. So basically, the crackdown opened a sort of Pandora box in the United States, and my doctoral research is structured around the issues that were covered and debated starting from 1989. The first debate being the protection of just Chinese students and scholars living at the time in the United States. The second one being the one on the most favored nation annual renewal, namely the dilemma of whether granting, conditioning, or revoking the commercial status to China based on its human rights conduct. The third issue being the one about Hong Kong, Taiwan, Tibet, their status, and the issues related to the right of self-determination, representation, and worship. And then in 1994, when President Clinton decided to delink the annual renewal of most favored nation status from human rights condition, I explored, let's say, new contestation platform through which the Congress members and activists could carry on their human rights battle. And for example, I examined the debates around Beijing bid for hosting the 2000 Olympics game. Few words about the historiography. While placing America's domestic dynamics at the center of a global history project, my research embraces Daniel Bessner and Frederick Logevall's call for a methodological re-examination of how historians should approach and conduct their research on the post-1945 history of the United States in the global context. And in this sense, my project argues that with the end of the Cold War, the China policy elitist top-down model lost ground in favor of a more pluralist model where public opinion and lobbyists have gained progressively leverage, first on members of Congress and ultimately on the White House itself. Also, the research seeks to bring an original contribution to the human rights historiographies, falling into the groups of historians like Samuel Moyn, Barbara Keyes, Sarah Snyder, Stefan Ludwig Hoffmann, who have stressed discontinuities, ruptures, turning points, setbacks in the history of human rights, rather than looking at the history from a sort of teleological, linear perspective. But especially, I would say it falls into the historiography of US-China relations that has often been described as peculiar or special, not only by historians, but also by sociologists, journalists, China experts. These scholars have argued that Americans have often projected into their future their relationship with China and the relevance of tight Sino-American relations. As Gordon Chang, historian at Stanford, has argued in his Fateful Ties, and I quote, China was more a matter of an imagined future of what it could become and what it might mean for America, end of the quote. For this and other reason, Washington had somehow given China virtually a blanket exemption from the human rights crusade, which under President Carter, the U.S. had started in the 1970s, mainly targeting the Soviet Union. But the crackdown, this research argues, forced the U.S. to come to terms with the immediate actuality of its relations with China and with the government of China. Just an example, Lloyd Benson, Congress members from Texas, in 1991 argued events in Tiananmen Square brought about a dramatic change in the way the American people viewed China. The images we held of China's cultural wealth, Marco Polo, Confucian Principle, the Great Wall, were replaced by vision of tanks and guns aimed at the Chinese citizen exercising rights we hold so dear in this country, the right to speak freely and to assemble peacefully. And also, if we look at the polls, we see how the perception of China after June 1989 had changed and sort of collapsed, and until today, actually, it never reached the levels of the pre-Tiananmen times. Going straight to the case study, which is going to be the first chapter of my dissertation. The protection of Chinese students and scholars who were living and studying in the United States at the time of the Tiananmen crackdown, holding a non-immigrant visa, turned into the very first battleground in which the rhetorical battle between the Congress and the administration, the Bush administration, was fought. Being introduced in June 1989, the H.R. 2712 Emergency Chinese Immigration Relief Act by Representative Nancy Pelosi, the so-called Pelosi bill made its way through a multiple of legislative proposals, progressively gained wide support, first in the House and then in the Senate. The bill was co-sponsored by 259 representatives, of which 89 were Republican. It was passed in the House and in the Senate by a large bipartisan majority. However, as it was already introduced in several provisions included in the bill through his executive order, President Bush declared that the Congress effort was unnecessary, and he vetoed the Pelosi bill despite this large bipartisan effort in passing the bill. And although the attempt to override the President Bush veto was unsuccessful, the congressional debate surrounding the level of protection to be extended to the Chinese students and scholars served as a compelling study for this research due to several reasons. First, because it's an example, as I was saying, of the bipartisanship effort in the United States to go against the Chinese government, and also because a very strong human rights rhetoric was employed in the several hearings that led to the passage of the bill. But also, it represents a sort of is an example of how the Congress challenged the administration in its efforts to maintain the leadership of the foreign policy making towards China. As Senator Ted Kennedy, citing President Reagan, said in 1990. President Bush says, "Trust me." We said, "Trust but verify," and this became a sort of mantra in the effort of the Congress to gain an active role in the making of U.S. foreign policy towards China. The second element is the debate surrounding the Pelosi bill revealed the emergence of a highly influential yet often overlooked pressure group within Washington's China policy making, meaning the Independent Federation of Chinese Students and Scholars. Formally established during a 3-day conference in Chicago at the end of July 1989, the Federation had ended its political, organizational, and financial ties with China. The Federation set up a lobbying committee and a headquarters in Washington to coordinate activities by 40,000 students at 160 colleges and universities in the United States. Due to their advanced skills in the field of technology, they created a computerized forum called ChinaNet, through which they exchanged news and information and debated among each other across the country and with their colleagues in Europe, Australia, and even China. The students attract the experienced Washington lawyers to their cause. A Chinese intern at the firm of Allen Fox persuaded his superiors to represent the students on a pro bono basis. Its leader and activists testified several times in Congress on different issues, from the visa extension to the issues related to trade with China. They held press conferences, they wrote op-ed published on major national newspapers such as the New York Times and the Washington Post. They were hosted by American TV networks. The Federation attracted major media attention and congressional attention when gathering in Chicago in July 1989, where students decided to organize following the US government model. A president and a vice president in charge for 1 year were elected. The US territory was divided in 8 districts on a proportional principle, considering the number of students and university represented in a body similar to the Congress. I have interviewed one of the leader of the federation, and she told me for the first time Chinese students were experiencing democracy and its difficulties, and she told me we immediately got into a fight, realizing that the democratic system was not easy. The federation was initially formed with the aim of continuing to promote the cause of freedom and democracy that their colleagues in China had started. And already in 1990, the Federation planned to establish the so-called Chinese Freedom and Democracy Party as an opposition party to the Chinese Communist Party back in China. But following that initial euphoric moment, their activities progressively switched from China to the United States. They quickly learned how to play the game of politics in the United States. They become very close with members of Congress such as Nancy Pelosi and Ted Kennedy, and they also employed rhetorical categories very familiar to the Americans. Here you have Ai Qingzhao, one of the leaders of the Students' Federation, who basically turned who used the Martin Luther King famous "I Have a Dream" speech, but talking about China. The third point is that, as it was the case for other debates surrounding the legal status of the Chinese students in the United States, introduced new issue that expanded the scope of human rights discourse. Activities of surveillance and intimidation perpetrated by the Chinese embassy through its consulate nationwide in the United States were first denounced in Congress by the representatives of the Federation and by Congress members working along with them. Here you have a representative from California, Barbara Boxer, saying that the struggle for democracy in China has been taken to our shore, and we must respond. The students talked about intimidation by the Chinese embassy. through students that were less involved in the pro-democracy protests in the United States, and they sort of served as spies for the Chinese consulate, the Chinese embassy, and for the Chinese government. And my last point, these charges proved that the PRC, again, these charges against the PRC government proved that a congressional effort was still needed and that China was not a safe place for those who had spoken in the United States against the PRC government. A new law was introduced and this time passed easily in Washington in order to allow the Chinese students covered by the by President Bush executive order to apply for a permanent visa in the United States. At this time, the students were not portrayed as victims, but they were presented in Congress as a resource for the American society and economy. Also, as economic concern took center stage in the relationship between Washington and Beijing, the human rights momentum seemed to give way to consideration of a different kind. Members of Congress increasingly framed the Chinese student struggle as evidence of the allure of the American social and economic liberal paradigm, and also the Chinese students themselves perceived themselves not as victims, but they tried to seek to stay in the United States, not really for continuing the human rights struggles of their colleagues, but for the opportunities that staying in the United States represented. And I finish with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefano, and of course I would remind the audience that there'll be a chance to ask questions and make comments in the wake of having heard the four presentations, which means that we will now go to Kimberly St. Julian Martin's presentation. Kimberly, please take over.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me in the back? Excellent. I've been sitting in the back hearing all the wind. So, so I'm going to begin by telling you that my research is very personal to me. I am an African-American woman from the Deep South. I grew up on a cattle farm. You can hear it in my accent. And so my research on African and African-American experiences comes from 2013 when I was crossing Christianity in the middle of Keith. And I saw a black woman, and she saw me. And we just ran to each other and we hugged. And I was like, what are you doing here? She said, what are you doing here? And she told me she was Afro-Ukrainian. She said, I'm Ukrainian. I said, you're what? And that was the day I discovered that there were Afro-Ukrainians. And so since then, I've been working through these questions of race and blackness and meaning and the differences between African-American and African experiences in the Soviet Union. And so this project is an early part of my dissertation research, and I'm interested in dissidence, which is surprising to me because I have worked on Stalinism my entire adult life. So I'm pushing beyond the Stalin wall into the scary 1960s. So bear with me. So I'm going to give you a heads up. I'm going to be talking about 3 murders in this presentation. That's why I don't have pictures. It's kind of weird people are looking at murders behind you. I don't want to see your faces freaking out. So I'm going to describe the murder of an African student in 1963, and then I'm going to give you a little bit of background about the historiography. What have other historians written about this? Have any other historians written about this violence against African students? And then I'm going to dig into what I found in the archives this week, which was a lot and very surprising. And then I'm going to weave in the Soviet dissidents, the ones we're more familiar with, the dissidents of the 1960s and early 1970s. And then I'm going to ask the question, who cares? Which seems to be the question of the day. So, December 9th, 1963, Edmund Asari Addo is found dead outside of a metro station outside of Moscow. All we know, according to the Soviet state, is he's dead. Probably because he was drunk and he froze to death. Africans, they aren't good at acculturating to Soviet weather. That's what the Soviet Union said. The next 2 weeks kicks off protests that are the largest the Soviet government has seen since the 1930s. By the next week, over 500 African students are protesting in front of the Kremlin, and they're angry. They have dozens of signs that make the Soviet government a little upset. Moscow, the new Alabama. Stop treating us like animals. Soviet Union racist. Who cares? The Soviet Union does. Because for the past 30 years, the Soviet Union has presented itself as the anti-racist state of the world. So why is there racism in the Soviet Union? Why are African students protesting? Where did these African students come from? This is where the conspiracy theories come in. And if you work on Soviet history, conspiracy theories are a pretty normal thing we encounter. So, it depends on who you listen to. The Soviet state says these African students, look, they showed up because of why? The bourgeois nationalists, of course. The West has somehow given these people information for all of them to show up in Moscow and to protest against us. That's one version. The second version, well, obviously they're not protesting the Soviets, they're protesting the Ghanaian embassy. They're mad at the other Africans. It has nothing to do with us. Or, and this is one of my favorite examples, the third example the Soviet media gives is, well, they heard that Kwame Nkrumah was coming to Moscow with a buttload of yams, an African delicacy. So that's why they were at the embassy protesting. They were waiting on the yams. And that's how I laughed. If you were in the archives with me, you heard me chortle when I read that. The Soviet press, and the Soviet state through that press, gives us 3 examples of why these Africans are angry. None of them point to racism, because racism can't exist in the Soviet Union. It's all the Africans' fault. Either they haven't acculturated, or they really want yams, when they have perfectly good potatoes, thank you, Khrushchev, or there's a bourgeois conspiracy. But where's the agency of Africans at this point? When the African agency is clear, it's why they're protesting. On the flip side, we have what the African students have told us. That Edmund Asariano was murdered the day before he was supposed to marry a white Russian Soviet woman. African students protested for 2 weeks. They made distinct claims about racism, particularly when African men dated Russian or Ukrainian women. They protested because professors told them they had no belonging in Soviet universities, that they weren't civilized. But we don't get this from our Soviet sources. But the most important thing is, the African students said this was a murder. But how do we know? Where are the autopsy reports? They're probably in the KGB archive, and I am never going to see them. If you see them, please send them to me. I will pay you, name my firstborn after you. But the problem is, what the Soviet state says is this is a clear example of being drunk and freezing to death. It happens. And these Africans are unacculturated. You constantly see the word, they're not acculturating. They aren't prepared for the weather. Clearly, they aren't used to vodka, so they drink and they freeze to death. But the African students who saw his body said he had marks. He had been beaten. There were bruises on him. So what did the Soviet Union do? They allowed 2 African students to sit in on the autopsy. And they said, look, we have the African students here. They didn't say anything. One of the African students writes to a Ghanaian newspaper and says they wouldn't let us say anything. They wouldn't even let us really see his body. But this narrative of the inability of Africans to acculturate, to assimilate, their problem is that they don't understand us, they never will. This should have been a huge thing. But what does this protest lead to? Not much. Dozens of African students flee, they go to West Germany, but other than that, the Soviet relationship with Africa is strengthened throughout the 60s. So, in the historiography, who cares? Unfortunately, not that many people. I found one article that dives deeply into this case of 1963. It's written by Julie Hessler. And she really looks at the politics surrounding the protests, particularly the reasons why the African students took to the streets. It's racism, but also there are instances of them being angry at the Ghanaian embassy for various reasons. But what I'm interested in is 2 more murders that I found in the archive this week that I never heard of. My cohort mates, they know I found this because I freaked out in the middle of the archive. So, March 1965, George Darko is found dead in Baku, Azerbaijan, and he is killed by an Iraqi visiting foreign student. And we have reams of Soviet media reports on that because it was done by an Iraqi, not a Soviet student. So this one is actually adjudicated. The Iraqi student receives an 8-year sentence for manslaughter. And it's all over the Soviet press because his initial argument for why he killed George Darko was, well, it couldn't have been me. these scratches and bruises that looked like they're from a fight. I fell off a train because I was drunk. So what did they do? They interviewed every train driver in Baku that day. And they're like, we've never seen this guy before. So it was clear that he wasn't telling the truth. Protests kick up again. 200, 300 Africans are on the Soviet Union. But there's not that much on the protests. I found one piece talking about the protests. The man is convicted, he goes to prison. Disappears. The most interesting and the last murder I found, I literally found one news clipping and it's half a paragraph. Stavropol, 1968. Petr Daku is found dead, his head has been beaten in, and there was a broken vodka bottle near his body. That is all we know. We don't know who did it. We don't know about the investigation. We don't know what happened. All I know is what I found from that paragraph. But the question for me is, why are these so sporadic, but why do they happen? But also the protests are what fascinate me. So we have clear instances when there's violence against African students tend to protest. And it's a culmination of the experience of the racism and unfairness that they perceive. But I'm going to tell you about a 1975 protest that has nothing to do with violence. We're done with the murders for now. 1975, there was a huge protest in Kiev. African students take to the streets. Why? Because a Czechoslovak girl had married an African. The Czechoslovak government, the socialist government, they're going to take away all her funds to study and they're going to make her come back home because she married an African. So all the African students of the African Student Union and the Ukrainian SSR got together and they protested to support her. And she was allowed to stay in Ukraine and finish her studies. So I found even less of all the African protests. The 1963 protest is heavily covered, but this 1975 protest in Kiev, no one's really written about it. But why is it so fascinating? It's inter-socialist solidarity. You have African students who are not just taken to the streets to protect their own interests. When they see the interests of another student who has worked with them, who has tried to acculturate and become friends with them, they protest on their behalf too. So what does this mean for Soviet history? I'm a Soviet historian by training. And it's really important to me because of what I live like, people tend to think that I can't be a Soviet historian. I have studied Stalinism my entire adult life, which is probably sad, but that's what it is. So I started learning about the dissidents because my advisor works on dissidents. And I asked him, I said, were there any Central Asian dissidents? Were there any Georgian dissidents? Like, we always focus on Soviet, Moscow, Leningrad-based dissidents. He goes, there's not that much work on them. And I said, well, what if we look at African students as dissidents? So if we think about the timeline of the Soviet dissident movement, 1965 is a very big year because you have Alexander Volpin, who gets through the protests in 1965 against the arrests of Andrei Sinyavsky and Yuliy Daniel, and he has to sign this as Glasnost. 1965, that's 2 years after the biggest student protests in early Soviet history, led by Africans. Not only that, some of the Soviet dissidents are interested in what the Africans are doing. They're also interested in African Americans. Andrei Sakharov and multiple Soviet dissident scientists wrote letters of support for Angela Davis when she was arrested in the United States in the 1970s. Some of them attended her trial. They wrote letters to Nixon saying, we're watching you. This is a human rights issue. So there's cross-pollination between Soviet dissidents and African American rights leaders. But the problem is, in our historiography, we tend to have Soviet history and American history, and never shall they meet. And then there's me, who's like, well, what if we bring Soviet and African and American history together? We can cook, we can make really cool things. So I'm interested in this question of Soviet dissidents, including Africans and African protests. As a lens, do they cross-pollinate? Because it seems that they do. They're interested in each other, but also, what does it mean for our understanding of the Cold War if I tell you that not only are the Americans interested in these African protests, the Chinese are very interested in these African protests, and they use them against the Soviets after the Sino-Soviet split. There are dozens of op-eds going across China and the Soviet Union. They're like, you're racist. No, you're racist. You had more African students leave. But also, what does it mean for an anti-racist state to consistently have protests by African students who say we face racism? So let's go back to the 1963 protests, because I want to tell you a little story that I think you're going to be interested in. Imagine you are African students from Kenya, from Tanganyika, and you're sitting in an office with the Minister of Higher Education, and you made it to this place, right? There's 20 of you. Clearly the protest has worked. And he lectures you saying, you don't know what racism is. How dare you compare the Soviet Union to Alabama? Quote, you know nothing about racism like African Americans do. Mind you, these are students from decolonizing states being lectured by a Soviet official. And he says, you're just so used to being in Africa, you don't understand we're not racist. You're too sensitive. So those are the lessons African students got in this high-ranking meeting. There was no amelioration of what happened to them. So I think that if we look at dissidence and African student protests as a form of dissidence, we can understand the wider scope of dissidence in the Soviet Union under Brezhnev, going through the end of the Soviet Union. You consistently have African protests and complaints under Brezhnev, going forward. You also have violence against Africans throughout all of this. So if we reincorporate race and anti-blackness into our understanding of Soviet history, we get a greater understanding of the ideological praxis of the state, but also the ways in which the Soviet Union participated in what I call the oldest form of internationalism, white supremacy. And it engaged in this with Africans, it engaged in this with Central Asians, with Georgians, with Jews. But if we only think about race, and I've heard this argument so much, we can only apply race studies to like the black-white binary in America. If we don't look at the Soviet Union or East Germany like I do in my dissertation, we blind ourselves to a lot of developments. And who does that benefit? Vladimir Putin, who's working consistently with Africa still to launder his reputation and Russia's reputation in Africa. The Soviet Union has done this since the 1950s, but no one thinks race applies to this country I work on. So hopefully I haven't depressed you. It's murder, so it's heavy, but I wanted to help you understand what I'm doing now and why I'm still so obsessed with this region of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. That was very interesting. And we will go on now to the third paper by Jay Stone. Please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can I get I wanted to take a moment to say thank you to my fellow panelists for their presentations, to the organizers here at Corvinus University and the Cold War History Research Center for organizing this conference, and to my fellow colleagues in the Cold War Archives Research Institute for all being here together this past week. Today, my presentation, Bread, Not Bombs, represents some of the research work that I've done and some thoughts I'm working through for my dissertation on women's transnational anti-nuclear weapons and peace activism in the 1980s, especially as they relate to military expenditure, budgets, and conceptions of peace. In the early 1980s, observers of the international environment watched developments in relations across Cold War East and West with a significant amount of unease. Namely, the most concerning aspects were a significant increase in military expenditure introduced by US President Ronald Reagan. Along with this discussion of the idea of a winnable nuclear war asserted by a number of members of Reagan's administration in the early 1980s served as a particularly frightening potential reality. This expenditure and rhetoric were accompanied by new nuclear weapons, the US Pershing II and cruise missiles to be stationed in Western Europe in response to Soviet SS-20 missiles. Many saw the potential for limited nuclear war in Europe as direct threats to their lives and long-term threats to a peaceful future. While nuclear weapons were a relatively small portion of the growth in military expenditure that happened in the early 1980s, it's about 13% of the military budget in 1984 in the United States, their ability to create such significant destruction and the new weapons' capabilities to strike quickly and precisely meant that they served as a particular point of emphasis for those against the buildup. In response to these developments, throughout the 1980s, a diverse array of women activists advocated against nuclear weapons and for peace. Emerging again following significant peace movements in the 1960s and 70s, these women came from different national contexts across the Cold War Eastern and Western blocs, including but not limited to the United States, Soviet Union, United Kingdom, Netherlands, and East and West Germany.
They regularly connected with one another across national and Cold War boundaries and worked together, publicly advocating for change in their country's military, foreign, and domestic policies. These women activists are relatively understudied in comparison to developments in elite politics and diplomacies throughout the 1980s. Women anti-nuclear and peace activists' arguments about military expenditure, budgets, and reallocation of money to other needs were informed by their perspective as peace activists and as women. But why was money so important to women activists in the 1980s? Today, I will show how arguments for taking money away from spending on the military served as a platform for women peace activists to instead suggest how to build a peaceful future beyond the Cold War. The implications of these arguments about the amount of money their governments spent on the military were far-reaching. Budgets were not simply about what money was spent where. Budgets were moral declarations. They put tangible support forward for some initiatives, military spending, and precious little for others, school supplies or foreign aid. To these women activists, peace was not simply the absence of war or nuclear weapons, but instead a positive condition. Peace required ensuring, especially for their children and grandchildren, food security, education, housing, and in many parts of the world, access to clean drinking water, protecting the environment, and preventing disease. In this view, money spent on nuclear weapons and armed forces buildup was not money spent defending people and keeping them safe. It was money that was spent to increasing the danger of conflict among their countries. It was also a lost opportunity to fund schools better, feed those who were hungry, create pay equality for women, or create a more equitable global future through economic developments of states in the global south. These arguments focused on particular themes that connected to women peace activists' conceptions of a peaceful world. They pushed against the logics of traditional Cold War politics and securities that produced the nuclear arms race and concepts like mutually assured destruction. Talking about money, taking money from the military and giving it to other areas of investment were vital parts of a broad transnational women's campaign against nuclear weapons and for peace that hoped to transcend the logics and boundaries of the Cold War. Crafting arguments about military expenditures meant that women peace activists could ground their vision of a peaceful future beyond the Cold War in specific goals that had a global reach. Discussing a series of women's groups as they interacted across national borders in the 1980s, I will show a couple moments among many throughout the decade when these arguments were invoked. One of the early major moments of the anti-nuclear weapons movement in the 1980s was a series of rallies and protests held throughout 1982. In June 1982, New York City, record crowds nearing 1 million protesters from around the globe gathered. Here, groups like the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom used slogans such as "bread, not bombs" to articulate their vision for what the U.S. government should be spending its money on instead of the military. Visual images depicting small children or older women were important for communicating their arguments. Women and children's involvement in the struggle against nuclear weapons and military spending helped women activists claim a less political or apolitical role even as they made strong political claims. Further, picking a statement like "bread, not bombs" connected their struggle for reallocating military spending to long historical trends of protest against government wastefulness. When reflecting on the march later, one WILF activist said that the poster, quote, "It will be a great day when our schools get all the money they need and the Air Force has to hold a bake sale to buy a bomber," best summed up the message of the march. Many of these women believed that, quote, "as women, they have a special responsibility and opportunity to halt the momentum toward death and destruction and turn it toward equality, development, and peace," unquote. In discussing ways to spend money budgeted for the military on issues typically seen as women's issues, such as food and education, women activists both built toward their own goals and tried to give specific examples of how money spent on the military was being misused in ways that were appeared less political than they actually were. The arguments that women peace and anti-nuclear activists used against military budgets also connected them to a broader global community. An example of this work can be seen in the Women at Greenham Common, a Royal Air Force base in southern England. The women peace activists staged a sit-in, live-in camp protest at Greenham Common against nuclear weapons that were stationed there from 1981 to 2000. The camp gathered women not just from across the British Isles, but from across the globe, where thousands of women came, visited, stayed, lived, learned from the camp, and attempted to replicate it in their own communities. Among other activities, including the cutting of fences, blockading roads, and holding rallies and speeches at the base, the women at Greenham Common were also part of the International Wages for Housework campaign, which began in the early 1970s. You can see them here in 1985. As they used slogans like "Pay Women, Not the Military," women peace activists brought themselves into were directly connected to concerns about poverty and arguments about development that interested many in the international community throughout the 20th century. Ultimately, the Wages for Housework campaign caught the attention of the United Nations, which passed a series of resolutions recognizing the unwaged work that women did in their home and communities. For women peace activists, in this case, we can see that arguments about reallocating military spending to issues like labor connected them to a broad global community. These arguments continued through the end of the decade and can be seen again in events like the 1990 Soviet-American Women's Summit in Washington, D.C., titled "From Disarmament to Daycare, A Woman's Vision for the 21st Century." Despite its title, the summit was not just for Soviet and American women. Over 100 delegates from numerous countries were briefed on problems concerning women across the globe, from leading women in the global south, including Dame Nita Barrow from Barbados, Lucille Mayer from Jamaica, and Vandana Shiva from India, and discussed potential solutions to these problems. The transnational work that these women activists undertook emerged not only out of a desire to see the Cold War end, but to move beyond it. They worked to transcend the logics and politics that created the Cold War in favor of a new vision for a peaceful future. After days of meetings with women peace activists from across the globe, the summit concluded with a joint statement sent to Presidents George H.W. Bush and Mikhail Gorbachev. The women peace activists argued that, quote, "We are at a turning point for the fate of the earth and all its inhabitants. One road leads to environmental and economic renewal, the other to ecocide and poverty. One road leads to war between the haves and the have-nots and the waste of precious human and natural resources, the other to a common ground of peace and sustainable development," unquote. Whether bread, not bombs, when the Air Force needs a bake sale, or disarmament to daycare, women peace activists in the 1980s repeatedly argued to reallocate money from the military to instead support their children and grandchildren's futures, to build a more peaceful, sustainable world. To craft this future, they created a vision of a more peaceful global community, and these arguments still resonate today. In their message to Bush and Gorbachev, the women declared that the path to environmental and economic renewal included, quote, "demilitarization of our societies, conversion from military to socially ecological responsible economies," unquote, and called on us to, quote, "demilitarize our thinking and educate our peoples for peace." Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. And with that, we go to the final paper now. Adam Johnson.
Hi. Just wanted to thank everyone for being here for what is going to be a presentation of my now finished master's dissertation. So without further ado, on April 9th, 1992, Peru's President Alberto Fujimori compared his self-coup and dissolution of Congress to the fall of the Berlin Wall. Such actions would rid Peru of, quote, "the ineptitude and of corruption by traditional officials and politicians, just as it had in Germany," he said. Yet he also said so as he suspended democracy, conceivably the opposite of the events of 1989 in Germany. This paradox of Fujimori's leadership in Peru and its place in the post-Cold War world is the central topic of this presentation and the dissertation project it's based on. How did the historical moment of the 1990s and the post-Cold War international environment influence the political and rhetorical situation within Peru, allowing for Fujimori's rise and consolidation of power on the global stage and in his own country? I argue that with the collapse of communism and the shrinking of the ideological stage in which Latin American politics have been played out throughout the Cold War, those fighting for and against Fujimori's presidency were forced in the same dialectic space, allowing for Fujimori's legitimacy to continue. This space combined human rights, democracy, and better living standards into one agenda. To understand these connections, I studied sources at the international, national, and local levels. I used primarily sources from the Clinton archives from Little Rock, Arkansas, as well as the Loom Museum in Lima, commemorating the violence of this era, and the Library of ANFICEP, a local human rights organization in Ayacucho, Peru. Born out of the curiosity after reading a novel in the 1990s in Peru, this project responds broadly to a gap in literature examining Fujimori's Peru in an international context. The first part of this presentation examines the rise of a new U.S. foreign policy paradigm in the wake of the Cold War, examining the international establishment of new ways to think about poverty, development, democracy, and the law itself. It highlights the interconnected nature of these topics through interactions with Fujimori's Peru. Next, I focus on the rise of neoliberal policies in Peru, tracking key actors both at home and abroad, emphasizing the link between human rights and neoliberalism that was so crucial for Fujimori's Peru. Finally, I examine the ideas related to human rights in the local, national, and international context of Peru. While in theory, I would hope to decenter this argument from the US entirely by incorporating a wider international lens. Given Peru's place in the Western Hemisphere and the prominence of US foreign policy in the wake of the Cold War, it's impossible to reconstruct an international moment of the 90s without the US presence. Indeed, with the end of the Cold War, US strategists were freer than ever to undertake a foreign policy that involved the domestic circumstances of other nations. This was no different in Peru. The neoliberal reforms that Fujimori laid out for the nation and the army of technocrats that applied them received high praise from the Clinton administration itself, as well as the international community. Indeed, at the urging of Fujimori's top advisors in 1992, he visited the US, meeting with the IMF and World Bank in Washington, where he was prescribed a plan for complete market liberalization. These economic promises and programs of prosperity would prove to be Fujimori's largest source of international legitimacy. The link between these policies and his legitimacy within and outside of Peru was crucial. So while the US at first suspended aid in support of Fujimori's autogolpe, it soon returned. In fact, parts of the US government saw this new commitment to order from the Peruvian president as an improvement. He promised an increase in the policing and reduction of drug control and coca production. These new policies from Fujimori aligned with the newly conceived idea of national security in a post-Cold War US policy circle. Such new conceptions of national security included both drug policing and anti-terrorism efforts. Military leaders in charge of these drug policies, unsurprisingly, had only positive things to say about Fujimori and his commitment to drug policing. In this way, due to support of Clinton officials, Fujimori's Peru became a success story of US drug support policies internationally, and was praised for helping solve what the Clinton administration felt was a very serious issue on the international stage. At the same time, the administration was incredibly focused on US economic leadership on the global stage, opening areas of free trade and supporting new development projects abroad. Peru was also part of this agenda. As a fundamentally economic issue, the drug trade and policing that followed also formed a key part of dialogue on development and economic policy at this time. These programs were aimed at the reduction of coca cultivation, to make it easier for rural farmers to make money outside of coca production. The US government was involved in a wide array of development aid projects such as this, surrounding topics as transport, healthcare, and environmental education within Peru in the 90s. As a key part of these policies, USAID administrators took trips to Peru to see the impacts of their projects. Such trips reflected the priorities of US projects in Peru and often included visits with Fujimori himself, as well as human rights activists and NGO leaders. In the memos describing the visits, Fujimori was also depicted positively. As leaders toured Peru's poorest areas, USAID and International Development Bank administrators commented on Fujimori's commitment to the poor and his popularity as a leader, which they assumed influenced his quality. Such a focus on development and poverty can be linked to the rise of neoliberal policy within the Clinton administration itself. In fact, a commonality throughout all US government trips to Peru during this period was their engagement with Hernando de Soto. De Soto, a famous neoliberal economist who runs his own think tank, the Institute of Liberty and Democracy, sought to use economics to fight both terrorism and drug trafficking in Peru and abroad. As the economic situation in Peru worsened, the support for Fujimori fell away, but support for De Soto, his policies, as he was once one of Fujimori's advisor, would stay. International economic discourse held a great importance in Peru at this time, especially in relation to Fujimori's legitimacy and rule. Policies and promotional activity of international monetary organizations, such as the IMF, had deeply affected the way Latin American states such as Peru structured and conducted their economies domestically. This increased dramatically with the debt crisis at the end of the Cold War in the 1980s. At the start of Fujimori's coup, international organizations and governments, including the US, suspended aid to Peru under the condition that Fujimori restore democracy. Yet, international financial leaders and lenders, while whispering disapproval, indicated to Fujimori that they would defend him. In this way, the economic system, due to support for Fujimori's economic policies, served as a safeguard and source of legitimacy for him at a time in his regime when many, including Peruvians, disapproved. Indeed, neoliberal policies were often paired and disguised in the form of humanitarian development aid within Peru, framed as a way to help citizens recover from the violence that surrounded them on a daily basis. The impact of neoliberal austerity on Peru was sharp, drastically increasing levels of poverty. Yet Fujimori's regime remained popular, as promises to improve daily life continued. Just as the Fujimori regime sought to solidify its authority to power on the international stage based on the improvement of its lives of citizens, so too did other individuals and organizations. In a globalized world, local activists and reporters sought to establish legitimacy for their criticisms of Fujimori's presidency, in the same way that he himself generated legitimacy. They looked to international organizations, such as the OAS, and international legal frameworks, to legitimate why the current government was unacceptable. In this way, both those for and against Fujimori were forced to use similar discursive frameworks to garner their own legitimacy. In the same way that human rights activists spoke about a fight for human dignity and safety, so too did the policymakers, technocrats, and even Fujimori himself, who all advocated for more control and stricter economic management to enforce these changes. In this way, the discourses of neoliberalism also crept into those of human rights. The ideas espoused by members of the US government during the 1990s regarding human rights and development in Peru were also felt at home. The praise for economic reform in Peru under Fujimori's presidency, coming from the US or US-backed institutions such as the World Bank and IMF, were directed at institutions such as De Soto's Institute of Liberty and Democracy, based in Lima. Perhaps most notably, US praise for De Soto's policies came regardless of his deep implication in Fujimori's regime. De Soto was one of the main architects of the initial economic plan and one of his key advisors, encouraging him to take international trips to learn about austerity measures. However, despite this involvement, within the Clinton administration US government, he was praised as the model of improving living standards in Peru and other developing countries, even at a time when Fujimori's actions were deeply criticized by US government officials. This overlap points to a link in post-Cold War development model between neoliberal ideas, law and order, and democracy. The underlying aspects of this discussion on development, including land rights, class, and power, are all highly ideological and, in previous decades, would have been framed in an ideological manner. Yet, this kind of dialogue isn't found in the political discourse and economic rhetoric of the 90s in Peru. Instead of communist or capitalist dichotomies, a monolithic conception of poverty reduction entered political discourse. This does not mean there was not a battle. On the contrary, the violence enacted on small Peruvian villages, such as Ayacucho, throughout this decade represents the violence and conflict of new ways of thinking about poverty and order. Branded as areas in need of development and economic aid to help reduce drug production, these remote villages served as spaces where new ideological expression and experiments could take place, just as they did during the Cold War. Since these new economic policies were supposed to increase general living conditions, slipping human rights records and increasing policing, including violent enforcement of them, were given a free pass. Critiques of Fujimori's action came from a variety of human rights organizations, both internally and in Peru. It all had to acknowledge that terrorism that continued to threaten the lives and security of Peruvians, Fujimori had promised to fix. Such discourses of human rights were also used in the rhetoric of development agencies that supported Fujimori and his policies. In a way, the neoliberal-based organization of De Soto's Institute of Liberty and Democracy was performing a simpler kind of rhetorical framing, emphasizing its efforts at fighting poverty and helping Lima communities escape the violence of terrorism. Fujimori's tours of rural areas with USAID's team were also doing the same. All of these actions are particularly political, yet are masked by various rhetorical strategies to brand themselves as improving living conditions in the residents of human rights only. This rhetorical masking, on its own, is nothing unique in contested political areas. Yet the specific historical moment of the post-Cold War world in which these organizations found themselves in made this sort of masking particularly effective politically. An example of this overlap in the dialogue rests in local human rights organizations, such as that of Anthisup and Ayacucho, which sought to draw international attention towards the atrocities occurring within their own community. In their publications, they cited their rights under international law to fair trials, protesting the amnesty law for soldiers passed by Fujimori. Such a law directly went against the Human Rights Convention laid out by the UN, they said. This strategy appealed to a wider international community, rather than just a local Peruvian battle. Yet this is the same approach Fujimori took, claiming that he was helping to secure the rights of citizens through his actions, which he also justified on the international stage. With the end of the Cold War, there was no need to expose or espouse either a left or right political take to attract international attention. Instead, with the rise of new foreign policy agendas espoused by the US, which prescribed human rights enforcement and neoliberal political order, Peruvian actors only had to reference these to find aid. Local actors in Fujimori adopted a shift and to take advantage of US resources. Coupled with globalization and a growing access to information resources, even very small local groups such as AMPASEP were able to harness ideas that were dominating the international arena, such as UN human rights frameworks. There were no inherent ideological fights. However, this was largely due to the newly established political rhetoric of the post-Cold War world. Indeed, the terrorists of Peru, as described by Fujimori and the media, while certainly committing atrocities akin to terrorists, were not neutral, but in fact incredibly ideological. Yet discourse is left out from mainstream news articles, reports from NGOs, and even local human rights movements. The framework with which such class and ideological divides that had existed during the Cold War had completely dried up. What replaced it was a different discursive battle for higher standards of living and peace from violence. Both Fujimori's governments, the groups such as AMPASEP, claimed to be doing both of these things in a similar way, yet in reality wanted completely different ideas of their own country. The New World Order, President Bush declared regarding the Gulf War, collapsed almost as soon as it was declared. Francis Fukuyama's claim to the end of history now seems hollow. Yet while these phrases have become mere cliches today, as shown through this dissertation and presentation, at the time of their inception, the intellectual concepts behind them had real impact. It is important to acknowledge linkages of concepts such as neoliberalism and human rights. While these ideas are notoriously vague, as shown through this discussion, when used politically, they had wide-reaching results. Competing views of Peru's political situation were fought for in the same way, and it stands in testament to the changes in human rights during this time as they were mapped onto the concept of neoliberalism. The concept of human rights became diluted. The story of Fujimori's Peru stands in testament to this unique ideological discourse. Peru, in many ways, sat at the center of the post-Cold War world, and a US-sponsored moment. It was in this moment that new ideas of neoliberalism and human rights served as the backbone for new eras of policymaking in Peru and beyond. Thank you.
Well, thank you to all the presenters, and obviously we're going to have a Q&A session now. I prepared with mostly questions, in fact, from my part as well, to all the presenters, and then I would probably suggest that you should take notes of maybe my questions, but as well as the audience's questions, whatever is going to come up. So first, I'll turn to Stefano, and I'm going to single out from your presentation the mention of IFCSS, the International Federation of Chinese Students and Scholars, is an interest group of relevance, a noteworthy interest group. And I just want to get some clarification on what sort of data we have or what evidence we have to argue that they were significant. Of course, measuring interest group impact is notoriously difficult. And the problem is, of course, often the link between interest group activity and outcomes is spurious. An interest group may be instrumentalized by other interest groups or even state actors in various ways. And how does IFCSS fit into this? How do we measure its impact, and what was its relative significance compared to others around China policies such as business lobby, which is obviously hugely significant, and human rights advocates also hugely significant in this context in various ways. So that was to Stefano. Then I'll turn to you, Kimberly. And as I mentioned, this is a very, very interesting presentation. And I want to address, I suppose, a larger point that is of contextual relevance to the discussion of these cases of these murders and protests in their wake. So what enabled this blind-to-self racism of Soviet authorities, even as they were nominally anti-racist? What would be the larger answer to that is basically what I would like to bring up. And then I'll turn to Adam related to his presentation. You mentioned that in this transnational activism of these women for peace, um, to some extent there was mobilization across the East-West divide. Of course, a nice example of this is this 1990 Soviet American Women's Summit, which of course had global attendance, as you mentioned. 1990 may be, of course, different in some ways from earlier times. But still, mostly related to earlier times. I guess it's a generally interesting question to ask. What implications for historiography or in any sense we should attach to well, the difference in the degree of autonomous agency, basically, of women in the West compared to their counterparts in the East. I mean, to point out the obvious, Soviet women would not necessarily have had the chance to protest around Soviet military bases related to Soviet nuclear policy or whatever. So that would be the question as such. And then finally, I'll turn to Ellen. And this is going to go seemingly far from Peru. So I paid some attention to what was happening in Afghanistan post 2001. I've done some research on that. And Afghanistan, of course, well, this comes later in time and is geographically in a completely different place, but was also a target of a sort of neoliberal constellation of policies. Counter narcotics, of course, being very important there. We saw the alternative livelihood programs for farmers, trying to convince them to just go to producing a different crop and so on. And so I just want to wonder a little bit together with you, and I want to get your reflection on this as to why, in the context of Afghanistan, the analogy that was cited from South America was mostly Colombia. So some officials made their way from the field of, let's say, Colombia policy over to the field of Afghanistan policy, but that was mostly thanks to capital they accumulated with their involvement related to Colombia. And Peru was never cited so much, at least based on the observations of the discourse that I made at the time. So I want to get your reflection on that. That's it from me. I'll shoot myself down now. And it's over to you, the audience. Please join in asking questions, making comments. First here, Janusz, and then we go to, wait, I'm sorry. The microphone made its way there. Janusz, if you don't mind.
Thank you all for such great presentations. And really, that was spectacular. I can't wait to bombard you with questions later. I had two intersecting questions. The first one is, you talk about the African students, but are there other African groups that are in the Soviet Union? Are there workers? Are there diplomats? And the second question is, are the students, and then, if those workers and those diplomats exist, are they facing racism in less fatal ways? Through violence, but also through language or, other kind of reactions? Thank you.
Well done, all of you. What a treat to listen. I've got a question for Stefano and Kimberly. I'm an American. I study American foreign relations, so I'd love to know more about, Stefano, you referred to the American human rights policies as cosmetic, which I love. And Kimberly, you talked about Soviet anti-racism as also sort of a fallacious idea, and I'd love to know where those ideas come from, and specifically how they were disseminated. Like, how did the Soviet Union get people to believe that they were actually not that racist, and how does America sort of propagate human rights ideas? I'm coming at this from a critical perspective, you can tell. So I'd love to hear more about that.
Was that a question?
Yes, thank you so much for those very interesting topics. And I have a question for Stefano. And I think the human rights, United States human rights policy for China is quite interesting, because if we take a comparison of current U.S. attitude towards the Chinese students, you can see it has undergone transformation, which used to brand the Chinese students as people who want for democracy, who want freedom, to now they suspected them as a communist spy, to steal the U.S. technology knowledge, and now we know that many Chinese top students, they are unable for them to get the student visa to study in U.S. So I'm wondering, considering the transformation of the discourse of the Chinese students in the U.S. foreign policy, what's the domestic context to explain this phenomenon? And do you think the human rights has always been a kind of primary consideration for the U.S. China policy, or it's just executes, or it's solved for the U.S. geopolitical interest, in dealing with China?
There's a question here in front. Janos has a question. No, now that we have the mic.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question for Kimberly, and I've spent some time on working on state security, and your point that Africans were viewed as dissidents inside the Soviet Union is a very interesting notion to me. Being a dissident in the Soviet Union had a very complicated response from state security, and I wonder if the Africans were treated similarly to the Soviet dissidents, or there was maybe some other methodology used against them. Thank you.
There was also a question here on this flank over here. Janos, you can help me think of that.
I have a question for Adam about Sweden's rights. Did they use this as to boost women's rights? Like, did they ask for maternity leave, or did they explain something like who doesn't let women go into politics, and that's why they are not represented enough? I heard about daycare that they daycare work. Were there more kind of other feminist leads?
Thank you. There's at least one more question in the back that we should collect in this round, if the mic can make its way there. Thank you.
Hi. Thank you, everyone, for your presentations. My questions are for Adam. So we heard a little bit about, the transnational ties present between these women. But I would like to hear a little bit more about the nuances of how that rhetoric changed over time, and also due to the geographical places of the women, especially as we see, things opening up in the latter part of the Cold War. Like, how have you seen that come across in your archives? And then another question for Ellen, and this maybe is similar to a question that we heard this morning after the keynote, but similar to that, how have you tried to work with gaps in the archive? And so you said that you are interested in trying to find materials that illuminate your project that are not from this U.S. perspective. And so how do you go about doing that, especially in locations or with materials that are hard to obtain?
And here I suggest maybe make a break and then go for some more questions, but let the presenters respond, because there's more than enough already. So maybe. And we can go in the order of the presentation.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay. So regarding your question about measuring their efforts and the efficacy of their activity. Well, first of all, I would say that so numbers, more than 40,000 students in over 160 colleges and universities. They came together in like few weeks. They were able to organize themselves and creating like a quite powerful and stable lobbyist group. Second, they were able to attract media attention and Congress member attention. In this sense, like the number of articles that were published on major newspapers about them, and they were written also by them, can be taken as an example. The number of Congress members, both from the Democratic and the Republican Party, playing against President Bush in the effort of sponsoring not only the Pelosi bills, but also a number of bills trying to protect them, also proves the efficacy of their activity. They gave like a huge platform to Nancy Pelosi to sort of until the time Nancy Pelosi she had been 2 years in Congress, and she had struggled to find a platform through which she could prove herself as a like credible, reliable politician. And also thanks to them, she was able to somehow radicalize her position in Congress, and then becoming the leader that we all know. Also, they became the easiest like Chinese voices to talk with, to kind of express the idea and feelings that their colleagues in China had tried to express through the protest. I know that during the 1992 electoral campaign, Clinton, President, the candidate like Bill Clinton, went to see them, talk to them, try to have their side during the campaign. Then I would say their efficacy and their efforts lasted until 1994, 1995, when economic concern grew, and I would say probably the labor unions such as AFL-CIO kind of took their place against the business interest. So this like to respond to your question. As for human rights as cosmetic language, well, actually, this is interesting because this is why I'm interested in human rights in this context, because human rights, the language and rhetoric was used by, it was a bipartisan language, and it was used by both like Cold War Republican oaks to relaunch a sort of anti-communist rhetoric typical of the Cold War period, but also by Democrats, liberal, against the Washington ties with dictators around. Even the business community saying, actually, in order to promote human rights in China, we need links, we need ties with China. We need to stay in China in order to promote human rights. So that is why I'm using like the word cosmetic. And last question about human rights students. So, like the students exchange programs began in the late 70s, and the U.S. saw Chinese students as ambassadors, let's say, of liberal values in China after their exchange period in the U.S., while China saw them as a resource for the economic advancement, economic and technological advancement of the country. The Tiananmen crackdown kind of complicated this like the role of the students, because those who were staying in the U.S., they kind of complicated the plans of the Chinese government, but at the same time, their efforts in the U.S. was complicated by these activities of the Chinese embassy that tried to kind of take let's say the weakest students and turn them into spies. So their activities and their role was I would say complicated by those events.
Okay, so Peter, thank you so much for your question. So I think what enables the Soviet officials to be like, I love that the line for their self-racism. I think it's twofold. I think it's that often Soviet understandings of racism are so rooted in American racism and the black-white binary, and they truly understand racism as physical acts of violence against black people. And then I would also argue it's part of Leninism and understanding that since the 1920s, the Bolsheviks approached race as a masking ideology. So like what you see as racism is actually rooted in class antagonism, which is also why a lot of African Americans in the 30s weren't interested in Soviet style Marxism, because like you don't understand racism, bro. Like this is the problem. So I think it's twofold, and I think in a long arc in my dissertation, you see the long term impacts of that when you have only the American view of racism, so you don't understand the ways in which people who are coming from colonized spaces in Africa or in Asia, how they view racism. So that's how I approach that. Olivia, thank you so much. This is a good question. So predominantly in historiography, everything is on African students. And African students are the dominant African presence in the Soviet Union, so Vietnamese students, but they tend to be students. Really until the 1970s, it's African students, and then in the 1970s, you start having Angolan soldiers come to train in the Soviet Union. And you also have like Angolan women who come to various international women's conferences. But the African soldiers are even more segregated from the Soviet population than African students are. So you don't really see them having issues with racism, but there are instances of racism, and there are documented a few fights between Angolan soldiers and Soviet men who decided they're going to get drunk and mess with African soldiers, and it doesn't end up well because, they're soldiers. And ideas about Soviet anti-racism. I didn't get your name.
Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah. So that is a question. So what the Soviet Union does during the sixth Comintern of Claude McKay, who's saying we need to address the Negro question. You need to address the specific types of oppression that African Americans, in particular those in the South, face, that is with class and race based. And so that really is a jumping off point for understanding the approach to Soviet anti-racism, but it's still one that's very much rooted in the dynamics of Jim Crow, i.e. segregation and lynching in particular. I have a piece I've written that talks about lynching as a controlling image of understanding Black experience for the Soviet Union. And so the Soviets see themselves as anti-racist. They're like, we don't call people N-word, we don't have segregation, we don't delineate people based on race. Nationality policy is a totally different conversation. But that's very much how they view themselves. And a lot of people, thanks to African Americans who have a wonderful time in the Soviet Union, it's promoted as anti-racist. And so I think the issue that we see in historiography and that I work on is you can't flatten African American and African experience into one Black experience. It's fundamentally different. And Donna, finally, that is the question. Like, how are African students, particularly those who are protesting, and this is what I think is fascinating, because Soviet dissidents are an internal security threat. African students are an external security threat. And the levers for dealing with them are easy. You can expel them, you can put pressure on the government to take them out. But the Soviet Union's in this weird situation where anytime there's an incident with an African student, the Western media is going to pick up on it. But the Soviet Union is also good at saying anytime something happens to a Black person in the United States, we're going to pick up on it. So these fights are kind of going on in this meta language of the media, but I think it's much easier for the Soviet Union to deal with African dissidents and its own dissidents. Because even then, the United States cares much more about Soviet dissidents than African students from protesting. So I think thank you so much for that question, because that's actually how I'm going to frame that chapter.
Yeah, I want to say thank you for the three questions that I got. I think they actually are all kind of interrelated, so I'm going to try and answer them kind of all together. Hopefully it doesn't get too messy. So I think I want to start with kind of making sure that I really drive home the point that the feminist claims that the women peace activists were making, it's not necessarily or not just that they wholeheartedly believed in these ideas or these causes. Instead, they used them as a rhetorical strategy to put themselves into this zone or sphere of discussion that was traditionally a men's world: military, nuclear weapons. They do the work where they say, listen, we know about what the military budget is. We know about the technical parts of Pershing II missile. They do that work where they can kind of speak the language of military generals and military leaders. But they also say, they believe this, but they also are saying it because they think it's going to be effective, that we have particular ideas about what to do about nuclear weapons and the military because we're women, because we're mothers, because we're grandmothers. they believe this, but it's also a way for them to push themselves into the conversation. This is not new for women political activists since the French Revolution, but it is also something that we see, and I've kind of in my presentation presented these kinds of moments of working together in harmony. It's also not only a harmonious experience. These women, especially from the Soviet bloc, and as they encounter their Western counterparts, there's a lot of discord. There's a lot of frustration with one another, especially in the early 1980s, as either Soviet women are unwilling or unable to move beyond kind of party line and traditional Soviet rhetoric about imperialism, capitalism, and the domination of the West in these kinds of discussions of nuclear weapons. I've had interviews with women from the West who have talked about how frustrating it was trying to hammer out these kinds of statements where Soviet women just anything that even obliquely criticizes the Soviet state, it's shut down. And so it's partly maybe they believed it this way, but I think also probably because they had handlers that did not allow them to engage in such direct critique. But as those of us in the archive this past week have heard me talk about, that's not the case for all issues. I've seen now newspaper reports discussing this women's double burden, this labor issue in the Soviet Union in the early 1980s. And direct letters written to Pravda by women in 1982, 1983, saying this is no way to run a household, this is no way to raise a Soviet child. These conditions need to change. These are pretty direct critiques, not of the system, but of the way that the system is producing outcomes. So I think in some issues that I think I hope I've shown are related to their discussions of military spending, Soviet women do find some ways to kind of push back directly. And this changes throughout the decade. And part of talking about 1990 is both showing they're talking about things after they think the Cold War has ended, but also that it's a lot more free to kind of directly send a message to Gorbachev and say, you need to change what you're doing. This is something that changes a lot where in the latter half of the decade. So in terms of adopting feminist ideas, some Soviet women kind of always think, no, that's bourgeois Western feminism. I have nothing to do with that. That's kind of the standard line in the early 80s. In the latter half of the decade, some women, especially younger Soviet women, come to adopt these ideas and understand the implications for life in the Soviet Union. But they're also allowed to do that with under Perestroika and Glasnost. Hopefully that helps get it.
Great. Thanks, Peter, for your question. I think it's really interesting that you mentioned that because it's a section that I had, in my dissertation, which is obviously a much longer piece of work, about how Colombia is the majority of the U.S.'s concern regarding narcotics in the hemisphere, and it's framed very much as a geopolitical security threat, as if there's what if a narco state that terrorists completely take over the government in Colombia, and then we have a super hostile nation in our hemisphere, and what are we gonna do? Whereas Peru is framed as because they trusted Fujimori in his leadership. It's proof as a success story. They felt that the terrorism situation was completely managed under him. So if you're looking through, I was in the Clinton archives for, a few weeks and looking through, there's pages and pages and stacks of, security concerns in Colombia and how are we going to send more money to Colombia? And Peru is just it looks like Fujimori's got it covered. We'll make sure we keep sending him aid to make sure that that stays in line. But Peru is almost always a footnote sort of to the issue of Colombia on the global stage. So it's a sort of important, I think, to recognize that in my larger argument and thesis about how Fujimori was so good at generating this legitimacy through this image of control. And then Kristen, for your comment as well. So I think it was super challenging thinking about constructing a post-Cold War project with Peruvian sources at the center. It was complicated, especially by the fact that Fujimori controlled a lot of the media at this time. So using Peruvian sources, especially newspaper sources, if I'm analyzing a discourse, gets me super far, but then it also generates this extra challenge of like, what was controlled, like what did people feel okay to criticize. So like going to Peru and looking at lots of media transcripts and newspapers was super interesting, but as I was writing, it's harder to sort of use those very concrete sources because I'm not ever really sure what that was coming from, and I can do my best, as a historian to kind of contextualize those and see what they could have been criticizing, but it did make it super hard. Also, when I was doing this research, COVID was still very much a factor in Peru. So I went to, the small village in Ayacucho to try and get these, documents for this library, and they were like, well, we're actually not really letting international researchers in right now because of COVID. And I was like, well, I'm here now, and I really need to see like these one form of documents if you can give them to me. And they were like, it took me like 3 days of going back to back to finally get them to like trust me to give me the documents. So I think kind of necessity and just also, constructing, as I said, a post-Cold War moment, the U.S. just sort of has to be like the center because they influence so much about the funding that went to this country and even like the larger sort of institutional frameworks that, international leader was operating in. So I think I tried to kind of integrate them, but it really was a challenge. So
Thank you. And with that, I need to make an intervention. Professor Big is just warned me not to let the opportunity pass. So obviously there'll be a chance to ask questions to the presenters later on as well. These were super interesting presentations, and over lunch there's going to be more opportunity. I'm sure about that. So what I need to announce is a book project, which I think was indicated in advance in communicating about the conference that there would be a let's say, special interest in the subject of non-state actors. And this is a book project that I'm co-editing with Professor Bekish as well as 2 other co-editors on non-state actors in East-West relations. The time period that this book project covers is basically post-1945 up to today, which is very ambitious, audacious, whatever you want to call it. But we already have a really, really good lineup of authors preparing to contribute chapters, and it's looking very interesting. And obviously, this conference features a number of presentations that should be also very interesting for this book project. We will be reaching out to select authors ourselves, so we want to make sure to do that. But at the same time, I encourage everyone who might have an interest in this project to turn to us. Maybe turn to me personally or to Professor Bekish. Leonardo can help as well. So one way to do this is to reach out to me when I'm personally present. For example, tomorrow I'll be here most of the time, and also for the dinner tomorrow. And so we can talk then. Also, you can get my contacts from Leonardo. He can help with this. And all my email address, just in case it matters if I mention it right now, it's peter.marton@unicorvinus.hu. Unicorvinus, like in the case of Professor Bikish, email address. But Leonardo can write it down for someone if that's necessary, or send it along the email.
Just reach me out and I will forward the address of Dr. Martin.
So there are many ways to do this, and it will be a two-way street. We will be approaching some people. You can approach us in any way. And with that, I want to thank the presenters for the really interesting presentations. And it's right on time, in fact, that we are for lunch. So go ahead and enjoy
I was in Little Rock.
remain unscrutinised. The French, British, Russians all served on this Cold War front line and were indeed responsible for ensuring West Berlin remained free. These men had to imagine the Cold War's potential to turn hot, something that civilians did not necessarily have to do on a day-to-day basis, and their own place in defending the West. Their status as soldiers then ultimately set them apart from their civilian counterparts, fundamentally affected not only their daily lives, but how they gave meaning to themselves. It is crucial to question how soldiers experienced and remember their time in Berlin, not only to scrutinise what the Cold War meant to them, but also their attitudes towards what it meant to be a soldier. So in other words, this research is asking bigger questions, not just about the Cold War, but about how British soldiers negotiated the military identity in the post-1945 world. My own research focuses on the British military presence in Berlin, and I scrutinise how men engaged with the idea of the Cold War when remembering their time there. As I found, Cold War soldiering for these men often did not necessarily align with ideological understandings of the Cold War, often instead being based more in a sort of moral or ethical view, or indeed just more traditional military sort of identity markers. So in this paper, I'm going to focus on two interconnected things. This is not a chapter of my thesis. I'm going to argue firstly that the British garrison exercised considerable soft power in Cold War Berlin through the medium of military pageantry, that is, parades, ceremonial events, so on and so forth. But crucially, contemporary military authorities actually promoted this as a certain conception of soldiering to their own personnel, where military aptitude was best demonstrated on the parade ground, almost a proxy instead of training. You could prove that you were prepared to defend Berlin by basically being able to march very well on a parade ground. It was also a way of keeping soldiers occupied, which is something that I don't really have time to go into today, but if you want to ask me questions on it, please do. Parades in Berlin signalled a variety of meanings depending on the audience, from a show of strength and military capability, particularly when targeted at the Soviet Union, to a sign of friendship and alliance with the West Berliners in particular. Indeed, Berlin's place in the international limelight defined the nature of military duties in the city and shaped how individuals remember the Cold War as a conflict in Berlin. For veterans, pageantry was the defining aspect of soldiering in the city, often more so than that operational defensive role. And that is something that cuts across generations as well, which is really important to say. So, I'm just going to give a brief little bit of context. I assume people know a little bit about this anyway, but after the war, in 1945, Germany was divided into 4 zones of occupation: British, American, French and Soviet. Berlin was also divided into 4 sectors, despite being well within the Soviet zone of Germany. So these are the sector boundaries of Berlin. So obviously you've got the British sector is here on the left in orange, and there are 4 districts which are important to say. I'm just going to stand up briefly and point them out. You have Tiergarten here in the middle, which borders the Brandenburg Gate. Then Wilmersdorf. You have Charlottenburg, where the main military presence was based. And then you have Spandau, which is where most of the barracks were. Also where the RAF station was, which is worth pointing out. And also where a lot of the training happened to defend Berlin. Initially this was, like I say, an occupation garrison, but with the worsening of relations with the Soviet Union, the 3 Western garrisons became de facto protective powers, which is a term that other historians have analysed, by the late 1940s, and continued in this role until German reunification. They eventually withdrew in September 1994, exactly 1 day after the then Russian garrison left. The size of these garrisons varied throughout the Cold War. The American garrison was always the largest. It normally had around 6,000 soldiers. The British had approximately between 2,500 and 3,000. The French had approximately 1,000 to 1,500. And just for the purposes of this, it's worth saying the British contingent consisted of approximately 3 infantry battalions, an armoured squadron of tanks, and various other support units. Berlin was, however, a challenging place to be a soldier. The British and Western garrisons had little hope of holding out in the event of a military conflict over Berlin. West Berlin was over 100 miles away from the inter-German border and surrounded by numerically superior Soviet and East German armed forces. Though British forces trained to defend Berlin, and they really actually did, and there were lots of contingency plans within the city for the defence of Berlin, this training was ultimately unrealistic. And I'll give you a brief example of this. They weren't allowed to dig defensive trenches in the woods for fear of upsetting the Berliners. The size of the garrisons obviously meant that they were never going to withstand much hope against 500,000 Soviet soldiers who surrounded them. As I argue elsewhere in my PhD, this military reality significantly affects how individuals remembered soldiering in Berlin. Men felt unable to fulfil their expectations of what it meant to be a soldier, which had a knock-on impact on how they perceived the garrison as a defensive unit, because a lot of this narrative was around being a defender of the Berliners, not necessarily deterring, but being ready to actively defend them should push come to shove. British military authorities were then acutely aware that they needed to effectively repackage what it was to be a soldier in Berlin in response to these military constraints. And importantly, to counter suggestions internationally, within Berlin, and within Britain itself, that the garrison was simply a symbolic entity with no military purpose. In doing so, they promoted the British garrison as a conduit of soft power, with visibility and performance promoted as a legitimate, crucially important military role in the city. And indeed, my argument about military soft power sort of fits in a broader literature about the Americans, which I'll come on to in a second. But briefly, it's necessary to find what I mean by soft power. Soft power as a theory was first theorised by Joseph Nye in 1990, American political scientist. Soft power is a form of attracting other states or institutions to adopt favourable attitudes and policies rather than coercing through military force. Soft power is reliant on the promotion of, I quote, culture, political ideals and policies to legitimise a state's power and values to other countries. The concept is increasingly popular among historians studying how, quote-unquote, MILCOMs, American military communities, promoted American values of democracy and freedom to communities in West Germany, Japan and South Korea. Donna Alva, for example, argues that American soldiers exercise this power through daily interactions with their host communities, promoting not only a positive image of the US as a military ally, but also of American family values and consumer culture, which ensured West Germany in particular became fully integrated into the West. And I'm arguing that military pageantry fulfilled a very similar purpose in Berlin for the British, not only to reaffirm Britain's status as defensive power, but also to foster positive Anglo-German relationships. So, the British Armed Forces had, and continues to have, a long-standing tradition of using military ceremony. Anybody who saw any clips from the recent coronation of the King would be able to tell you that. The army often used military pageantry and military parades in the 19th and 20th centuries to appeal to prospective recruits, for instance. Moreover, as historian Scott Miley argues, military reviews and tattoos were effectively designed to be theatrical and entertaining to local civilian populations, with the idea of bettering the army's image, because otherwise the army could have quite negative connotations. However, Berlin was a unique setting for military pageantry. British forces lived in close proximity to several other nationalities in Berlin, both friendly and potentially hostile. These included their French and American allies, the East and West Berliners, the Soviets, all of whom were regularly attending British military ceremonies. Berlin was, of course, also a highly symbolic location, as I've referenced, which ensured sustained international interest from Western journalists. Ceremonies were also highly photographed and filmed for British and German media, which ensured the garrison remained a highly visible entity. Ceremonies then were watched by a wide range of audiences, meaning that the British military authorities could use this to sort of promote their own images or their own ideas. And just briefly, it's worth saying that there are several different parades that happen in Berlin. Some happen all over the world. So you have something called what was, for most of the time, British were there, the Queen's Birthday Parade, which is obviously now the King's Birthday Parade. But others were Berlin specific. So there was a Changing of the Guard ceremony at Spandau War Crimes Prison, where men including Rudolf Hess were incarcerated. The Allied Forces Day Parade, which first started in 1964, and the incredibly popular Berlin Tattoo, which was a British invention, first in 1947, and actually that still continues to this day in some guise, although of course the Germans now organise it themselves. So throughout the 1950s and 1960s, contemporary British military authorities encouraged soldiers to understand that ceremonies were public opportunities to demonstrate their military skill to wider audiences, effectively performing their status as defenders on the parade ground and reaffirming their status as a highly skilled unit prepared to meet potential challenges. It was ultimately an outlet to allow soldiers to prove they were skilled, and this is really important. Berlin could be a potentially boring station to be posted to. The chance of war depended on when you were there, but was generally very low. It was very easy to be defeatist about it and say, well, we're surrounded, so what would we realistically be able to do? The authorities had to keep soldiers turned on and engaged, basically. And ceremony was a way of doing this. Ceremony could otherwise be, again, quite a routine part of military duty, something I'm going to come on to in a bit. I've got lots of examples about this, but I want to just show you this quickly. So this newspaper, I'm arguing throughout my thesis that military authorities sort of created these official military narratives throughout their time in Berlin. And one of the ways they promoted these narratives was through this newspaper, the Berlin Bulletin. Now, the Berlin Bulletin was not officially produced by the military government, but it was produced by the education branch of the infantry brigade stationed in Berlin. Now, I won't go into specifics about it. Please ask me questions if you want to. While the newspapers were meant to present quite an apolitical and neutral view of the news, of course, because it was produced by an army's education branch, I'm arguing this is a good way of sort of tapping into official narratives at the time. This newspaper was published between 1952 and 1994. There are numerous examples of speeches and articles to draw on, but I'm just going to show you two very briefly. So this is one. So General Sir John Harding was the chief of the British Army of the Rhine, which is the overarching British military presence in Germany, in West Germany. And at his 1952 farewell parade in Berlin, he used the opportunity to make a speech. And in this speech, he makes several points, but this is one of the most important ones that he makes. He says, I quote, "It is clear to me from your steadiness on parade, from the precision of your drill, and your confident movement, you are thoroughly fit and well disciplined and ready for any eventuality." Now, John Harding here was emphasising that ceremonies were an effective demonstration of military capability. The regiments themselves also engaged with this kind of language. The Berlin Bulletin had lots of opportunities for regiments to write in, tell readers what it was the British Army was doing in Berlin at the time. Often these could be quite jokey, but also they were often quite serious too. So one example here is from the Durham Light Infantry, which is a regiment in the UK, or used to be a regiment in the UK. They're talking about the 1951 King's Birthday Parade here in their regimental journal. The pageantry starved Berliner, that's a phrase that we're going to come on to in a minute as well. The King's Birthday Parade has come to mean more than a mere military spectacle. It is assumed in the company of the American Independence Day Parade and French Bastille celebrations the importance of a concrete demonstration that on one side of the city at least there is a well-ordered force prepared to face the obligations thrust upon them. Both articles are hopefully indicating what I'm arguing here, which is that parades were heralded as this the epitome of British military skill, the main way of showing it, and the importance of showing it because Berlin was such a prominent location. But military authorities were particularly interested in British forces knowing that they were performing to their potential adversaries. So this is a quote from a report on the 1956 Queen's Birthday Parade. So this report notably drew attention to the, quote, strong contingent of Russian guests, which included Major General Petro Durova, the Soviet city commandant at the time. The report reflected heavily on skill and aptitude on display. So here's the quote: "The stately swing of kilts and sporrans, the rhythm of immaculate white gaiters, with never a foot wrong, was certainly a proud moment for us all, coupled with the knowledge that critical eyes were focused on the British Army." Parades were, in effect, another form of Cold War competition in Berlin. They should not, therefore, be considered simply symbolic, but rather a key duty that filled a defined military role. And there's a picture of the 1949 King's Birthday Parade. Note this was happening at the time of the Berlin blockade, when there were lots of international journalists in the city. Also, the King's Birthday Parade happened on the Maifeld, which is the field outside the Olympic Stadium in Berlin, which was in the British sector of occupation. But many former personnel understood parades to be explicit shows of force, which was a response to the operationally constricted environment they were in. In other words, the defining element of soldiering in Berlin. I'm going to give you one example before I talk about these two. I've used over 150 archived interviews that are housed in the Imperial War Museum in the UK. One of them, a chap called Terence Hubble, had a 20-year army career, stationed in Berlin twice in the early 1950s and early 1960s, both very important periods in Berlin's history, with the Black Watch Regiment, Scottish regiment. He termed Berlin a showpiece for the British Army, when talking about his experiences. In his interview with the Imperial War Museum, Hubble associated service in Berlin with constant inspections, guard duties, and ceremonial parades, which in the extant literature on this is often called quote-unquote bullshit, which is a slang term in the British Army for seemingly pointless ceremonial tasks. Yet in the context of Berlin, Hubble recognised that the heightened emphasis on ceremony was a response to the international scrutiny the garrison was under, both in the city and outside too. He therefore believed it had a specific military purpose and was a core component of soldiering in the city, even if he himself didn't enjoy it. And that's an important point. Men, often the literature with bullshit is that it was totally pointless, didn't enjoy it, didn't see the point in it. Whereas in Berlin, these men are actually contextualising how they think about these military duties. This is something that's not scrutinised. The national service experience in Britain is often people say, oh, it was a waste of time, we were bored. But this is showing that in the highly symbolic location of Berlin, men were able to contextualise it. But those in the 1960s made these associations too. So I'm going to actually talk about Valentine West first. He was actually stationed in Berlin when the Berlin Wall went up in 1961. And I'm not going to read that out because he says the same thing 4 times in a row. But I'll tell you the first thing, yeah. You were very much a showcase. You were a showcase of the British Army for the East to see. So for him, it was very clearly a show of force, and that was the way you did it on the parade ground. But also Peter Chamberlain. Peter Chamberlain was stationed in Berlin in 1965. In theory, the last great access crisis had already happened by then, the Autobahn crisis in 1962, 1963. But his opinion of being in Berlin, part of the reason for the Brits being in Berlin was to show the Russians that we meant business. And one of the ways to do that was to show yourselves in ceremonial parades. So there is clearly this ocean here for these men that they identify as defenders. Their job is to defend Berlin as if push come to shove. But the way they were going to do that and prove that was on the parade ground. So I'm conscious of time, but I will just jump on to the next bit, which is also that pageantry was a key way of fostering and reinforcing Anglo-German relationships on the ground. British forces initially entered Berlin as an occupying power and were unsure of the kind of response they were going to get from the German civilian population. Pageantry was in part the key way of bettering relations in 1945 and 1946, most clearly through the creation of the Berlin Tattoo, which, by the way, there's an interesting contrast here. One of the 4 so-called Ds, which was demilitarisation, that was meant to ban anything that celebrated militarism in Germany. And here you have it 2 years later, the British Army going, "Oh, come look at our parade, marching soldiers." There's a great quote, which I can almost remember word for word. I'll see if I can have a go at it. There was a civilian officer who said, certain civilians among us began to get a little worried. Here we were preaching to the Germans the evils of militarism, and here we were putting it back into their head again. It's a fantastic quote. And please do ask me questions on that, because I don't have time to go into it too much here. But that 1945 to 1947 period was really important. But it's important to note here, however, that British authorities and soldiers alike believed that the Berliners responded positively to military ceremony, which reflected deeper conceptions in Britain of Germany and its perceived love of militarism. So just a quick quote here, which I won't read because I read that in my hotel room 5 times in a row yesterday. I'll get it wrong every time. But it basically says that this is basically the soft power argument, that effectively British soldiers were, if they were smart and acted in the way that they believed the Berliners would respond well to, they would sort of solidify their place, as it were, and solidify their identity as allies. But during the 1950s, military authorities stressed that military pageantry had a clear morale-boosting purpose. And this was really important in the 50s. The 50s was an era of economic reconstruction in Germany more broadly. In terms of Anglo-German relations, it was a period of the end of occupation, West Germany's admission into NATO, and increasing the start of European integration and economic integration with what became the EEC. Morale was more volatile in Berlin, however, because you had constant fear of another blockade, and also Berlin remained heavily reliant on outside economic aid for most of its time. Military authorities reiterated this as a way of boosting morale in many ways. So the newspaper, just quickly, featured prominent write-ups of ceremonial events where they would always talk about the response they got from Berliners. These newspapers would publish letters from Berliners saying how much they enjoyed military ceremony. There's a quick quote here I'll give you. The British Commandant would always have a Christmas message in this newspaper, which in theory was meant to be, goodwill to all men and whatever. But often it was a way of saying things like this. Major General Francis Rome, in 1958, said in his message, "Your example can do a lot to encourage and support the people of West Berlin in their resistance to fresh threats against their freedom." And this was at the time of the Khrushchev ultimatum, where Khrushchev threatened to hand over control of East Germany's borders to the East Germans, which would have gone against the occupation statute. There's a quote there from one of the regimental journals, and again, this encapsulates it for me. By their behaviour, the Manchester Regiment that is, created the most friendly atmosphere, so much so that after the procession had finished, the German crowd broke ranks and surrounded the band while they paid extra time. One can emphasise too strongly how much such occasions contributed towards furtherance of Anglo-German relations. You see all these messages come up time and time again in the 1950s as Anglo-German relations are really developing positively, and it becomes a lot more ritualistic in the 1960s as well, sort of reinforcing this message to consecutive generations of servicemen. Please ask me more questions on that, because I realise I probably don't have much time. Have I gone over? Or I should stop now. That is more or less the end. I was just about to sum up to say pageantry was just a way of demonstrating skill and reaffirming commitment. And by boosting Berlin morale and ensuring the garrison remained in the international limelight, pageantry became a keynote role in the city. That was a lot. Please do ask me questions afterwards. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Margherita Capannoli, and I'm a research fellow at the University of Bologna. And today I will present you the research I developed. Okay, sorry. You need to understand how it works. The research I conducted for my master degree dissertation a few months ago, and I'm very happy to share because it took me a lot of months of research, and I'm happy to share with you everything. A little bit of context. This dissertation aims to explore the concept of Anglo-American special relationship, understood as a sui generis and privileged relationship between the United Kingdom and the United States. Thus, I analyzed its evolution over time, beginning from the 19th century until to the early 70s, which is when the Great Britain joined the European Economic Community, and I tried to understand its impact over Britain's accession to the community. I identified two main research questions, which are, the first one is, how are the special relationship and the process of the European integration related to each other? And the second one is, what was the impact of the special relationship on Britain's desire to join the European Economic Community? And to try to answer these questions, I conducted a historiographical analysis on primary and secondary sources, and I've also been very lucky to conduct my research both in Italy and abroad, because I spent 4 months in the United States at the Dickinson College in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, and there I had access to a large amount of material, of sources, both from the college and from the Army War College in Carlisle. But to let you know that the literature on bilateral relations featured in my dissertation is present and quite advanced, because I'm referring to the literature between Anglo-American connections, therefore between the United States and the United Kingdom, and also between Britain and the European community. However, the literature that finds a correlation between these two topics seems lacking. It's much more modest, and this sort of triangle of United States, United Kingdom, and European community does not seem to be sufficiently explored yet. Therefore, the objective of the research was to combine researches on both topics to try to establish a correlation between the special relationship and
Britain's accession to the community, and specifically how much American pressure influenced the three applications for membership submitted by the United Kingdom to the community. And a little overview of the research is that yes, the special relationship is related to the European integration process, and it results that it has been largely affected by American influence, and also that developments in transatlantic relations and pressure from the United States were two extremely important factors in British choice to move closer to Europe and apply for membership to the community in 1961, so the first membership bid, and in 1967, the second membership bid. While, in contrast, a change can be detected in the early 70s when the pro-European government of Edward Heath emerged in the United Kingdom and distanced the country from the special relationship and embraced its own European destiny, which was away from the United States. Okay, like entering the research, on the 1st January of 1973, Britain became officially part of the European Economic Community, but the process that led to this result, which began 12 years earlier in 1961, has been long and often very exhausting. And one of the main reasons for the tumultuous membership negotiations is that the European Economic Community, the community has never been a British priority until the 70s, more or less, and the lack of sentiment for European affairs and a clear preference for the Atlantic did not ease the process. But to understand how the transatlantic relations were tied to the European integration process, it has been crucial to explore the origin and development of the Anglo-American special relationship since the beginning in the late 80s. And throughout the centuries, we can see that Anglo-American connections did not follow a linear progress, and specifically it emerges that the two countries experienced a substantial degree of closeness because of the rise of international conflicts. And it is particularly evident with the First and even more with the Second World War that pushed the two countries to collaborate and cooperate. Indeed, during the final years of the World War, where it is not possible to talk about a concrete political alliance between the two countries, Britain and the United States successfully cooperated in several areas, such as the naval and military matters, as well as the economic field. And in a similar way, in 1939, at the beginning of the outbreak of the Second World War, the two underwent a new wave of cooperation, and that second rapprochement marked the beginning of the special relationship. Indeed, starting from the 1940, it is possible to see the term special relationship both in private and public communications on both sides of the Atlantic. And the creation of the special relationship in those years was also accompanied by a crucial element, and that was for the first time the US economic and military power surmounted Britain's, which became the junior partner of the Anglo-American special relationship. But concerning this, my research also explored the concept of specialness per se, and it follows that international relationships can be special and unequal. Therefore, parity is not required for specialness. And if we refer to David Reynolds' definition of specialness as composed of quality and importance, it is possible to assess that the special relationship was special in its degree and extent, which is the quality part, but also it was special for US and Britain and for the international order as a whole, and that was the importance part. And during the Second World War, and especially in the following years, specialness can be found in three very important areas, which are the intelligence, the nuclear, and the diplomatic spheres. And Transatlantic cooperation remained particularly strong in those areas, showing that a close, mutually exclusive kind of relationships was present for both the United States and the United Kingdom, and therefore need to be taken into account when analyzing other kind of international connections, especially connections with Europe. Another important element which I found during my research is that the special relationship concerned the political sphere, of course, but also the personal and the cultural ones. Common political interests certainly played a major role, but sentiment, shared values, and the recognition that both Americans and British belong to the Anglo-Saxons paved the way for really meaningful connections. And the belief of a common belonging held together the relationship even in moments of distance between the two countries at governmental level, therefore at political level. And these help us to understand that the special relationship was not confined to prime ministers and presidents, although of course it sometimes happened, but it also saw a significant role of British and American elites. However, understanding the extent of the special relationship proved necessary to estimate the impact of the European integration process and on British policy choices towards Europe. Because since the end of the war, in 1945, Europe has been of crucial importance to the United States, and a situation that we can define as a mutual need developed within the special relationship. Because despite the disparity of power, the US and Britain considered each other as their most reliable ally in the international arena and saw in cooperation their best interests, both of them. However, the two countries expected two divergent outcomes from the relationship because the US recognized this specific rapport with Britain but was absolutely aware of the British decline as a global power. And the US was aware that British role was in Europe, fostering joint transatlantic interests, influencing Western European development, and of course containing the Soviet threat. For Britain, of course, the perception was different because the UK, of course, shared the preoccupations of the Soviet threat, but the country did not perceive itself as a European power. And when Britain had to choose to participate in the European integration process or not, the Anglo-American special relationship played a major role in its choice, and indeed the country refused. Britain wanted to retain its water power status and deemed it crucial the maintenance of the special relationship to achieve that. Therefore, Europe was not of primary importance in British plans, and the supranational approach chosen by continental European powers as well did not fit British priorities. No, sorry. Okay. Sorry. From its side, it emerges from the research that the United States has been very consistent during the years in its support for participation of Britain into the integrated Europe. And if we look at this support in conjunction with British attitudes towards Europe, it emerges that most of the time that the country took a step forward in Europe, it did that as a result of American pressure or to please the American counterpart. And a clear example of that is the creation of the European Free Trade Area, the EFTA. Because given the lack of European attitudes and divergent priorities, Britain, as I told you before, did not participate in the creation of the European Cold Steel Community nor the creation of the European Economic Community in the mid-50s. On the contrary, over those years, the UK took distance from European plans. However, in 1956, which is the same year, of the Suez Crisis, America strongly recommended Britain to change its attitude towards the integration process because they wanted the British to exert a very specific influence on the process. And we can say that the American pressure was extremely significant and pushed the UK to propose a counterbalance to the customs union development, and the EFTA proposal arrived shortly afterward. And from this and other historical examples, we don't have time to go through them, but similar examples, it emerges that British interest in Europe was limited and often driven by other concerns. And it also became evident that British turn to Europe in the 50s was led by the country's perception of the isolation that the country had imposed upon itself by refusing to participate in the process, but also by the cooling of Anglo-American special relationship after the Suez Crisis of those years. But even in the event of the first British application in 1961, the special relationship was British priority, even applying to be part of the European Economic Community. What happened? It just became evident that to keep its privileged position with the United States and restore its international power, Britain had no other option but to join the community, and this is why it applied in the first time. As mentioned, the American pressure for British entry has always been quite clear. And for instance, in March 1961, the Undersecretary of State George Bull told British officials that the US wanted Britain within the community, and this position was confirmed by President Kennedy himself a few weeks later. And my analysis outlined that pleading the United States was one of the key factors that pushed Britain to apply for membership in the first place. And this application, we can describe it as a result of the convergence among British economic difficulties, the lack of alternative policies to deploy, and the US pressure for membership. And given those conditions, it is not surprising that the outcome was a failure, because in January 1963, General de Gaulle vetoed the application, being convinced that Britain was not independent, too attached to the United States, and that accepting the country within the community would expose the community to American influence and would rather alter the system of the six. And we can say that his doubts were kind of legitimate. After the first veto, because there will be another one in a few years, Britain took distance from the European community, and the newly elected Labour government had other priorities, and the priority was to maintain a global role for its country. And to achieve that aim, it was necessary to remain anchored to the symbol of its power, which was the parity of sterling with dollars and a military commitment east of Suez, but both the symbols suffered British growing decline in the 60s. And in this situation, no space for the community was found until 1966. And once again, one of the most important elements in applying for the community membership, even if this time the government was more interested in the community per se, was American pressure. And President Johnson, his administration, his officials, actually told the British officials to make it crystal clear, and I'm quoting official documents, to actually explain their willingness to be part of the community as soon as possible, and had to accept a readjustment of the special relationship, because Britain should surrender its special status and consider itself equal to the other European powers. And this marked a crucial step in Anglo-American relationships, because the US made clear that the interest in having Britain within the community surmounted the importance of the special relationship per se. Therefore, having Britain within the community was their only concern is in that moment. In this case, external pressure such as American pressure was important, but it was the July 1966 crisis that finally convinced the government, the Wilson government, to apply again for the community membership. And here again we can see that British turn was not identifiable with a change of mind on European integration, rather a lack of alternatives. And Wilson saw the community as an instrument to maintain world power status and was not very interested again in being part of the community. However, this second application had a short life as well, because 6 months later, General de Gaulle vetoed again the membership bid, and it did that for similar reasons. The UK was still very attached to the United States, and also the sterling was not much valued at that time. They just had a big crisis, the July crisis, and therefore he used that as an excuse to veto again the situation. In this period, we can see a progressive detachment in Anglo-American relations, which is important because British role was becoming limited to Europe, and the US was content with the British positive behavior concerning the community, even if it was not sincere, but it was useful to American interests. But the country was more focused with the Vietnam War and all the situation in the Far East, and was much less concerned with Britain and European affairs. Less than 3 years later, this context completely changed because in April 1969, General de Gaulle resigned, and it seems to imply an unlocking of the impasse situation that the community experienced in the years before. And in the meantime, in Britain, there was a new pro-European government that emerged, and it was the government of the Conservative Prime Minister Edward Heath, that was elected in June 1970 and made the community membership his priority. And his commitment to the community was directly proportional to his disaffection for the United States and the special relationship. He didn't even like the term special relationship. He preferred to call it a natural relationship. he thought it was more fair, actually. He considered necessary to take distance from the United States and accepted British European positions. And actually, the American administration under President Nixon agreed with that position. He refused several times the help, we can say, the help of Americans. He decided to negotiate with the European community just bilaterally between the United Kingdom and the community without the help of Nixon and Kissinger's and American administration, which was a very crucial step. And we can say that he based his policy towards the United States on national interest this time and not on sentimental attachments as the previous prime ministers generally did. And this time, the impact of the special relationship on British relations with the community was different because while Macmillan and Wilson, the previous prime ministers during the first two membership bids, saw the community membership as the instrument to maintain the special relationship with the United States, which was their primary goal. In its case, the goal really is the British entry into the community. And the special relationship not only is not the instrument to achieve that, but it isn't considered as an obstacle to the achievement of this real objective to enter the community. And if Britain wants to remain an influential power, the only way to do that is through the community. The only thing that I want to say is that the reopening of negotiations of this third membership bid happened a few weeks later, respect to his elections, and after months and months of negotiations, finally he signed the Treaty of Accession in 1972. And the 1st of January of 1973, the country became part of the European community. But not all the pages is gold, and the entry terms were not really favorable to the country, and they have been renegotiated just 2 years later, and there also has been a referendum asking people if they wanted to remain in the European community after 2 years of entering the community. Yeah. To conclude, taking everything into account, we can say that the American pressure was not the only element, of course, yet a crucial one that pushed the UK to embrace its European destiny. Since Americans saw important national interests in British and European community. The change we can spot is only on the third membership with Edward his new government that detached the country from the special relationship. And in this case, the impact that the special relationship had on the third attempt is that the relationship decline. Here's the path that Britain had towards the community membership. That's the end. Thank you. Sorry.
Yes, thank you for having me here to present my research. So my research is going to discuss China's foreign trade with the UK in 1950 and its influence on the COCOM's embargo policy on China. So we all know that in Cold War times there was a multilateral export control system established by the Western camp to regulate East-West trade, which was known as COCOM. It was founded in January 1950 and located in the U.S. Embassy in Paris. So when PRC joined the Korean War, the U.S. decided to launch an economic warfare against PRC. They not only asked its allies to sanction the strategic products for China, but also the non-strategic products that might be useful for China's civil economy. So to better regulate the China-West trade, in September 1952, there was a China committee was established under the COCOM. So in comparison with the embargo list on Soviet Union and Eastern European countries, there was an additional list of more than 700 articles or products also embargoed to China. And this differential list continued to exist after the Korean War. So in 1954, July, when the COCOM reduced the embargo list on Soviet Union and Eastern European countries for 50%, the China differential list continued to exist because the U.S. believed China as a poor and underdeveloped country by keeping maximum economic pressure on China would make China overburden on Soviet Union and therefore place a wedge between the China-USSR alliance. But not every COCOM member states recognize this policy, and especially the UK, who believe to better split the China-USSR alliance, it's better to engage with China rather than isolating China. So UK then became the leading country within the COCOM to challenge the US embargo policy on China. So the historiography of the end of the China Committee has undergone from the traditional school to the revisionist school and to the post-revisionist school. And they focus on whether the US or the UK or the Anglo-American coordination and the compromise that dominated the agenda of COCOM embargo policy on China. And those historiography was preoccupied with the role of state actor. But if we take a look of the UK-China trade in the 1950s, if we don't take the China-Hong Kong trade into account, the UK export to China has never exceeded 1% of overall foreign trade. So if the state actor did play a key role in COCOM, we might wonder why they would, risk Anglo-American special relationship for a country that's playing no influence on its overall economy. So in my research, I would argue it was the the transnational economic actor who manage the China-UK trade, and as well as the China as a receiving country of the economic sanctions that played a key role for the final relaxation of COCOM's embargo policy. So as early as 1951, the Chinese foreign trade officials has already chosen UK as a primary target of their counter-embargo activity because they believe UK as a country rely on foreign trade and kept a traditional economic interest in the Far East was likely to fall into China's economic diplomacy. So after the Korean War was ended, China quickly normalized its diplomatic relation with the UK, and apart from the political engagement, it also started an economic offensiveness toward British business community, and those experiences can be summarized as economic inducement and coercion. So the Chinese communist officials believe within the Western country, the socio-economic group was not monolithic, and China could manipulate difference among different groups to maximize its interest. So from the 1950 to 1970, the China-UK trade was managed by two ideologically divergent groups. The first was the New China Han, which was known as 48 Group. It was composed by progressive manufacturers and merchants who once joined the Moscow International Economic Conference in 1952 and later kept a close relationship with British Communist Front, BCPIT, and Chinese-sponsored company London Export Corporation. The second group is traditional old China Han, who started to manage China's trade as early as mid-19th century. And their interest was represented by the China-British Trade Committee. It was established in 1954 and got sponsorship from China Association, Federation of British Industry, and the London Chamber of Commerce Chamber. These three business groups represented more than 90% of British company. So one of the most efficient way for the Chinese economic inducement is to welcome and organize a frequent group visit to China. So from the 1953 to 1955, there was at least 4 large-scale business delegation from the UK to China. So we probably know that in Mao's China, China was quite isolated and closed country, and it only welcomed the guests who are the fellow traveler or who sympathize with the communists to go here. But try to increase its trade with UK. They even welcome some old China Han who kept some close relationship with British colonial interests here. And also for the British people, visiting China was the most efficient way for them to get the Chinese order and get the first-hand information on the Chinese market. So during their visit in China, they not only get warm hospitality from the Chinese officials, get the contract, but also was organized to visit some major Chinese factory and industrial cities. They were amazed by the China's rapid economic development and surprised to see how Chinese people were hardworking, disciplined under the communist control. So once they went back to UK, they started a private campaign and they told media and the British government that China's economy developed so fast and it would provide a huge market for China, for UK. And also the communists want to enlarge trade with UK for economic reasons, not for political propaganda, hoping that the British government could relax its embargo policy. However, as UK-China trade enlarged and there was no substantial change in COCOM's embargo list, China then started its anti-embargo propaganda to their British guests. So as early as February and March 1955, during the British business people visit China, the Chinese foreign trade officials told them that now because of UK's strict export control regulation, UK now was losing contract to Sweden, and Western Germany, and it was unlikely to regain it. So they also rejected to reach any provisional contracts on manufacturing and engineering products because they said that the UK would unlikely to issue export license. Besides, as more and more people apply for visiting China, the Chinese officials rejected to any group visit from the old China Han and notified them that the next visit contingent on UK's position on embargo policy. So instead, they welcome the individual visit, especially some country who some company who kept close relations with the BCPIT. They also instructed the British merchants who want to do business with Chinese to approach the London Export Cooperation. So the old China Han was quite anxious for losing the Chinese market to the new China Han and decided to press its government to relax its embargo policy. So in December 1955, the China Association made a formal position opposing the embargo policy and called for unilateral action if the US couldn't agree to relax its embargo policy. So influenced by the domestic pressure, the UK Foreign Secretary notified the US that there was no consensus, the UK would act unilaterally. So the China differential policy was also the top question during Prime Minister Anthony Aiden's visit to US in January 56. However, for the US, the 1956 was a presidential election year, so both the US and the UK decided to postpone the discussion to a later stage. So during the spring 1956, more and more British and Hong Kong merchants openly opposed embargo, and some even tried to align with British BCPIT. So which caused a huge security concern for the British government because they think the British Communist Party would extend its influence to the factories. So in June, the UK couldn't wait anymore and pressed the US to reach a compromise solution. And the COCOM member countries now can use exceptional procedure to export some products that not on the Russian list but on the China list. But the exceptional procedure was not the China and the British merchants wanted. There were still many products that are not allowed to export to China. So in December 1956, the SBTC decided to organize a national public campaign to oppose embargo, and it got the sympathy from the bottle trade. And the bottle trade told them that this would strengthen the government position in the COCOM discussion. So in the February 1957, there's a group of the old China Han from the China Association went to the White House to protest, and they told the British government that they were on their last leg and there would be no action. The UK's mercantile interest in the fight would be eliminated soon. So in the February, the most famous and influential China Hans, the chairman of the Yarding Merchant, John Keswick, decided to organize a nationwide press campaign and a parliamentary lobby, and it got the support from one of the undersecretary from the Foreign Office, and said that he told John Keswick that time might be ready for some pressure outside of the government. So before the Prime Minister Ida went to the Bermuda for the three-country conference to discuss embargo question, the UK's public opinion was strong enough for a fundamental change. So, however, during the Bermuda conference, the US declined to abolish the China differential list, and the UK warned that the UK would act soon if there would be no change. So, unsatisfied with the standstill, in April, the British Parliament made a formal position in opposing the embargo, and both the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary promised to address this question in a foreseeable future. And during the Eastern break, the SBTC published its annual report without consultation with Foreign Office and bottle trade. So in this report, it blamed the standstill of the UK-China trade to the embargo. This report was widely covered by the mainstream UK media and making the difference between the UK's business community and British government to the public. So in 17th May, the COCOM held another meeting to discuss the China differential list, and the US rejected to completely abolish the list and instead make a compromise to further curtail the list. However, concerned with domestic pressure and unsatisfied with the US position, the UK in 27th, without consultation with the US, first unilaterally abolished the China differential list. So the China Committee, as as an organization to supervise the China-West trade in the 1950 quickly lost its function. So my conclusion is the British business people were ahead of the British government on the relaxation of the export control policy. So it was their continued pressure and the unfavorable public opinion and the British government's concern with the enlargement of communist influence in UK's factories that forced the UK to challenge the US economic hegemony and to announce the abolishment of the China differentialist. And also, though trading with China has not been a major impact on the overall trade position of the UK, it has been a mainstay of distinctly British mercantile sector, especially in the Far East, as those mercantile interests in China had been deeply intertwined with British colonial interests as early as 19th century. They continue to influence the British China policy even after 1949. And China, as a recipient of the economic sanction, it demonstrated its urgency to mobilize limited resources to promote its agenda. It skillfully manipulated British merchants' interest for a potential Chinese market and used competition among the new and old China hands to achieve its counter-embargo activity. So that's my thank you.
Three extraordinary presentations. So the floor is now open to the audience. If you have any questions, please. Thank you. I have a question for you. This happens during the Sino-Soviet split. Can you add anything? Do you see that there is any connection to Sino-Soviet? Okay, so the next question.
Oh, sorry. So I also have a question for E, right? So I have two. So first is that thank you for your excellent presentation on this. And I'm curious how does the Suez crisis impact on SIX? Well, as your position shows, UK was trying to abolish this whole embargo, but then at the same time in China, I think the whole vibe of their view in the Suez crisis that they fully support Egyptians to go against British and French. So I'm curious, how do you think about that? And my second question is about this role of Sino-Western trade in general. I'm pretty sure you are familiar with the recent book, Market Noise, by Jason Kay. So how do you agree with that? By presenting this, do you agree that Maoist China already has this kind of trading with the West element way before 1970s, or you think this trade is more or less like a political action rather than business way? So that is my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think we have more questions, but maybe you can just answer these if you wish.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much for this very interesting question. So for the Sino-Soviet split, actually, I think if we take the China-West trade into account, it just gives us a nuanced examination of the Sino-Soviet split because we probably know that the China-Soviet Union relations started from maybe from the early 1930s. They are not as good as we think. There are many historian books on how the mistrust and contradiction between the Chinese Communist Party and the Soviet Union as early as 1930s. So for the Chinese Communist Party, they was deeply concerned they would become the puppet regime like the Eastern European countries of the Soviet Union after the founding after the 1949. So when the Korean War broke out and China facing the increasing economic sanction, they had no other choice but to rely on Soviet Union for economic assistance. But they never gave up to maintain its national independence by enlarging their trade with Western countries. So for in my understanding, it's like keeping frequent and closing economic relations with Western countries was an important way for the Chinese Communist Party to maintain its independence. And also, also in China, within the Communist Party itself, there was many foreign trade officials and also some kind of scientists or technical engineering. They was like Western trade prior 1949, and those people they also use their limited influence to to persuade their boss and their leaders that we should enlarge trade with the Western countries because first the Western products they was much superior and better than the Soviet Union, and also they think that they were Western trained prior 1949. And they have just a past reliance on doing business with Western countries. So I think it's like from a strategic or some political consideration from the top level, the Chinese Communist Party want to enlarge trade with UK and other Western countries to maintain its national independence. And from the grassroots level, there are some intellectuals, technicians, they have been Western trade and they want to use their limited influence to help China to enlarge their trade with UK and other Western countries. So for the second question, for the Suez crisis, actually this is a very good question because we all know that Anglo-American relations deteriorated quickly because of Suez crisis. By the late 1956, the primary concern for UK was not to asking for the abolishment of China differentialism, but to repair its relationship with US. So they was quite conservative and don't in the embargo policy and don't want to offend the US anymore. So it was the British merchants who continued to lobby the government and who continued to pressure that forced the government to make further step. For the China, it's quite interesting because China did lost at least temporarily, lost its interest to enlarge its trade with UK because of Suez crisis. But however, for the British merchants, especially for the old China Han, they think okay, now it's the government seems to offend China in the Middle East, and now we need to do something, to rescue our image, to change our image in our Chinese, friends. And then they try to show their Chinese friends that they was very active, in pressuring their government to abolish the embargo policy. The second question. I think the Jason M. Kelly's Market Money was very good book in this field. Yes, I think I partly agree with his conclusion that Mao's China Mao has never been isolated. It is always keep a kind of channel with the West. So as I have mentioned, there are many foreign trade officials and intellectual technicians. They was Western trade and they continue to be active after 1949. So and for those foreign the British company, those old China hands, even though they committed a kind of the kind of crime, in the Chinese so-called 100 years accumulation history, they cooperated the UK during the to sponsor the UK to do the colonization on China, but the PRC took a very pragmatic approach, and they instead of just totally keep, closing the door, they enlarged their engagement with those British company, and those British company they was quite active in China's foreign trade, and some of them, for example, the Reading Merchant, it continued to maintain its office in China after 1954, And I think another British band called HSBC, they also have some branches in China during Mao's time. So it's hard to say Mao's China was totally close to the West. It was, yeah, it has been there, and some kind of the capitalist or the Western imperialist some kind of heritage or legacy continue to exist in Mao's China. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So I hope that we have more time, but
do we still have some? Thank you very much. And here's this very straightforward question to Alice. But first of all, congratulations for your presentations. And my question is this: as a person who loves music, and especially classical music, here is a question. In your interviews, did music pop up? I mean, what was the selection? How do they remember what kind of songs were picked? Why those songs were picked, and so forth? I'm sure you understand my question.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
was there a motivation? Was there a deliberate selection of typical music, or for the Germans, for the Scots to be heard? I'm very curious.
Yeah, definitely. So initially, they were very, very British music. So with the tattoo, a good example was the tattoo. It ended with two songs, two hymns: "God Save the King" and "Abide with Me," which is a very stereotypical English hymn. So at funerals generally, or before the FA Cup final for football fans. By the 1950s, it ends with "Berliner Luft," which is the Berlin's unofficial anthem, as it were. It becomes a lot more participatory, effectively, through music, which is really interesting. They play song, they take, they ask for recommendations and things. The bands are real, they call them ambassador musicians, and they go to old people's homes and things like that. So definitely. So definitely, it starts as very British, but it adapts to the environment it's in, and actually adapts in a way that it probably doesn't elsewhere, because musicians are a big military musicians were used extensively across the British Empire in the 1920s and 1930s, but they never really adopted local music in the way they did in Berlin. So yes, I hope that that's your question.
Thank you very much. So we still have more time for one question. Okay, so seeing none, then I would like to thank you, the panelists, for the wonderful presentations, and I will close this panel. Thank you very much.
No worries.
break, and then let's start the final panel for today. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Bernadette Lehotsky. I work as an associate professor at the Department of International Relations here at Corvinus. I wrote my PhD dissertation on the relations between China and Latin America. So most probably that's the reason, or one of the reasons why I was asked to moderate this panel, which is entitled Great Powers Influence in the Global South. Actually, I'm quite happy to have this panel because I believe that a deeper understanding of the position, the status of the Global South in the Cold War is quite essential to understand its current position and opportunities in the world. Okay, so modernizational dilemmas and relations with the core regions is really something that determines the foreign links of these regions. So we are going to have 4 presenters in this panel. 15 minutes each, and then it's followed by a discussion. Okay, so I really attempt to be quite strict, okay, on time, because I think basically the best part of the conference is, is the discussion after the presentations, and we usually don't have enough time for that. So we are going to have presentations on various regions, basically Asia and Latin America. Okay, so just let's start. Our first presenter is going to be online. Okay, so an online presentation with Susanto on U.S.-Indonesia relations in the Cold War. Okay, so welcome, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So first of all, I'd just like to quickly thank the organizers for giving me a chance to present my work, as I was not able to attend. And yeah, so about my research. So my topic is on the history of U.S.-Indonesia relations during the late 1960s and early 1970s. My aim is to analyze why and how the United States mobilized food assistance in Indonesia. My argument is that food assistance was a tool by the United States to promote agricultural development, as well as to strengthen the political stability of the Indonesian government at a time of food insecurity and economic crisis. In other words, U.S. foreign policy in Indonesia was both about economic development and internal security. I have divided this presentation into 3 sections. First, I will look at the role of a program called Food for Work, introduced by the United States Agency for International Development, otherwise known as USAID. Second, I will look at the role of food assistance in strengthening the political stability of the anti-communist Suharto government. Finally, I will briefly summarize my research and talk about future avenues for research. So, what was the Food for Work program? The aim of this program in Indonesia was to promote agricultural development. This meant the development of roads, dams, irrigation systems, and reforestation. The idea was that workers would contribute to infrastructure projects in return for payment in rice, wheat, and/or bulgur. USAID introduced Food for Work originally in 1963 under Indonesia's first president, Sukarno, but the program had to be abandoned due to the decline of U.S.-Indonesia relations. After President Suharto came into power in 1967, USAID continued the Food for Work program officially in 1969 until 1974. Food for Work operated under the Food for Peace program, also known as Public Law 480 in the United States. Originally, Food for Peace was about decreasing food surpluses in the U.S. and encouraging international trade under President Eisenhower. With President Kennedy onwards, Food for Peace was about encouraging economic development and fostering U.S. foreign policy interests. So, Food for Work in Indonesia operated in the islands of Java and Bali. This was significant as a majority of the 130 million people in Indonesia lived in rural areas. The program enabled USAID and the Indonesian central government to become deeply embedded within rural Indonesia. There were three features that enabled USAID and the Indonesian government to have such a presence in rural Indonesia. First, there was compatibility between Food for Peace legislation and Indonesia's economic plan called the Five-Year Development Plan. For example, the Food for Peace Act of 1966 required the recipient countries in the developing world to guarantee the United States that they had the willingness and capacity to initiate agricultural reform before they were entitled to receive food assistance. On the Indonesian side, the Five-Year Development Plan prioritized agricultural development through the fixing of infrastructure such as roads, ports, and irrigation systems. Second, there was a top-down coordination between USAID, the Indonesian government, and local rural administrations. For example, USAID provided the food, while the Indonesian governmental agencies oversaw the chiefs and the leaders of villages to implement the work. In parallel to Food for Work, the Indonesian government also introduced subsidy programs to encourage the building of roads and bridges. Third, the Indonesian government took advantage of traditional self-help culture. The Food for Peace Act of 1966 also emphasized that assistance was to be directed towards the promotion of self-help activities and community development. The concept of self-help promoted the idea that developing countries themselves were responsible for their own economic development. U.S. assistance was not to be a substitute, but rather a supplement to self-help initiatives. As a result, USAID and the Indonesian government utilized traditional communal self-help culture to accelerate their plans for agricultural development, which led to the government having centralized control over Indonesian villages. Originally, the idea of Indonesian self-help had to do with a village coming together at times of death and disaster. It had to do with the concept of interdependency amongst community members. President Suharto's government, self-help was incorporated into the nation's development agenda. By incorporating the language of mutual assistance in its national development projects, the Indonesian government was able to have direct control and influence. Basically, there was an overlap between U.S. self-help legislation and Indonesian self-help tradition. So, USAID's Food for Work program mainly took place in certain locations on the islands of Java and Bali. So, my next question is, why did USAID officials choose these locations? Nowadays, if you go to Bali, you might enjoy the beaches and see the rice fields. You might even come across monkeys that will steal your belongings and only give them back to you if you give them food. But if you go back to 1963, Bali had just suffered a volcanic eruption. Due to this natural disaster, many people were not able to work the land, which caused widespread unemployment and malnutrition. This was also a period where the Communist Party of Indonesia had made electoral gains in the region. For context, in 1965, Indonesia went through a coup attempt where the majority of the people blamed the Communist Party of Indonesia for the action. This resulted in President Sukarno losing power as well as the killing of around 1 million suspected communists. The Communist Party not long after was also banned by the succeeding Suharto government. If we look at USAID documents from both 1960s and the early 1970s, they have references explicitly stating that they placed Food for Work programs in Indonesia where the Communist Party of Indonesia used to have influence. Basically, Food for Work had a twofold mission. One was to provide economic relief where the USAID and the Indonesian government attempted to address unemployment and malnutrition. The other mission had to do with maintaining security and control in former Communist Party strongholds. So while doing this research, I was curious to see if there were other U.S. documents that specifically mentioned the Food for Work projects in Java and Bali. But there doesn't seem to be direct evidence that shows U.S. government officials instructed USAID to place their projects in particular locations. There is, however, indirect evidence in secondary research. Books on the communist killings of 1965 show that the locations USAID had chosen were places where violence had occurred. Moreover, based on how the United States closely followed the massacre, it would seem to be valid to assume that US officials knew which locations had a large Communist Party presence. Therefore, the fact that the United States followed the events closely would back the idea that USAID deliberately placed food forward projects in former communist strongholds. Now, if we turn to food assistance in general, we can say that it was a strategy by the United States to legitimize the Suharto government and to maintain its political stability. This was important at a time of food insecurity and economic crisis in Indonesia. Officials both in the United States and Indonesia justified the need for food assistance based on the fear that the Communist Party would rise again without such help. The United States, under both President Johnson and Nixon, continued to provide food assistance as well as economic assistance. The rationalizations for the United States was that aid would alleviate Indonesian government's fears of rice shortages. Various U.S. officials in the late 1960s and the 1970s, such as Richard Nixon and Robert McNamara of the World Bank, referred to Indonesia as the greatest prize in Southeast Asia due to its strategic abundance of natural resources and large population. The main idea was that the United States believed President Suharto had to be kept into power, and this indicated a common perception amongst American officials that food and economic assistance to Indonesia was well worth the deterrent in preventing communist uprisings or external communist influence. Food assistance was a way for the United States to keep a pro-Western partner in Southeast Asia. To quickly summarize this project, my objective was to analyze the connection between U.S. food assistance and economic development and political stability. What I've tried to argue is that food assistance to Indonesia had two objectives. One was development for development's sake. Food was used to address unemployment, malnutrition, and infrastructure development. At the same time, the U.S. used food assistance to legitimize the government at a time of crisis and make sure that they politically survived. As for future avenues of research, I believe that looking at the relationship between USAID and other organizations such as CARE International or the World Food Program would be interesting. This is because USAID had delegated a portion of the food assistance to these organizations. We could maybe analyze whether other organizations followed Cold War security concerns or if they diverged away from Washington and USAID. And so this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening.
Okay, so thank you very much. Please collect your questions, okay, for the discussion after the presentations. And now our next presenter is Sarah Jane Samuel from Columbia University, a PhD candidate who would talk about competing East-West tensions in Pakistani security policy. So please, Sarah, is there a clicker for the slides?
Thank you very much. Can y'all hear me back there too? You good? Wonderful. So hello everybody. I'm very glad to be here with all of you today. I made the long journey from New York City just yesterday, something that even a few months ago wouldn't have been possible due to COVID. So I'm very glad to be here with all of you. Great. But the first thing I want to do is thank everybody for making this possible, in particular the conference organizers and Leonardo, the Cold War History Research Center, and the many people and institutions who have supported my research. In particular, my committee members in my Gather Fellowship, my Global Health Equity Research mentors, who made my travel to Budapest possible. Over the course of my presentation, I will be sharing with you a bit of my dissertation that interrogates the concept of mutual security in theory and in practice. I chose Pakistan as my case study for reasons of expediency and historical significance. I speak the language,
and therefore can utilize both archival documents and collect my own oral histories, adding a critical global component to Cold War studies. More importantly, Pakistan has a long-standing partnership with the United States. Over the decades of the Cold War, Pakistan received and continues to receive billions of dollars in both development aid and military assistance from the United States. However, I argue that the American linkage of security and public health under the guise of mutual security in Cold War Pakistan has hampered both defensive and public health efforts. The goal of my research is to illustrate how the Cold War continues to haunt geopolitics today and explore the intersection of security and public health in historical American foreign policy. To do that, I'll first define some key terms for you and share a bit about how I came to this research question. I will then discuss the concept of mutual security in theory, followed by analysis of the concept in praxis in my case study. I will end with some short commentary on the Cold War's legacy today. Though I'm focusing mainly on Pakistan in this presentation, my other case study in my dissertation is Mexico, where the same conclusions about security and health hold true, demonstrating the global relevance of my research. Sorry, I'm pretty proud of this. There we go. Thanks for bearing with me, team. Sorry, I'm spoiling my own presentation. So my dissertation takes an intentionally broad view of security, accounting for both traditional physical and kinetic threats to bodily autonomy and the borders of a nation state, as well as threats from infectious pathogens, perceived ideological threats, and economic threats related to the free flow of capital and access to markets. My presentation today focuses on the first two forms of security I mentioned here, physical and biological. This is also a good time to mention that I'm a bit of an unconventional historian, and as you can tell from my accent, decidedly American. My citizenship I can't help, but I did choose to train a bit differently than most historians in America. Half of my training is medical, and half of my training is in history. My unconventional background gives me a unique perspective on these myriad forms of security. Still, despite the breadth of my training, we all come to our research with biases, personal, disciplinary, national, etc. I try to mitigate that bias in my work by using a multitude of official sources from sovereign governments, archival collections from IGOs, oral histories and ethnographies from public health workers, and biomedical quantitative data. My dissertation is a mixed methods endeavor. Security is a tricky concept to define. It's defined depending on the discipline, but for my purposes today, please note that my work takes an intentionally broad view of security, incorporating the elements I have noted. Global health security is perhaps the newest iteration of security to have attracted the attention of interdisciplinary scholars following the COVID-19 pandemic. The definition I've listed here is the one used by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, or the CDC in the United States, who defines it as the existence of strong and resilient public health systems that can prevent, detect, and respond to infectious disease threats wherever they occur in the world. Note that last clause, it's pretty key to my research. As I've noted here as well, the Strategic Advisory Group of Experts on Vaccine Hesitancy, affiliated with the World Health Organization, defines vaccine hesitancy as a delay in acceptance or refusal of vaccination despite availability of vaccination services. In my work, I frame modern vaccine hesitancy and refusal as a legacy of harmful Cold War imperialism and a form of anti-imperial resistance. Lastly, you'll hear me refer to both horizontal and vertical methods of public health programming. Vertical public health programming relies on, usually, a single therapeutic invention to meet its biomedical targets. Mass vaccination campaigns are a great example. In contrast, horizontal public health programming takes the social determinants of health into account. Horizontal programming uses multiple tools to influence multiple non-physiological variables that affect health. For example, access to education has been repeatedly shown to positively influence health in multiple ways. That's a success for me. Maybe the slide go. I do realize this is a history conference, but before I share my historical analysis with you, let me offer some modern context. Operation Neptune Spear is the codename for the CIA's intelligence gathering mission to find Osama bin Laden, who orchestrated the 9/11 terror attacks. It is, by and large, considered the most famous, or should I say infamous, example of intersecting security and public health interests in American history. In order to find bin Laden, the United States staged a fake vaccination campaign in order to gather intel on the terror leader's whereabouts. Since the program became public in 2012, vaccine uptake rates in Pakistan have declined. As we see here, refusal has grown increasingly violent. However, Operation Neptune Spear was not the first time public health and security were linked. Indeed, in waging the Cold War, and in its fight to counter Soviet influence in the Global South, The United States frequently and explicitly linked its defensive strategy to specific public health campaigns, and therein lies my major historiographic intervention. By integrating the concept of mutual security, we see that the United States has long linked public health and physical security. The idea of mutual security was integral to American foreign policy at the outset of the Cold War. President Harry S. Truman signed the Mutual Security Act into law on October 10, 1951, taking great care to note the myriad forms that aid could take in his signing statement. I've highlighted those in green. The Mutual Security Act was meant to widen the geographic scope of the Marshall Plan and included $7.5 billion in foreign military, economic, and technical aid to all deemed American allies. At the time, then Secretary of State Dean Acheson touted the measure as a way to counter Soviet encroachment. It's also worth noting that the Mutual Security Act only became law after fiscal conservatives in Congress noted that it constituted sound economy to use the aid to support nations who will fight on our side, and a clear expression of how security was also considered in ideological and economic terms at the time. At the outset of the Cold War, many formerly colonized nations had declared themselves non-aligned. Pakistan, for example, was very wary of accepting aid under the Mutual Security Program. In a 1951 meeting with American State Department officials, the Pakistani Prime Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs shared his worries with his American counterparts. In response, the American State Department urged Pakistan's cooperation with not-so-subtle references to India's acquiescence. After partition, Pakistan was defending the line of control, or shared border with India, with only 10% of the resources that India had, thanks to, let's call it, inequitable British division of the military assets on the subcontinent. The United States was all too willing to exploit Pakistan's need for military resources to support its own proxy war battles, as we see in this quote. I'll just read the bit I've highlighted in green. The American State Department officials say, "I do hope, however, that any reluctance in this connection can be overcome. We have, as you know, extended aid to many countries on this basis, and I do not believe the record will show that any have suffered. I know of no nation that has really refused to accept aid on the basis. India has indicated acceptance." This quote is emblematic of the greater problem with mutual security. The global South was simultaneously dependent on foreign assistance to pursue its aims while reluctant to receive it. Where Pakistan wanted to defend itself against India, the United States needed to bolster its military forces in Korea. This divergence often resulted in reluctance to receive the aid. The National Security Council offered this assessment I posted here of aid negotiations with Pakistan. Again, I'll just highlight that green bit. Pakistan's urgent need for U.S. economic assistance and its desire for U.S. military and diplomatic support to strengthen its position against India. Thus, a clear global North-South power imbalance lay at the very foundation of mutual security that we see here. The United States was providing aid to countries that could not reasonably refuse it, thereby cultivating a strategic dependence on American aid dollars and the American security agenda. This East-West power imbalance was not just limited to considerations of military force, but extended to public health campaigns of global importance. The eradication of smallpox in 1980 counts as one of humanity's most remarkable achievements. However, this triumph of human ingenuity did not come without its missteps. Especially in its final stages, the vaccination campaign that heralded the end of smallpox met its goals through coercion and even violence. Pakistan was not shielded from these human rights abuses by its allyship, if at times, tense with the United States. So its bodily autonomy was collectively sacrificed for the global charge towards eradication. Pakistani security priorities on the ground once more differed from American security goals. The result was a long-standing distrust of foreign, especially Western authorities, and prolonged suffering due to preventable diseases. Pakistan, in line with its British colonial customs, saw smallpox in concert with its social determinants. However, an American devotion to vertical programming is demonstrated in the sole use of vaccines to control smallpox outbreaks. Such faith in vaccines alone is evident in the dramatic overestimations that Western researchers had in the efficacy of smallpox vaccines. Epidemiologists at the World Health Organization asserted that just a single dose of the leading smallpox vaccine was 97% effective in preventing serious cases. Even by modern standards, that's an incredibly effective vaccine and likely too good to be true. For context, the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines to prevent COVID-19 required 2 doses to receive such efficacy, and 1 dose of the Moderna vaccine is 80% effective. Reliance on just vaccines to eradicate smallpox also precluded other public health interventions from targeting the social determinants of the disease. The containment of sick people was infection management canon, a fundamental tenet of disease management since the Middle Ages. Yet, on a list of protocols I discovered in the archives for smallpox public health workers, containment was step 10 of 12, placed just above the burning of scabs and noting the deaths on appropriate registers. Widespread use of these standard containment protocols was not seen in the smallpox eradication program in Pakistan. Indeed, the failure to contain the infection is particularly egregious given that Pakistani researchers were advocating for such interventions in English at the time. Moreover, given the violent measures to immunize those who did not want to be vaccinated, it is particularly noteworthy that these less invasive measures to contain smallpox were not taken. The foundation of the smallpox biosurveillance system was the house-to-house visits of workers who were tasked with vaccinating any remaining unvaccinated people. At each of the 34 vaccination centers in Lahore, Pakistan, for example, 10 vaccinators were assigned and made mobile with the use of a motorcycle. Indicative of the immense and intrusive scope of the surveillance, only one vaccinator remained in the vaccination center at a time, meaning that the vast majority of eradication work was conducted in homes, with a particular emphasis on areas of poverty. Indeed, the World Health Organization was particularly proud that, quote, the surveillance operation comprising provincial and corporation staff provides triple-fold coverage of the slum areas of the city. Notably absent from the official documentation of the smallpox eradication program is any mention of resistance. In fact, the only noted barriers to the mass vaccination effort in Pakistan were a shortage of health personnel in some areas and the sometimes difficult terrain. Again, remember that motorcycle that people were using to get around. Given the intrusive nature of the in-home vaccinations, it is highly doubtful that everyone submitted to vaccination willingly, especially given the coercive tactics and violent resistance seen in East Pakistan at the same time. One final intrusive aspect of the surveillance scheme relied on citizens to, quote-unquote, tattle on their compatriots, as you can see in this poster here. As noted in one WHO report, quote, knowledge of the smallpox eradication program and, in particular, knowledge of the reward for notifying a fresh case of smallpox was widespread in every district. The reward was publicized prominently in the form of posters such as these to accommodate the illiterate, and neighbors even began reporting cases of just chickenpox to collect the monetary reward. But thus far, I've only shared the negative aspects of my research. I've discussed how the theoretical utility of mutual security was undermined by differing security priorities on the ground and the coercive nature of American development aid. Where Pakistan wanted American funds to fight India, America wanted the Pakistani military to fight in Korea. The same flawed physical security logic extended to the major infectious threats of the day, where an American fixation on vertical public health programming resulted in suffering among the people, distrust among officials, and fraught tensions between two nuclear nations. However, I'm choosing to conclude my presentation on a more positive note. Mutual security is not just a relic of the Cold War. I proffer that mutual security offers a path forward for fruitful international cooperation today because of the novel threat that humanity faces that I've caricatured on the right side of this slide. Where nuclear war threatened the global citizenry of the Cold War, today we are threatened by much more than bombs. Future pandemics, looming threats of climate change, shocks to our intricately networked financial system, and ongoing refugee crises are just some of the novel risks that imperil us all. Moreover, the United States has a much greater incentive to comply with the local agendas of its collaborating security partners. China, as America's main geostrategic competitor, has taken a much greater role in development financing than the Soviet Union ever did. And if America hopes to compete with a new 21st century hegemon, then the United States can no longer unilaterally impose its agenda on the rest of the world. The threats we face today do not respect the borders of a nation state and cannot be countered by force alone. Peace, I argue, if it is to last, must be a collaborative exercise. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for keeping the time. Now, from Asia, we move to issues in Latin America, okay? So, next presenter is Daniel Farkas from Károly Gáspár University in Hungary, also a PhD candidate who is going to talk about a pro-Soviet lobby group in Bolivia, right, during the Cold War era. So please, Marianne.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me here. I'm writing my PhD about the foreign relations of Peru and Bolivia during the Cold War, and I intend to demonstrate a small feature of this project here. Uh, these relations are examples of like the relations of Hungary and Bolivia with Peru, are an example of a lot of nuances. In the Cold War between some peripheral countries. And I argue in this project that the party struggles of the left wing in Bolivia very much contributed to the, the cooperation of some anti-communist regimes and the Soviet Union and Soviet bloc as well. So as for this party, which is the Partido de la Izquierda Revolucionaria and the Party Revolution Left, the PIR. So first I will talk first about how it formed and why it was just a proto-communist party, not one directly recognized by the Soviets. Then I will show how the real communist party was born and how and why the PIR survived still and influenced Bolivian politics. And I will examine two shorter periods of in Bolivian foreign policy in relation to the activities of the PIR, one between 1965 and 1969, when the PIR had to establish the diplomatic relations of Bolivia with the Soviet Union. Then I will turn to the period between 1980 and 1981, when a former PIR politician, with the support of the party, used the tensions of the Americans over the Bolivian democratization process to relaunch Soviet ties, especially in the commercial field. In all periods, we will see why the Bolivian leadership accepted the PIR as a useful partner and why the PIR had an institutional reason to build Soviet ties. As for the framework of Bolivian foreign relations in the period, I divided it into four parts. The first is the period of the old aristocratic republic, now it's absent here, which was generally US aligned. The second is the period of the National Revolution, which is turned to a more American independent foreign policy. Then came the various military regimes between 1964 and 1978. These carried on a certain level of detente with the Soviet Union, like keeping the middle distance. And after 1978, during the democratic transition, we have various short military regimes from 3 months duration to a year. This had totally varying approaches to the Soviet Union and the Soviet bloc generally. The first two periods are the PR's development phase, when they don't play an active part in national foreign policy, and the other two are the active parts, as we will see. First, I will talk about the foundation of the PIR in the 1940s and how it remained a proto-communist party until the birth of the official Communist Party in 1949. So we understand the first period of the PIR. So the party was founded in 1940 in the provincial center of Cochabamba by José Antonio Esse and Ricardo Anaya. Both men were intellectuals well known in university circles and in Cochabamba generally, and both of them were members of a well-to-do family. They were actually first cousins. They were entrenched in the local elite. They founded the party as a local petit bourgeois chapter of the Moscow-directed Third International. The party gained quite a voter base, advocating for labor rights, but the strict Soviet alignment caused their fast loss of popularity too during the Second World War, because in December 1942, the government forces massacred hundreds of miners and their families during the national strike, and the PIR by that time had to support a labor effort instead of labor groups because of the well-known Soviet participation in the Second World War. And this meant that they had to stabilize the Bolivian government, which guarded the tin mines for the Allies. And so the PIR refrained from supporting the rioting labor groups and thus lost almost all supporting society. After that, it retreated to its allied networks and allied with the oligarchic parties, but it had to leave that after the Second World War II, as these parties were American allied. So the Soviet-aligned peer failed by late 1940s because it was deemed a traitor by the working class and an enemy by the pro-US parties. The listing title is between a rock and a hard place. So the peer had a situation basically by the late 1940s. After meeting with the Soviets, with some members of the peer in Budapest in 1949, the Bolivian radical left reorganized. The Bolivian Communist Party was founded in late 1949 according to CIA documents without the compromised politicians of the peer. However, the disenfranchised party survived, as we will see. This is the second period of the peer during the National Revolution period. This is an age of networking. The peer retreated to its original positions in higher education, sometimes as Communist Party publications of the period say, forcibly capturing positions in universities. In these positions, they had the social capital to be useful partners of the first Soviet bloc diplomats arrived to Bolivia, namely Czechoslovakians and Hungarians, during this period, hosting cultural events and supplying information. And after this period, they reorganized in 1956 under the sole leadership of Ricardo Anaya. José Antonio Lacerda died by the mid-50s. During this time, the Soviet-friendly government of the country did not need a peer. They did not have a voter base for obvious reasons, and they were personal enemies of the ruling party for reasons did not elaborate it in here. After this period, we will turn to the active phase of the peer. It is a co-optation of the Barrientos regime of the 1964 in the third period of Bolivian foreign policy, that here barely seen. Left-wing revolution toppled the National Revolution government in 1964, but then a military junta came to power, which was even less liked by left-wing forces. The junta co-opted the peer to boost its public image. This happened through the regional political networks of Cochabamba, the center of the peer, as the new dictator René Barrientos Ortuño was also from that city, and known by your personal Ricardo Anaya. So the peer had an important opportunity in the period to be useful for the Bolivian regime and the Soviets too. Its rival in the left-wing politics, the Bolivian communists, developed some level of tension with Moscow because this party came under some extent of Cuban influence, and this meant that they became much more militant and called for immediate armed struggle already in 1965. These the Soviets did not like, as they were interested in détente with the United States and its vassals in the period. And the launch of the Guerrilla de Chahuasu, as it's known in Bolivia, the ill-fated campaign of Che Guevara in late 1966, heightened this tension, although the Bolivian Communist Party were not too for this enterprise either. So basically, the Soviet efforts were again in conflict with Moscow. So the peer stands an opportunity to get back into the Soviet leader parties. It soon accused the communists with adventurism and called for gradual reforms inside the regime, which, according to Moscow evaluation, preserved the Hungarian diplomatic correspondence, was appreciated by Moscow. In turn, the peer urged the Soviets through the Hungarian communication lines to get the communists follow their line with cooperation with the regime, which also shows that they wanted to be the number one Soviet partners in Bolivia again, so they had their own institutional reason to push for these ties. The communists were not ditched over by the Soviets, but the peer could get the opportunity to launch negotiations with the Soviets. The offer was to be the mutual establishment of embassies, realize diplomatic relations for the first time in the Soviet Union, with Ricardo Anaya, the head of the peer, as the first ambassador to Moscow. The Soviets received the offer well, as we know from Hungarian sources too, which was the sole representation of the Soviet bloc in time in Bolivia, and there was benefit to be sold for the Bolivian regime too. Ricardo Anaya told Hungarians that he advised Barrientos to establish relations because then the Cubans would not dare to launch a guerrilla campaign again. These were the causes of the success of the negotiations. The peer mobilized Soviets and Bolivians in face of even guerrilla adventures. Not even a month after the death of Che Guevara, Alvaro Ituri, a peer member, attended the 50th anniversary celebration of the Great October Revolution in Moscow. He again urged the Soviets to call off the strikes of the communists and negotiate with the Barrientos regime, according to information passed on to Hungarian circles. But like negotiations with the Soviets were quite successful for described reasons, the overdependence of the peer on personal networks showed. The patron of the peer, President Barrientos Ortuño, died in a helicopter crash in May 1969, and the peer did not have enough staying power to remain the diplomatic relations project. The relations were established through the negotiations of the peer during in August 1969. But the first ambassador to Moscow was another politician, not Ricardo Anaya, who wanted the position himself. The peer was ejected from the process. And now we will talk about the last active period of the peer in Bolivia's foreign policy and its role in 1980-1981 during the short-lived military regime during the democratization process, which were intersected by various coups, military coups. After the failure of the attempt of the peer to retain and enjoy the achievements in the foreign policy of the country, the party mostly fell apart. After the democratic process began in 1978, some military regimes saw the peer as an opportunity to have civil members in their political groups, like General Pereda in the summer of 1978, who appointed Ricardo Anaya as his foreign minister. However, nothing of substance happened in the mere 4 months until this government fell again after another coup. And at the time, another politician, the earlier succeeded Mario Anaya, not a direct relative to Ricardo, took over the leadership of the group. And it was under him when the group got its last chance to influence Bolivia's foreign policy. It was a daring maneuver. Mario Anaya sided with the coup of Luis Garcia Mesa in 1980, who carried a strong anti-US message and was supported by cocaine producers of the country, who were fearful of a US anti-drug offensive in the case democratic rule comes to Bolivia. So the peer made themselves important in the governmental system and scooped up Eastern Bloc financial resources, as we can see from the codes. And they also deployed anti-colonial rhetoric on the drug war for the first time, as we can see decades before we see it again in Bolivian politics with the coming of Evo Morales in the early 2000s. Mario Ronaldo successfully negotiated with Soviet bloc states to launch commercial credit loans. This meant him and proteges quite a lot of personal income in bribes. And the high point of the attempt, this diplomatic attempt, was negotiations about the possible barter agreement of Bolivian uranium and Soviet jet fighters in April 1981. This was initiated to pressure the Reagan administration to recognize the government and relaunch financial subsidies. In this sense, the project was not initiated to make a switch of sides in the Cold War, rather to balance US leverage on the government. However, it backfired for the peer. The internal opposition, especially the security services, lost their nerves by May 1981, as they understood that the Soviet negotiations do not make the US more responsive to Bolivians, but rather much more aggressive. They tried to give something to the Americans. This was the removal of Mario Anaya from the post of foreign minister. The overdependence on personal networks backfired again. And for some conclusions, the peer, after all, managed to influence the foreign policy of Bolivia in two notable instances. It contributed to the stability of the Barrientos regime after 1964 by supporting the establishment of Soviet relations, which contributed to the coming of more Soviet-friendly regimes. In 1980 and 81, they contributed to a shift in Bolivian economic relations and the diplomatic blackmail of the United States. They thus reached some goals in the foreign policy of the state, but they could not transform it into institutional breakthroughs that could gain ground for the peer as a party. This is all I wanted to tell you about the peer in Bolivian foreign policy. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. So, as we have just seen, left-wing parties were really struggling during the Cold War in Latin America, and in general, we could only see a few examples when leftists got into power. Okay, so in Cuba and Nicaragua, it was through violent means, but in South America we have an example when a democratic election brought a socialist politician into power. So now we finish with the presentation of Jose Manuel Castro from University College London. And he will talk about this short period of time as we discussed in the break, but really, I mean, its impact lasts till today in South America. So please.
Well, thank you everyone for coming to this last panel today. My presentation is a short piece of work of a chapter of my dissertation, which is about sort of intellectual history of ideologies, political ideologies in Latin America and Chile during the 60s, how global ideologies or universal ideologies are adapted to local debates. Between the Cuban Revolution in 1959 and the coup d'etat in Chile in 1973, Latin America experienced a long revolutionary decade. The Cuban Revolution marked a significant milestone in Latin American history by establishing a new path towards socialism in the region. For the Latin American Marxist left, the Cuban Revolution was a crucial step. It demonstrated that countries in the region had their own method for revolution, namely guerrilla warfare. Furthermore, it was a socialist revolution that didn't speak a distant language like Lenin's Russian, Mao's Chinese, or Ho Chi Minh Vietnamese. It was the first successful socialist revolution in Latin American territory, and it was the first successful socialist revolution spoken in Spanish. Since 1959, the Cuban model spread throughout the continent, inspiring the formation of guerrilla groups in different countries. You can see on the screen, and igniting the most important and intense ideological debate within Marxist groups regarding the paths to socialism. Different currents claim to be the legitimate successors of Lenin's revolutionary ideas. There was also a recognition of diverse paths to achieve revolution. The Cuban guerrilla war, based on Ernesto Che Guevara's theory of Fogo, might not necessarily be compatible with the realities of other countries in Latin America. The most significant alternative to the Cuban Revolution was the Chilean path to socialism. Since 1969, during the presidential campaign, Salvador Allende and the coalition of Marxist parties that supported him, known as the Popular Unity, led by the Communist and Socialist parties, proposed a new path to socialism. Chilean leaders argued that in countries with a long democratic tradition like Chile, it was possible to conceive a model of transition to socialism through a democratic revolution. If Chile was going to be a socialist country, the Popular Unity believed that the transition process should respect the law, the constitution, and the institutional system. The Chilean experiment sought to create an alternative model different from both the Cuban and the Soviet models. However, on the other hand, the parties that supported Allende, including Allende himself, declared themselves as Leninists. What did Lenin say? In keywords like the state and revolution, he indicated that the transition to a socialist society should inevitably take place through a violent revolution. Chilean parties and leaders felt part of the Leninist family, the global Leninist family, during Allende's 3 years in government, they sought to figure out how compatible the peaceful, institutional, and democratic path and Lenin's principles were. But this presentation seeks to explore the fundamental ideological challenge that Chilean Marxist left faced during Allende's government. To what extent was it possible to follow Lenin's principles while simultaneously advocating for the possibility of a peaceful path to socialism? This presentation is organized into 3 parts. First, I explore Lenin's canonical text regarding the relationship between armed struggle and peaceful methods in achieving socialism. In addition, I examine Chilean readings of Lenin's ideas and the process of Leninization within the Chilean left during the 60s. Finally, I analyze how Allende and the Popular Unity sought to reconcile the tension between the peaceful path and the armed path to socialism. While the debate on the paths to socialism in Chile and the role of revolutionary violence refer directly to the canonical text of Marxist Leninism and the old discussions between Vladimir Lenin and Karl Kautsky. The book, The State and Revolution, the bedside book of any good Leninist, not only specify the characteristic of every Marxist revolution, but also distinguish a genuine understanding of Marxism from divergent interpretations, such as that of Karl Kautsky. Specifically, the dispute between Lenin and Kautsky was not centered around whether to employ or omit revolutionary violence, but rather focused on the question of its inevitability. Lenin criticized Kautsky of neglecting and misrepresenting a central element of the Marxist revolution. The liberation of the oppressed class was impossible without a violent revolution. As Lenin will recall repeatedly throughout the State and the Revolution, the doctrine of Marx and Engels, based on the recognition of the inevitable character of the was based on the recognition of the inevitable character of the violent revolution. Kautsky, on the contrary, in the dictatorship of the proletariat, offered an alternative and non-Leninist reading of Marxism based on Marx's recognition that in countries like England or in the United States, the proletariat could find peaceful paths to conquest of political power, and with this, a peaceful transition to socialism. In other words, it was plausible within Marxism to establish socialism not through the dictatorship of the proletariat, but on the basis of a democratic revolution. For Kautsky, unlike Lenin, the use of revolutionary violence was not necessarily inevitable, but rather an exception. The proletariat in power had to be prepared for the eventual use of violence, wherever the ruling classes appealed to violence. Lenin, on the other hand, far from ruling out the possibility of a democratic revolution, conceived it as a possible stage, but preliminary to the establishment of socialism. In this sense, both Lenin and Kautsky agreed on the possibility of access to power through elections, but they differ on the inevitability of armed conflict to establish socialism. The most important theoretical challenge faced by Chilean left during the 60s and during the Allende's government was to craft a political program, to apply a political program while remaining loyal to Leninism, presented a Chilean peaceful and institutional path to socialism. Was such a task achievable? It proved to be difficult endeavor, as the Chilean left underwent a process of ideological Leninization during the 60s, reaffirming the validity of the armed path. In the case of the Chilean Communist Party, the early adherence to Leninism was part of its most basic constitution as political party in 1921 and had been maintained over time. For the Chilean Communist Party, his Leninist vocation materialized in an orthodox following of the Soviet political guidelines. In this sense, the Communist Party of Chile followed the guidelines of the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in 1956, which established the thesis of the peaceful coexistence with capitalism and the possibility that certain countries could transition to socialism without necessarily relying on armed violence. The Socialist Party, on the other hand, recognized itself as a Marxist organization, but sought to distinguish itself from the Soviet line of the Communist Party. The adoption of Leninism was enshrined in the 22nd General Congress held in 1967, where the party recognized for the first time itself as a Marxist-Leninist organization and declared that revolutionary violence is inevitable and legitimate, and that it constitutes the only way that leads to the seizure of political and economic power and its subsequent defense and strengthening. The celebration in Chile of Lenin's centenary in 1970 served as a good thermometer to measure the transversal adherence caused by the Soviet leader and the Chilean left. The Communist Party held tribute events throughout Chile, including commemoration talks, research, and conferences on the life and struggle of the founder of the world's first socialist state. The relevance of Lenin's legacy was examined in a special issue of the magazine Principios. Prominent communist militants delved into different topics, such as Leninism and the Chilean labor movement, Leninism, indigenous people and the ethnic minorities, Lenin and the valorization of women, the relevance of Lenin in the battle of ideas, and the applicability of Lenin's thought to agrarian problems in Latin America and Chile. To the left of the Communist Party, the magazine Punto Final, associated with the revolutionary left movement, pointed out that fidelity to Lenin implied recognizing the impracticability of conciliatory and pacifist methods in the revolutionary struggle. Whether through adherence to the armed path, support for the Soviet line, or a positive evaluation of Lenin's role in the history of the 20th century, Chilean actors saw Lenin as a fundamental figure to understand the movement of universal history and Chile's participation in that movement, as emphasized by Lenin's biographer Gerald Walter in a phrase commented by the communist senator Victor Contreras: "We live under the sign of Lenin. His daily omnipresence has become inevitable." Once Allende came to power in 1970, as the first democratically chosen Marxist president in history, the central question that the left had to answer was under what circumstances the revolutionary process would or would not include the use of revolutionary violence in any of its stages. In this debate, there were three positions. Salvador Allende was probably the one who best understood the necessity of adapting Leninism to the Chilean reality and maximizing his flexibility, seeking to establish a path that was genuinely Chilean. In an interview with the young French theorist Roger Debré, Allende argued that Lenin's works like The State and the Revolution contain the fundamental ideas of Marxism, but they cannot be used like the Roman Catechism. Invoking a Leninist tactical flexibility as well, the Chilean president affirmed that the peaceful path had as much revolutionary legitimacy as the Cuban Revolution. Depending on the condition of each country, the revolutionary struggle can be the guerrilla focus, it can be the urban insurrection, it can be the people's war, or the electoral channel. Allende's analysis, however, also left room for the use of revolutionary violence in some moments. In different speeches and interviews, bare for different audience, he pointed out that under particular conditions, it was possible to resort to revolutionary violence. Where reactionary violence was first activated. In fact, in the interview with Debré, he had already anticipated a certain level of inevitability of the use of revolutionary violence. Allende emphasized that to reactionary violence we will respond with revolutionary violence, because we know that they will break the rules. In another speech in Cuba, Allende pointed out that we will respond to counter-revolution and reactionary violence by first using the law, and then we will use revolutionary violence. The position of the Communist Party was complementary to that of Salvador Allende. The party defined a political tactic of advancing by consolidating, and which, because of its flexibility, aimed at seeking political agreements beyond the borders of the Marxist left in order to establish a new correlation of forces. However, as the leader of the Communist Party pointed out in an interview in Italy, there was a false dilemma between the peaceful revolution and the application of revolutionary violence. Finally, the Socialist Party argued that the revolutionary process integrated different methods of struggles. In political meetings, in a political meeting of the party in 1971, the Socialist Party observed key elements of the political reality that allow visualizing the imminence of a violent revolution or an armed confrontation. Among them, the radicalization and political unification of the national bourgeoisie, expressed, for example, in the alliance between the Christian Democratic Party and the National Party, and in the growing intervention of the United States in domestic politics. On the other hand, he pointed out some intrinsic limitations of the Chilean road to socialism. Bourgeois legality did not provide the spaces to build socialism from within, said Carlos Altamirano, the president of the Socialist Party, who also emphasized early on that Chile is not going to be an exception to the set of processes that have developed in world history. It is difficult for a social class to freely hand over its wealth and the power it has enjoyed for more than 100 years. So I believe that without us wishing it, a confrontation will have to take place. To conclude, a comprehensive analysis of primary sources is crucial for understanding the dividing line between the peaceful path and the armed path was blurry, and they were not always seen as opposing and mutually exclusive routes in the Chilean transition to socialism. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for this informative, exciting presentation in various quite specific topics. And now let's start with the discussion. Okay, so comments and questions. Yes, please. Actually, a bit louder, please. Oh, okay, great.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, a little bit.
Jose, I have a question for you about the connections that Allende's party had to other socialist movements in Latin America or outside of Latin America, and how they influence this, as you said, blurred line between violence and democratic paths to power.
Thank you. Another question? Someone raised, yes.
Actually, I had the same question for Jose, so I think that was good. But I also had a question for Sarah. So I think your contribution is super interesting, so thanks for that. But also, I think a lot of the issues that you were talking about, the sort of global security, especially Claire talked about the global conflict, is sort of something that can only be solved with like the UN and like this huge global, efforts to make all these issues better. So I think I was wondering maybe like about the implications your research has on this kind of, bilateral framework for understanding mutual security and how you think that could affect
I also have a question for Jose. Thanks for all the presentations. I was kind of curious about the process that went into this understanding of the necessity or flexibility around violence. And so kind of, as maybe this is a basic question, but maybe it's getting to what I'm trying to say. So like, was Allende, as you said, he was kind of the most successful in being flexible about understanding the the success that was necessary, how to be successful in Chile. Was that a cause or result of his position as president? So like that is like, did he was able to become successful because he was flexible, or did being president mean that he needed to be flexible, and kind of unpacking that a little, that process a little bit more?
I also have a question for Jose, forgive me. I was wondering, when there were a few different terms that came up, Marxist came up, Leninist came up, Marxist-Leninist came up as well. And I wonder, are these self-definitions of party members or of the party themselves calling themselves these things? Like, I don't want to be a kind of like leftist train spotter who's, trying to determine what parties are revisionist and what parties aren't. I don't want to be that person, but I am that person. So like, yeah, I wonder if this is self-definition, if this is something that, different factions from within the Popular Unity Coalition are using these terms, or, yeah, how Marxist-Leninist and Marxist kind of resolve themselves and become coherent discrete units.
Yeah.
Yes, anything else? Any further comments or questions? Okay, before give the floor to the presenters, I have a question to Daniel, okay, about the Bolivian case, which is obviously less known, or usually even historians are less familiar with. I think so. Basically, my question is about the party of the revolutionary left. Do you think that it was kind of a lonely movement in Latin America, in the sense that it did not really have any connections with other South American left-wing parties? Okay, because for some reason, I have the impression that also about the revolution, the 52 revolution in Bolivia, that it was some kind of inward-looking revolution which did not really have too many connections with the rest of the region. Okay, but I think we should start with Sarah, right?
Yep, sure.
Okay.
That's a great question. Thank you very much. You touched on the most spicy, most controversial topic within diplomatic, historical, and modern diplomatic circles. I guess the broader project of my dissertation is to evaluate instruments of force and instruments of diplomacy in historical Cold War American foreign policy. The short answer is that bilateral relations aren't going anywhere, and I argue that it's better that they are conducted diplomatically rather than militarily. There's absolutely a role for the United Nations in this, but it's also worth noting that the United Nations agenda is often controlled, influenced heavily by American interests, and the public health front, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is the biggest donor to the World Health Organization. So there's ample room for non-state actors here. But you're touching on the right problems, something I consider I don't want to say I have a squishy, epistemologically ambiguous moral foundation to my dissertation, but it's absolutely something that I'm thinking about. So thank you for raising that.
Thank you. Jose, you received many questions. Are you prepared?
Yeah.
Okay, please.
Sure. Well, the question of Marion is very interesting because the Socialist Party was always a very eclectic party that received ideological influence from different sources. So they were Leninists, they were Trotskyists, they were Maoists. So they were quite eclectic from the beginning. I think from the foundation of that party in 1933, and I think the most important thing to recognize or to distinguish the Socialist Party from the Communist Party in Chile is its anti-Soviet position. So while the Communist Party was following very strictly the line of the Soviet Union, the Socialist Party was strongly anti-Soviet. And if we analyze one of these currents that had influence in the Socialist Party in Chile was a sort of new Latin American socialism that also we can find other countries in Peru, in Colombia, in that period, and they claimed for a sort of genuine Latin American socialism that integrated in their interpretation of history the role, for example, of indigenous people. And the working class was not the only main actor, for example, to achieve to carry out the revolution, but also the indigenous people. They followed, for example, the example of Mariátegui, who was a Peruvian intellectual, and they were very close to that position. Well, the other two questions are very similar in the sense that we need some historical context of Chilean history to understand first the political characteristics of Allende and this flexible position that he always maintained. And that is because before the 60s, the Latin American parties were used to negotiate, and the main characteristic of the political identity of Chilean parties was the negotiation. But during the 60s, specifically after the Cuban Revolution, there was a more ideological sense in different parties that they didn't want to negotiate essential things of their beliefs. So in that sense, Allende had a very long career as a traditional politician in Chile. He was Minister of Public Health like 30 years before achieving the presidency in Chile. And during the 60s, he was able to keep that flexible position, and he was always very open to negotiate. So it's very interesting because the Socialist Party, the party that supported and Allende was militant of the Socialist Party, was during the 60s more ideological than flexible, and he was the part of the flexible part of the Socialist Party. So in that sense, the ideological debate during the 60s and 70s in Chile and the left wing in the political system in Chile had two souls, a soul that wanted to negotiate and other soul that wanted to achieve the revolution very, very, very quickly and to use the revolutionary violence very, very quick. So in that sense, there was a very interesting, intense debate between the two souls of these two parts of the Chilean Marxism. There were mutual accusation of revisionism or infantilism, because if we analyze, for example, the canonical text of Marxism, this debate between the revolutionary wing or the reformist wing was always present, for example, in this debate between Lenin and Kautsky. It's part of the same debate. But the point is that at the end, I think that there was a common perspective of they were recognizing themselves as Leninists, but they had problems to recognize what was the moment to give one step towards the revolutionary, the use of the revolutionary violence. That was the main hermeneutic problem of the Chilean left, that they were not able to agree in that analytical part of the the revolutionary process.
Thank you so much. I just sorry, one small question. So, did this issue of violent versus non-violent means towards the revolution, did it ever come up in relations with Cuba, with Castro, or basically they just didn't talk about it because it was more comfortable? And,
Well, it's part of the same debate because the Cuban Revolution established this model for the rest of the continent, the guerrilla model, and for example, the Communist Party, which was more moderate than the Socialist Party of the Cuban revolutionary politicians or the politicians that followed that path. There was a strong debate between the two currents. So I think Chile, with this peaceful way to achieve the socialism, wanted to show a completely new model also for the rest of the continent. So there was a competition. Yeah, yes, there was a competition between Cuba and Chile when Che Guevara he wrote many books. He gave one of these books to Salvador Allende, and he said, he wrote a short note in that copy of the book for Salvador Allende, who wants to achieve the same objective that the Cuban Revolution by other means. So that was the part of this debate between the two souls of Latin American society.
Okay, thank you so much. Dania, about international links of PIR?
Yes, so the PIR was really special in the sense that in Bolivia, the distinction between the pre-Cold War left and the Cold War left remains. So basically, almost every, as far as I know, Communist Party had reorganized themselves after this short US alignment period, which they had to explain to some extent. But in Bolivia in 1949, you got the situation that the Communist Party is just organized, it has mass base, but in every key positions, in every university, in Oruro, in La Paz, in Cochabamba, in left-wing editorials, you have Filistas. So it has a special kind of division between the elite left wing and the mass left wing, and kind of this. In this sense, they are special. You may find these kind of groups in other Latin American countries, but they are most personal networks. I don't know the other. It's really hard to follow the peer too because, like, who is a militant, who is not, because the party is slowly dissolving through the decades. So you just have to follow, the personal conversations. And to recognize the personalities to know that yes, this person is connected to the old base of the peer, and he's not a party member, but he's working with them, so it's a special context. So yes, this is my answer.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining today. It's been a long day, but I'm quite sure that you've learned a lot. Thank you to all the presenters. Okay, so now I think you should have a rest and continue tomorrow morning. Okay? Thank you
Thank you so much. That's very interesting.